Welcome to the 2021 Playful by Design Symposium. We're going to start the day with the Technology Resources panel, and I'd like to introduce Jamie Nelson from the Center for Innovation in Teaching and Learning.
Thanks for being here. Thank you for the panelists. Today we're going to be talking about technology resources on campus for games at Illinois. And it's not just, we'll be talking about facilities and software maybe and these other things, but we also want to talk about our services. It takes people to be able to do things too, so people will be talking about that as well. I also wanted to just mention that there are other resources on campus. These are not the only resources. We'd like to think we're the best, but these aren't the only resources. And so let's get started. Here are our panelists, but what I'm going to do is have everybody introduce themselves when they do their part. But Eric is going to talk about...
Sure. So I just wanted to take a minute or so to talk about kind of how this panel came together and what we do. And some of us, by virtue of being media specialists, were already kind of talking. And a few years back, Technology Services approached us and said, hey, we've got some money that we'd like to get in the hands of researchers and students and grad students, and we want to know what's out there and what's interesting. And we had actually just been talking about virtual reality at that time. This was a couple years ago. And so we formed a group, VR at Illinois, and we started to look and see what was out there and see what research was going on, what equipment was needed, what resources were needed. And using the amazing funding from Technology Services, put it into the hands of grad students and instructors and such. And so that, we feel like that did a great job. We pulled the group together. Everyone worked really, really well together, which, having multiple departments from across campus working functionally well together is an achievement. So growing from that, we said, well, VR is great now, and we've done a great job with this, but it's not the only technology out there. And so what do we do when the next thing comes around? And so we kind of expanded VR at Illinois to become an emerging technology group. And so, VR became gaming, and then whatever comes after gaming, we can kind of do the same thing. And the reason I wanted to talk about this really quickly is that we're always looking for the next thing. So, if there's research going on out there, if there's equipment needed, if there's expertise needed in the areas of emerging technology, that's what we're looking for. And maybe there's ways we can assist, maybe there's ways that we can provide facilities or provide technology, provide resources. We're kind of all interested in these areas, and we want to see kind of what's going on next. So that's really quickly kind of how this group originally was put together.
Cool. I'm going to jump in next. Hi, I'm Michael Curtin with Technology Services. I'm what's called a methods analyst. Indirectly, we benefit folks like you through the operation and support of the Technology Foundation, upon which much of the university's business and research is conducted. More directly, we provide resources, mentorship, and technical solutions to faculty who use both classic and emerging technologies. But as an organization, we didn't start out doing any of those things. Like most units on campus, we can trace our roots to a secret Department of Defense contract. So, welcome to 1951. The average home puts you back about $7,000. Here at the Avida, the Computer Services and Development Group is organizing to build and support ORDVAC, a huge computer designed to determine the flight path of military projectiles. Once we built it, we took it apart, shipped it to Maryland, and put it back together. We supported its operation and in turn got to use it for non-bomb related stuff remotely via telephone for up to 8 hours a night. 20 years later, the Computer Services and Development Group was busted up, probably because it was just too powerful, so they couldn't let it exist anymore. Research and teaching joined the Computer Science Department, and our group, which would someday become Technology Services, was born. It's called the Computing Services Office, or CSO as the shorthand was. In the spring of 1971, the Computing Services Office leveraged their swanky facilities at the Digital Computer Lab to dial students and researchers into an emerging world. It wasn't exactly an information superhighway, but you could get on the internet here in Urbana, though technically it was called ARPANET, and once again we had the Department of Defense to thank for that. There were about 25 computers on it nationwide, and back then they were delivered on a truck, and you could still walk inside of them. And we are up there at the top, as you can see, right next to Utah and MIT. In May of 1971, when CSO was formed, Neil Diamond was topping the charts, and here on campus, you could see REO Speedwagon at the Red Lion, and it would cost you 50 cents at the door. If you missed it, they are playing in Peoria this fall, and I think the average ticket's about $250. Okay, so Technology Services had a big birthday this year. We turned 50. We changed our name and our look 3 times. By the way, it's not printer paper up there. That's the old punch card system, where if you wanted to use the internet, you took a piece of paper that was beautiful and fine, and you punched a bunch of holes in it, and somehow computers understood that. That's how it worked. Our home base, the Digital Computer Lab, has also changed, having dramatically expanded while retaining its original building. It is now nested inside of other newer buildings, like a Russian doll. Technology Services today, well, we've basically, no matter what we call ourselves, we spent the last 50 years helping transition emerging technology into foundational services that people have come to rely on. Right now, there are about 80 of them, and most of you use them pretty much every day. To make that happen, we employ about 300 some odd people. We're scattered across campus and across the U.S. And when we say people, we mean everybody associated with UIUC, students, faculty, staff, retirees, affiliated organizations, you name it. We are here to help everybody. Particularly relevant to you, Technology Services operates a research and innovation branch. The Data and Technology Innovation Lab works with data, prototyping, research consulting, and social media analytics. Our research IT group exists to help researchers with technology. If they cannot help you directly, they know someone who can. None of which I can take credit for. I am here because I know games, having studied and made games in the professional, educational, and any dev arenas. If your research happens to involve badges, gamification, incentivization, or game dev in general, reach out and ask for Michael. In terms of our resources, we have a whole lot of them, some of which are free, some cost money, but even at the at-cost resources like the cloud provided by Amazon and Microsoft, they're cheaper than you might think. To stick with the ballistics theme, our beloved tech giants have unleashed their proverbial cash cannons and are vying for your attention and future loyalty in the form of cloud credits, which just means free time using their services. Essentially, if anything smells cool, they're like, we have lots of credits and are better than our competitors, and we want to help you. So reach out, you might get some free stuff. There has basically just never been a better time to start working with cloud computing, and Tech Services is here to help. So I am almost done here. A common thing you're going to hear from all of us today is contact us, reach out. All of us think that all of you have good ideas worth exploring, but none of us, with our very cool resources and knowledge, can help you unless you initiate that connection. If you don't already know where else to start, visit go.illinois.edu/researchit, or if it helps you remember it better, research it. Either way, reach out. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand it off to Jamie to discuss CITL's Innovation Studio.
Thanks, Michael. So I'm Jamie Nelson. I'm Assistant Director of Emerging Educational Technologies at the Center for Innovation in Teaching and Learning on campus. And actually I also work as an Associate Director of Educational Technologies at Geese College of Business in their Disruption Lab. I like to pretend that I'm Q, if you've ever seen James Bond, the kind of the tech guy or whatever, whether that's accurate or not. But anyway, okay. So I run the Innovation Studio and the VR Lab. Those are in 172 Armory building on campus. Our social media tag is CITL Spaces. So if you go to Facebook or Instagram or that kind of thing. I do want to do a shout out because our social media person in my cohort over at the Innovation Studio had a baby this morning. This is her pre-having a baby, Megan. So shout out to her. And let's get in here. Let me show you a little bit more about what we do. I do want to also throw out that we have open hours are Tuesdays 10 to 4. So you can just walk in. Anytime you can go to this 172 Armory on Tuesdays 10 to 4, walk in and experience what I'm about to show you. You can also make appointments outside of that time. Okay, we made this page so that people coming into the space would know, what can I do here? I just wandered in, what's going on? I guess I should also say that our space, and probably most everybody's space, is open to anybody. So it's the public, it's faculty, it's staff, it's students, it's local schools, whoever. People can come in and experience these kind of things. Our little piece of, so think of us as a makerspace, and you'll learn more in a second. It's to empower people through the introduction of technology. So, not to paint this picture necessarily, but I'm an English major. I would never do laser cutting or VR maybe, but hey, no, you should see this because it might affect how you do things in the future. Hopefully, through the introduction of these technologies, people will make a better world. Okay, so what can we do? What's in our space? What's going on here? We have 3D printing and 3D scanning. And this is the kind of stuff you can do. And games too, if we're just getting down kind of to brass tacks. Actually I have, it's a different color than the one shown on the screen. But you can make game pieces. This is 3D printed of an actual student that was scanned. So this is really, a person. And so imagine, going home over Christmas and we're playing Monopoly. Oh, I'll use my figure. Anyway. And you can do busts and other stuff like that. And so those are some examples. There's a lithophane where you can convert, where you can convert 3D, a picture into 3D. And when you backlight it, you can see the image. But let me get through some other stuff. So we had students visiting us. We were, along with some other labs on campus, we did some pointing to this. We helped out during the initial phases of COVID and 3D printed a bunch of stuff. That was adjusting the mask so that people were comfortable, healthcare workers were comfortable. Okay. We have a laser cutter. This is a simple laser cutter. What's cool about campus is, and you'll hear more later, this is a simple, relatively cheap $3,000, just over $3,000 laser cutter, and it's a great place to get started. But campus is so great, there's other facilities that you'll hear about later with more powerful lasers. And here's just some of the stuff that students have come in and done with the laser. So, and it really just opens up people's minds, I hope, to, oh, wait, I could do this and I could do that. And before I was like, I don't think I could even do this, but you can prototype and do all kinds of different things. And we had some entrepreneurs in the lower right there that were kind of etching on wood and stuff like that. And of course, we have virtual reality. We have 10 VR stations with an instructor station. So if you want to try out VR, if you want to work with us to find the right VR experience, or you've just never done it, that's what we're here for. As with most developments, VR development goes first to games or high industry and less to education, but we're hoping that will build over time. And we'll probably talk later, because I think on campus what we'd really love to have is kind of that pipeline of developers or student developers to kind of get what our faculty are thinking and projects into reality. That seems to be what we're missing most of. And this is our own behind the camera man that you can't see, trying out our mixed reality glasses. That's Magic Leap. We also have HoloLens represented up here. But then there's other simpler things like iPads where you can look at anatomy. There's a special shirt and and augmented realities there. We have a Black History Month exhibition that we did in the middle there, and there's some other stuff. And of course, gaming. This is about gaming. I happen to be the staff advisor for Aligning Esports, which is the premier gaming organization on campus. So if anybody wants to contact me and get in contact, it's really a student RSO, but I'd be happy to get in contact with that kind of stuff. And they have social gaming hours. They're actually doing a make-a-thon this semester. Which isn't just programming, it's also, hey, what about music score? Hey, I'm going to make a music score for our make-a-thon or gaming make-a-thon and that kind of stuff. So just some of the stuff we do. Other stuff, let me wrap it. We do all kinds of different things, different engagements, all that. We have some robots. We have a clean box that uses UVC light to disinfect our headsets so it's safe to come in, and we wear masks and all that kind of stuff. So I think that's it for me. Let me get back. Alex.
Thank you, Jamie. Hello, I'm Alex Gabata. I am the Medical and Bioengineering Librarian and Interim Head of Math, and I'm currently the Director of the IDEA Lab located in the Granger Engineering Library. So I'm going to talk about our lab currently. That is the storefront door right there. So if you've ever been in Granger, it's located in the lower level west of the library facility. So kind of give you a little background as to how the space came about. So what we evaluated is that most of the tech-rich spaces in academia, not just here at Illinois, but across academia, higher education, are embedded in specific academic departments, so mechanical engineering, fine and applied arts. Those tend to be the ones that adopted these technologies first for their students and faculty. So some of them incur costs because it costs money to provide these services, and they need data. They need to be able to sustain themselves. Many of them can be understaffed, so there may not be necessarily enough people there to help you learn how to use a laser cutter or use VR. So as you walk in, you may kind of be on your own. So, and then we think that a lot of these things end up creating kind of a lack of belonging. So if I am a English student and I walk into a lab in the ECE building, although I'm technically welcome there and it's open, I may not feel like it's like I am really out of place here. I'm not an engineer student, I'm not an electrical engineer student. No one's really here to help me, although they do, they're awesome there. So there are quite a lot of barriers to access that we've determined. So we think that's kind of where the library came into it. So as I said, it's in the lower level west of the Granger Library. There is kind of a rough isometric rendering of our lab there. It was established in 2016, which I can't believe it's been 5 years already. It's open to everybody, just like our peer organizations here. So although it's embedded in the engineering library, it's open to all the faculty, students, and staff across campus, and it's open to community members as well. We believe because it's in the library, we are a high traffic facility, so we get Granger Library in itself gets about 1.4 million visits a year. So after ARC and the Aligning Union, Granger is the third highest traffic facility. So we're able to kind of leverage that just hot community in the facility to get to kind of get people interested in our services. And because it's a library, we think, and it's not for any specific disciplines, we think students feel it's safe to learn out in the open, because I'm not going to worry that someone's going to give me a bad grade or someone's going to judge me. It's the library. Everyone here is there to try cool things, and CITO, I suspect, experiences the same along with the Fab Lab and the other spaces. Most of our services are free. The only one that actually incurs a cost is 3D printing, and if you bring your own 3D printing filament, we actually won't charge you for staff time. It's free. We're not here to make money off you. We're just here to try to make sure we have enough filament supplied. The services actually are marketed towards beginners, although they're available to everybody. We deliberately try to reach that population that doesn't have ready access to these technologies, because we believe that's a huge population. And that might include many of you as well, because you're not in the department that has these labs. You may not fully understand them. But as Jamie mentioned with the English students, we really want you to experience these technologies, because you never know when they may be useful to you. So they're kind of the three pillars that we try to approach the space. In the Idea Lab, we provide technology, expertise, and community. And community, I'll mention a couple times, is probably the more important one, but it's the hardest really to build, because it takes time to build it, and it tends to be overlooked a lot. So we can start with the toys. This is our visualization theater. It's a set 13.5 by 8 foot wall, 8K resolution for high visualization. It's turned off, unfortunately, at the moment, because I couldn't find the key to the chassis. But we have our immersive learning lab, so that is currently where the Esports students, that's one along with CITO, that's kind of one of their other home bases. It also is where VR students, the VR Student Club meets, the Hack for Impact student groups meet, and a bunch of other students. It's not going to look like this anymore after today, because we just received our 10 new gaming workstations, so we will be deploying them in this space. So it'll be for teaching and learning about immersive technology. So if you want to use it to teach a class or to have students come in afterwards, please let us know. We have our Discovery and Informatics Lab, so these are multiple screens. The Hack for Impact group loves using this room. They do a lot of programming and coding, so it's got a nice large visual right there where Bill Michaud is pointing to. So it's also for just meeting groups. We have our 3D Design Lab, which has 2 high-end workstations that have Visual Studio, Unreal, and Unity. And we have the Valve Index and a few other headsets in there. So it's for anything that involves 3D modeling. You want to build a game, you want to build a VR experience, that's what that space is for. And we have a number of groups doing that now. We have our new usability lab that we're kind of spooling up. So we have multiple cameras that are all composited together using OBS so that a monitor can watch different angles of a, not a patient, what am I, of somebody sitting there as they're either interacting with an app on the phone, or they're looking at a website on a computer, or any other number of usability testing. And we have kind of a VR angle to it, and I'm going to show you in a bit a new piece of technology I just bought. But if you're interested in usability research, please let me know. Our new STEM Business Lab, there are 2 workstations that have proprietary business data resources on them. So if you're interested in that, please let us know. Our new STEM Entrepreneurship Librarian does many consultations there. Our pitch room, so if you, we support a lot of startup groups, a lot of incubator groups, so they use this space to do practice for their end of the semester presentations. They present to clients and to sponsors from this space. And then our innovative design rooms is effectively their collaboration spaces, and we have these nice collaboration tables with Solstice immersive pods that students can plug to wirelessly. And lastly, our 3D printing studio, which I just bought a bunch of new 3D printers. We have the TAS 5, the Prusa, and then we have a resin printer there. We have a bunch. We pretty much have every headset ever made in the last 5 years, including the Valve Index. We have the HoloLens 1 and 2. And then our Actic-Leo scanner, which is for high-end scanning needs. So if you want to scan something to reverse engineer, create a model, and then 3D print it, that's effectively what it's for. This is our new toy, the HP Reverb G2 Omnicept Edition. So it actually has embedded biometric sensors for heart rates, pupil size, where your eyes are. It tracks your eye movement. It tracks your heart rate. It tracks the movement of the muscles in your mouth. So if you're wanting to do any research around virtual reality experiences, and then you want to pretty much track someone's reaction to the experience, this is effectively what this headset is for. So we do expertise. So if you need help locating, accessing, training, and emerging tech, you want help integrating these technologies into your research or instruction, we can help you with that. And if it's not something that we understand, we have referral. We can refer you to one of our colleagues here because we all know each other. Mm-hmm. We have workshops that we do, and again, I market these towards beginning students. This pre-pandemic, so they were very well attended. We would have 30 plus attendees to this, so there was a huge interest around workshops on campus. And then lastly, community, we have VR and VR Club at UIC. Illini Esports uses the space. We're one of the health maker labs, along with actually COTL and Fab Lab. And we work with the senior design classes in engineering and Hack for Impact. But community we think is really important because it kind of encourages that sense of belonging. If you're walking in and you see your peers. So visit us online if you are interested in learning more. It's just go.illinois.edu/idealab. There is Granger Bob reading a book with a headset on. And I'll turn it over to my colleague.
Hi, I'm Eric Kurt. I run the Media Commons in the undergraduate library. Like everyone else, I'm just going to talk very quickly about some of the services and resources we provide in our space. So we've been around for a little bit, since 2013. Like I think everyone here, our job is to provide resources and expertise to faculty, staff, and students of the university, in and around, for us, digital media and emerging technology. So I always like to show this photo real quick just because we started very small. We basically started in a closet with a single camera and a backdrop, and we've kind of grown from there. Now we have 4 different studios, the largest of which is our immersive media studio. It's a 20 by 20 professional video studio that we've started to adapt more towards emerging technology. So in and above traditional video recording, we do data and immersion recording. So things like VR and XR and recording where you are in a space. so that in the future we might use stuff like that for things like holograms and other crazy kind of futuristic things. But of course, you can still, do a traditional kind of video or audio recording. We've also got an audio recording studio, right? So a multiple person with enough space to bring instruments in. These services aren't, specifically course related. So once again, for gaming, if you're interested in just, creating tracks for your game or recording music or, building something, you can do that as a personal project in these spaces. Lots of inputs so you can plug in what you need, lots of space to kind of move around and do what you need to do. And then we also have self-use booths, right? So if the first two larger spaces are intimidating and you just want something, you're a single person that's kind of coming in on your own to create something, you want something that's easy to use and available whenever you want it, we have self-use audio and video booths. So these spaces are kind of gaming adjacent, right? It's not necessarily creating games themselves, but all the things that come in and around gaming creation. Recording soundtracks, the voiceovers for characters. In a video studio, we're working on building in motion capture so you can actually record motion to then employ into your game systems. Like we talked about and like with this group, right, we have emerging technology spaces. Right now they're dedicated to virtual reality, and like Alex and everyone else, we have lots of different VR headsets, the Valve and Oculus and everything along those lines. And then as we move along and as we've talked about, as new things come along, those spaces may evolve to be something else. We have learnable technology. So we have two different tiers. Most of our learnable technology is a free service available once again to everybody on campus. Lots of digital media and technology equipment available in the undergraduate library, as needed. And then we also now have what's called Pro Gear Rental, which is kind of a higher tier professional equipment, very kind of top level expensive equipment that's available as a cost recovery model. So it has a cost associated with it, but a very small cost, just enough so that we can continue to kind of provide the service, and way less than you might be able to, say, rent equipment of this level kind of anywhere else. And then ignore everything I just said because we're closing. No, we're actually moving to the main library, but all of our services will still be available. We're kind of distributing what we do, but all of these things will continue to be available. All of our media, all of our technology, all of our expertise, we are still here and we'll plan to be here for some time. Like everyone else, we are here to help you. We don't know what we don't know, so if you are interested in technology, if you're interested in digital media, reach out to us. That's what we do. That's what we want to help with. You can reach us simply at mediacommons@illinois.edu or our website, mediacommons.illinois.edu. And I think, like Alex said, if it's not specifically us, we know a lot of other people around. We're happy to get you connected with the expertise that relates to your interests and relates to your field. And I think with that, I will turn it over to the Fab Lab.
Hi, Lisa Bevenou. I'm the Director of Informatics, which manages a number of different programs. We have the Informatics Minor and Informatics PhD program. We're soon to launch the Game Studies and Design undergraduate minor. When we do the graduate minor, we'll be doing that as well. And we also have the Fab Lab, which we've had. The Fab Lab has opened a little over 11 years ago, and it's been part of informatics for about 7 or 8 years. And so I have helped navigate and support and build the Fab Lab to what it is, along with lots of other people, by the way, to what it is now. So, wrong way. In addition to offering services to campus and being open to the community, we spend a lot of time promoting community access. In fact, it was founded to be a 50-50 proposition, community and campus. And so it's Champaign-Urbana Community Fab Lab. It actually has an original charter that lays that out. It started as a completely volunteer operation. There was a little bit of funding from the Chancellor's office to buy equipment, and that is it. There was no staffing provided for it whatsoever. So this was completely built with community volunteers, many of whom had affiliations with the university, but it was designed to bring in the community to campus to have access to these kinds of resources. And so we have maintained that, and while there might be a little bit more campus usage, especially through COVID, because we had to close to have open access, it still is maintained pretty much 50-50 community and campus. You can come in and use any of the so just to give you kind of rotate through some of the rooms in the Fab Lab, it's grown from, we took the second oldest building on campus and basically renovated the first floor of that. And we started in about a third of it and then grew, and we're just about to expand to the rest of the first floor of this building. We're adding a couple of printing presses. So there's a new faculty in the School of Information Sciences, which I think I forgot to mention. Informatics is hosted by the School of Information Sciences, and so the Fab Lab is now also hosted by the School of Information Sciences. So there's a wide variety of tools and resources that are available at the Fab Lab and open to anyone. The key to the Fab Lab, I think, is that there's no expectation of prior experience, that it's staffed that way so that anybody can walk into the door and there'll be staff there to assist, do pretty much anything you want to do with any of the tools that are there. It's very welcoming. People can come in, make mistakes, not know what they're doing, and then iterate and improve it. And so that's the whole philosophy, is the iteration of design from idea to improvement, and finally products that you're happy with what you wanted to do. So some of the resources that we have there, laser machines, there are now 2 laser machines, 3D printers, some resin printers, which are really nice for game pieces because you get really high resolution for small pieces. There's a CNC router, sewing and embroidery machines, small electronics room, vinyl paper cutters. We also have some digital equipment, so there's computers there and software that's on there to do design, both 3D and 2D, cameras that you can check out. Not quite as high-end as some of the other spaces that are represented on the panel here, but it's, as I said, open to anyone. Anyone can come and check it out, and we're also open in the evenings and staffed in the evenings with people who can help, which is a nice feature. We just recently did a nice video, and that's one of the things that everyone says. It's about the people who are there. It's about how welcoming it is, and they're open at night. So a lot of student projects will come in, and some of the staff there are flexible enough to even stay open past our normal hours so that students can finish their projects the night before they're due. Right? Let's see. So some of our programs, we do teach courses. There are some game design courses that are being taught there now, a makerspace course, an escape room course. We also host other departments' courses or parts of their courses. So there's a game design course in education that comes for a couple of weeks, and then the students come back and finish projects there. There's an English course that goes there for a couple of their classes. Lots of different courses so during the day, that's one of the things that we're not actually open to everyone sometimes during the day because we have classes in there. We also do quite a bit of community programming, after school programs, summer camps. We have weekend workshops and those are typically for adults, so you can come in and learn how to use something, you can design something. There'll be some coming up now. We always do some sort of holiday thing where people will come in and for a workshop and make some ornaments or something like that. Definitely check out the website to see what those workshops are and what's going on. We also are, we've done research, so, and we're going to be ramping that up as well probably. But we just concluded a project working in the middle schools in Champaign and Urbana, trying to understand how maker spaces can support learning for people with different abilities, and both learning disabilities and physical disabilities, and then also how those types of activities, not just how they can use them, but how it supports their learning, in different ways than typical traditional learning methods. Those are our current hours. Right now, we're recommending appointments, and to use some of the machines, it does have to be by appointment, but you can come into the lab. And I would definitely welcome everyone to come in and just see the space. But go to the website and, check the hours. We're open quite a few hours, as you can see in the evenings. And come see what the equipment is and what you can do, what you can make.
Hi, my name is Neil Pierce. I'm the new Lab and Equipment Operations Manager for the brand new Siebel Center for Design, where we are sitting here today. As all of my colleagues here on the panel have been showing amazing pictures of people using these tools in action, I can't share that because we've only been open for about a month now, and we're still actually setting up our shop spaces. So I was very excited when Eric first asked me to join this panel, because we're discussing the gaps on campus where there are missing resources that aren't available to students and to anybody interested in making. So I found myself in the very fortunate position of being able to gear what we're setting up here at the Siebel Center to those gaps, so we can identify them and then start working towards fulfilling that need. So right now, we offer room for all kinds of things. We have room for collaborative design, room for ideation, room for prototyping, fabrication, and media creation. We are here for designers, artists, engineers, hobbyists, professionals. We work with teams, individuals, class projects, and personal projects. We are trying to accomplish this through offering space, resources, and support. So we are somewhat unique in that we have a combination of large collaboration studios, like the one we're sitting in now, and we have several others throughout the building. We also have a makerspace and production shop on the lower level. So we have laser cutters, 3D printers of various different types, large format printers. We also have our production shop where we have heavy duty woodworking equipment. So if you're looking to take that prototype and make that next level version so that you can really show off your product, we can help you with that as well. We also try to offer some unique tools that just aren't available to anybody outside of specific majors. So right now, we are the only place on campus that offers a water jet cutter where you don't have to be in a specific engineering class to use it. And actually, I believe the only other one on campus is at the MEB, and they're doing some renovations, so they're not available either. So we're getting a lot of engineering students coming in to make use of ours as well. And the most common question I'm getting is, when are you going to be open? When are we going to be able to show and use all of these awesome shop spaces? Well, we're going to be opening the shop spaces this coming semester. So in spring of 2022, we'll be opening our doors. In the short term, though, if you're interested in seeing what's going to be available or saying what you think should be available, please reach out to me. I've got my email address here, which is npierce@illinois.edu. You can also find us through the Design Center at illinois.edu website, and you can find contact information to get a hold of us there as well. So another aspect that we're very excited about working with this group about is we have our media studio that we'll be setting up. And this is a really flexible space where right now we're starting to imagine what we could be doing here. So we're working with Eric to talk about, what can we do in terms of AR and VR data capture. We're working with theater department professionals on, what can we do for audio recording so that they can start incorporating that into their work. So if you have a need that you feel is not fulfilled elsewhere on campus, please reach out and we'll talk about how maybe we can help fill that gap.
Thank you, panelists. Great job. now we have an opportunity to, for questions and answers, and we'll start out with the room here. Does anybody have any questions for the group?
Yeah, great job, everyone. I love all the spaces and all the work you've done. It's a question about, over the years, the student, faculty, staff, grads, faculty that come in, and just store, it's because it's always about the people and the projects and what develops. And I've heard a few stories of the person that walked in initially just to discover, like all of your spaces are meant to be. But then if you think back a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later, or even with the student case, a massive project that a month later came to fruition, you have stories of folks who kind of walked in a novice, and then years later, you're working with them and they're doing stuff, and you've seen their vision grow or their project come to fruition, that kind of thing. Or just get involved with students in particular, maybe they get excited about a discipline or a class or an approach or something. Where have you seen people develop maybe?
I mean, we see stuff like that all the time, but the more recent things that I'm thinking about is we had Rosalba Hernandez was kind of interested in technology and how that's social work. She was doing a study kind of on, hey, if a person is in dialysis, I mean, they're just sitting there, there's nothing to do. Let's put them in VR. There's a relaxation scene. I mean, these were her visions, and she came in with no, I don't know, and we kind of, showed her what's going on. And then, she got a grant, so she got enough money, and some people in CITL, we have some developers that are helping her with that. And then kind of as a result of that, then I have 3 social work faculty coming in and just, doing kind of pre-made activities that are in VR and stuff. But there's a bunch of little pieces like that. And of course, some people have enough money, so they come in, hey, let me see what you're doing here. I'm gonna buy my own and create my own, wherever it is as well.
Yeah, I think, it's a little cliche, but I think we do all things, right? And it's not a sales pitch. I mean, we really do, especially in the Media Commons in our largest studio, we built it to be very versatile. And because it's built versatile, we get the gamut, right? And so, it's everything from, the chancellor coming in for something or, interviews with important people on campus, all the way down to students who are freshmen and saying, hey, I heard about this, I'd like to come in and mess around. And we're happy to accommodate all those things. I think for me, the things that we like seeing is the students who are early on or in college media or something like that, or in an RSO and just kind of learn about it and just, almost start out a little timid and are afraid to use it. They get in there, they use it once or twice, they realize it really is for them, and then they grow from there. And we've had several people who started out like that, who've ended up coming to work for us and, just helping us run the studios, which then helps them access the studios, bringing their RSO groups and things, and you just like to see that growth, right? From, am I really allowed to use these things? Am I really allowed, I know you say that we can come in and use a video studio, but is that really true? And then, when they find out that yes, they can, yes, it is fairly simple, they come back and they kind of grow with it and they find, not only is it good for their school projects, but we've had people, we still, building their YouTube channel or recording music or doing whatever that interests them personally. I mean, we're here to accommodate all those things.
Yeah, the Fab Lab has had lots of people start businesses. They got started at the Fab Lab doing something and it developed into a business. There are 2 designers who helped. They were volunteers in the early development of the Fab Lab, and they are now businesses in town. And one of them has moved away and gotten, they have branches of businesses. And there's a couple 3D printing businesses, jewelry making, lots of things. And not all of them are students or start out as students. Many of them do start out as students, but it's a combination of community members and students a lot of times coming together that kind of put these business ideas together. And that's been really fruitful at the Fab Lab.
Good.
Thank you. This has really been wonderful. I actually had a question that sort of builds off of what you were just talking about, Lisa. I'm curious, I know this is true for the Fab Lab, but I'm curious more generally about all these spaces. To what extent is your mission and are your resources there for the community and kind of the land grant mission of the university, as well as serving faculty and students. So if you could just kind of speak to that a little bit more. Maybe we already know that the Fab Lab does a brilliant job there, but are these other spaces also kind of reaching out into town as well as Gown?
Yeah, so we get, at the Innovation Studio, we've had elementary students come in. I'm just trying to think what else. I mean, because we're on campus, we're in the Armory, it is hard, parking's kind of stinks and stuff like that. So of course we get more university stuff. But there's been many a time when we've hosted other people. We also are kind of a resource for the world, actually, because they find, let me look up VR Lab, and all of a sudden our space happens to pop up, or VR Illinois, and everybody pops up. Hey, we're trying to do this. So it's that kind of stuff that happens.
Yeah, I agree with that. While some of our spaces may be limited by technology for people on campus, so for instance, reservation systems work through Illini, through our iCards. So there are some limitations there, but our consultations and expertise services are wide ranging. We definitely have talked with other schools, other libraries, high schools. Our expertise doesn't really have a limit to it. So, it's a lot of certainly a lot of what we do and a lot of what we're happy to do.
And I was just going to add, something else popped in my mind. Sometimes what happens is other people are doing outreach. Ruby Mendenhall, who's kind of does a lot of stuff with Health Maker Labs, does her community outreach, and then it kind of comes back, hey, the kids are going to design 3D stuff. Can we print it in your shop and stuff? So there's that kind of stuff as well.
Yeah, I was going to mention the Health Maker Lab. So it is a competition that's available now to everyone in the United States, regardless of their affiliation with the university. And we actually have a lot of community members from not only in the area, but across the country who have won. And I've been a sponsor and I've been a mentor for several of those projects. And they have access to our spaces, to CITL, to the library spaces, and actually to Fab Lab to kind of help them with their project work. So I've had high school students. I've had a father and son team in Chicago who were building a great product. So it's we see that approach to supporting citizen science as a really important part of our mission.
So it's so exciting to hear individually each of the things that you do, but I'm also super excited about the emerging technology group, because it seems to me that there's a great deal of synergy between you. I hear you all saying, oh, we have this and then we have this, and you obviously are trying to coordinate in terms of the kinds of services you can provide, and then as a whole, campus-wide, it's really an unbelievable set of services. So I'm wondering what you see emerging technology becoming, your group, this sort of network collaboration that you represent, in terms of further facilitating that larger vision. So for example, a kid on a Sunday afternoon, his homework's done the next day, he can't get a laser, he's in a makerspace class at the Fab Lab, all the laser printers are taken, and where is the nearest laser printer that's available to him on the Sunday afternoon, right? In which one of these spaces does he have to go to each of these websites and then try to figure out, are they open that day? Is Symposium Center for Design open yet? No, they're not open yet. Do I wander over there? How do I find out? And then I see real potential for who does that work, right? I mean, the way the university funds, it's very much like, you have your funding, you have your funding, you have your funding, you have your staff, you have your staff, you have your staff, and you guys have to kind of do this on your own, that you coordinate together. What would you need? What would you need in terms of resources to sort of take that next step up on a sort of a campus-wide? So Technology Services does this. You have this experience of coordinating across campus. What would it take to coordinate these spaces in this sort of geography map of services to students, to faculty who are researching, to faculty who are teaching, to community interests? What would you need? What would you want?
Please go ahead.
At the time that Siebel Center for Design was a design and not a building, there was, a lot of people were getting together to talk about what is the space, how does it affect the other spaces, there should be a network of spaces on campus. whether, we call them maker spaces or, whatever, but multi-resource spaces. And there was actually a proposal to do some staff sharing, have staff move around to spend some time in each of the labs so that there would be some understanding of what happens at the other labs and what's available, and you could then better recommend other spaces on campus for someone to go to, no matter what lab you were in. But at a minimum, there does need to be, there needs to be some staff support to coordinate that kind of network. One of the things that Rachel, the director of SCD, was doing last year was to understand the network that was available on campus. And so I don't know if this is a mission of SCD. I don't know if you know that, Neil. But if that became a mission of design spaces on campus and a network of labs that people could go to.
So I actually can speak to that. That is part of our mission. That is one of our goals. And in fact, that is one of the things that we are open and offering now. So while our shop space isn't open at the moment, we do have our concierge team available here in the building. And these are student employees, and they are, we have given them the information that has been captured both through discussions here with my fellow panelists, but also we did some questionnaires. So we reached out to all of the different maker spaces, even the ones that are closed, where you have to be within a specific class or within a specific department to use them. And we tried to get all of those details, so that way, if you come into us and ask, hey, I've got this project, I'd like to take it to the next step, but I don't know where that is, we can try to help point you in the direction of the next resource that you need. And whether that be internally with us or that being sent over to one of these other amazing spaces across campus. We just want to make sure that all of those resources are known and can be utilized without someone having to do hours and hours of research to find that, oh yeah, there is this great place tucked away in the Armory building or in the basement of the Granger Library or all of these other spaces that might be hidden to a student who isn't in those buildings every day.
The most painful thing that I hear with our space, especially, is, I wish I would have known this. I'm a senior. I wish I would have known this.
Yeah.
So it's important. I think we're all, making strides to that piece. Go.
I was just gonna say, I mean, that's very similar to this, what this group's, one of our founding kind of ideas is, we've kind of evolved. We started as maybe more of a informational, let's everyone get together and see what's going on internally across campus, to more of an action item, like let's actually make some advancement with some of these things across campus. And one of our first initiatives is to literally get an inventory of things on campus. And so we formed some subgroups, and there's like a media subgroup and a VR subgroup and a gaming subgroup. And let's find out as much as we can, what are the spaces, what are the resources, what are the research for these areas, and collect those in a way that does make sense. And so hopefully you can have a simple starting point, whether it's coming in to Siebel Center and talking to those people and they direct you to the same people. But our hope is that we get the resources going where they need to go. One thing we find in technology a lot is similar equipment is purchased over and over for research projects or in other departments that are used infrequently or once or twice or whatever. And if we can combine the people who need those things, we can have that technology, those resources, that equipment go further than it might otherwise. We want to make the whole process easier and more efficient for the people who want to do these things.
Yeah, and I'll add that the library is actually working with Siebel Center, with Nicholas Potacom, the operations manager, to build we actually have a design director research page that where we've actually tracked all of the makerspaces on campus. There are over 100 of them. We have all of the courses that kind of align with these concepts in the student RSOs, and then we're adding incubator groups and also grants to there. So this is actually a service, a tool that exists now. It's in beta stage right now. It's being used by the concierge team, and we're slowly kind of ramping it up. But we'll be deploying it across campus in a few weeks, hopefully, so that anyone who's interested in learning about UAV drones or something, you can put that keyword in there. It's going to tell you the courses that you can take. It's going to tell you the RSOs that are kind of doing this, and it's going to tell you the spaces on campus that support it, so that you get this holistic kind of approach, because it takes multiple things kind of like the resources space and support technology expertise community. You need all of those things to really successfully take something on. So
Now, part of that question was, what do we need?
money.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking, staffing,
Yeah.
which the money is the problem with that
Right.
most of the time. Programmers and developers, because so many times we get excited faculty, I want to do this. And there's even things that people have ideas about that would, empathy. Empathy hits, social work, psychology, but then it also, believe it or not, hits accountancy. Justin Levy in accountancy is big on empathy. But if we could get a group of programmers, or, whether it's professional programmers or the kind of that student uplink, that would be great. And then the money thing too, equipment. It was awesome, we got an influx of money from tech services, but that's not, that was kind of a one-timer. I wouldn't mind building industry partnerships or something.
I would add that it would be really beneficial for us if we were given money by tech services that we then gave out to faculty, and through that process we were able to kind of get a sense of what people are doing across campus, and we were shocked to learn, at least I was, that there was a tremendous interest in VR from every single college and every single department. We had 63 applications from 49 different departments. So, and that was undergrad, staff, faculty, it was everyone. And we were like, well, everybody wants this. And if we had funded all 63, it would have been over $700,000, which we didn't have. Of course, we had a lot less than that. So we think that if we were able to get that kind of support from campus moving forward, that we could continue funding these different technology initiatives, and we can also at the same time get a sense of what's happening, so we can strategically kind of look at these ideas.
It's not about us gathering funds internally. It's not a power grab or anything. It's making sure that any funding that comes in goes where it should. Finding interest and making sure that we can assist getting those resources go where they might do the most good.
So Seattle had the same experience in VR when you were offering money for VR projects, that people contacted you for projects because they couldn't do it on their own, right? So this is the key. You have these teachers and they think, oh, I'd love to incorporate this, but what we're missing is the infrastructure that would support them through the development of those things, right?
Exactly. Right now, we have to rely on, ready-made, store-bought things, pretty much, that we can help. But if they want to do anything outside of the box, they're just,
So it seems like this is really an area where cross-campus collaboration, with money coming in that could be shared across your network, makes the most sense, right? So rather than a way that you can show need across, so that you can absolutely demonstrate need there in your story of those proposals that you could not fund is a great empirical sense of the desire and the need. So we have these resources, but then there's this infrastructure that you can ask for. I'm just trying to think of ways that the energy around Games in Illinois, which is a sort of a network vision, can be a platform from which we can establish this need and ask for these things that don't accrue to your different missions but go across. And some of those are really obviously happening in a really exciting way. How can we sort of, continue to grow on that and to sort of envision the ways to get these really specific resources, these teacher resources, these student resources. I had a follow-up really quick about the library.
Sure.
So you said that these amazing undergrad library initiatives are going into the big room, but they're being distributed in a sense.
Yes.
Are there goods and bads there in terms of what's going to happen, like the identity of the undergraduate library? And
I am not at liberty to speak on. No, I'm just kidding. No, what I mean by distributed is, for a perfect example, is our emerging technology, our large studio, is actually going to Granger in their Idea Lab, because what we found is that as that specific space evolved more about emerging technology, it actually made more sense in the Idea Lab than it necessarily does in its current space. And so we're distributing where it potentially makes more sense. We will, all of the self-use spaces, the video studio, loanable technology, that will stay within the main library where, once again, the patrons are, right? So loanable tech makes sense, go where the people are, and that will stay there. So we built from the undergraduate library from a little corner, and we conquered, and I planted flags, and now we're just continuing out, to amass our lands.
That's sounds like you're taking over campus a little bit.
A little bit at a time.
That's very
Campus-wide
exciting.
risk.
Yeah.
Any last questions? We're at the end of our time.
Nope.
We'll take
Please, you go
one
go
more.
ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Jamie, you mentioned English majors, and I know you just said that you got all these, all these departments who were interested in the VR. And, Geese has the disruption lab, engineering obviously knows about these resources, but are you doing any outreach for, humanities or other areas that might be interested in these but don't know anything about them?
So I would say, although we're the engineering library, we get faculty from all over campus who come to us. I know that's the same for them, and that's the same for them. And then we we refer things to each other depending on whether we have the technology or the expertise. So we do, I think as a cohort, we do a pretty good job of reaching out. So of course, that's not to say we couldn't do more. It's just a matter of bandwidth. If we were to have more resources, I think we would be able to. And then we also work with Atlas because they're also one of our partner institutions, and they have a VR service, for example.
There is a possibility of doing a little more, the digital humanities is kind of one toe step for humanities folks. But a lot of the great work the library does and the folks there, it tends to be grad students and faculty. And John Randolph, there's our folks doing digital humanities with undergraduates, and that's an opportunity to connect better with humanities, I think.
One simple metric that we do both for our studio reservations and our learnable tech is we ask, what department is this for class or personal? And we don't care, right? Like if it's personal, that's totally cool. But that assessment data allows us to look and see who's using our stuff. And if we find that there is a large number, say, of a humanities course or English or something like that, we then use as an opportunity to reach out with the instructors directly and say, okay, it seems like a bunch of your students are using our studio or our learnable tech. Can we talk about what the assignment is or what the course is or what the syllabus is? And maybe we can work to make that even better than it is. Moving away from that kind of passive usage of our services to more of an active role, and we just want to improve what it is you're trying to accomplish by being aware of what's going on.
Yeah, I say the best way for us to market it is we could send out emails, we could have digital signs. We're such a big university, it's almost paradoxical. So we might as well not have the resources because they're not easy to discover because there's so much being thrown at people. So I've always found the best way to market it is through other people. That's how I've always built my relationships. Is I know Jamie and I know Eric and I know Michael and Lisa and Neil and other colleagues, and they all kind of tell like, well, great, Granger has this new HP reverb that actually happened. That's one of the reasons I bought it too, is because we had faculty who needed it. So please help us market ourselves too, because we're trying to find everyone who needs help, and it's a little difficult sometimes.
I had just one last thought, building on Judith's point about the great network effect that you all have created, and that and the magic of that funding that's kind of across units. So then it's like it pulls everybody in, right? And that can be a little bit. And there's previous conversations, especially with media. Those concierges, the students that walk in the door, then they're working with you. Would it be possible if there was a little bit of funding that was universal for the network and was applied for students to sort of then work across the labs and develop their expertise across their disciplines? Would that be a good thing, and can we ask for it now?
I mean, I think one thing that this group has done very, very well, and the success that we build kind of off historical, just being together in VR Illinois and all those things, is that we're not siloed, right? Like I'm not trying to get everyone to come to the media commons. I am more than happy, there's enough to go around to distribute where it's needed, right? We know what each other's expertise is. And we do not hesitate to say, you should talk to this person, or, I think your project and its resources maybe makes more sense going somewhere else. As I said, I think there's more than enough of this to go around, and I'm not concerned about trying to stake that claim.
But what if there was funding that said we'll fund student staff with the idea of serving the network, so they do 6 months with you?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah. We will not say no to that. That is a great idea.
Yeah, staff and resources, great, awesome.
Nice.
Okay, well, thank you for watching this. Thank you all for attending.
Yeah,
Thanks
thank you,
to the
everybody.
panel.
right, well, welcome everyone, and thank you for your patience. It is so good to have folks here in person as well as out there in cyberspace. We have a panel now about game studies research. We have 4 panelists who are here with us in person as we enter whatever new normal is being forged. And as part of that new normal, we also have a couple of panelists who are connecting via Zoom. We're going to start with our Zoom panelists, and then we're going to move to our panelists who are in the room here. And let me just very, very quickly give you the names and, if you will, the department or unit for our panelists. But one of the things that I find interesting is that they're doing such innovative and kind of transdisciplinary forms of research and teaching that their home departments doesn't really begin to describe what they're about and what their research is about. So I'm going to let you learn that from their presentations today. We're going to have mostly people talking with some slides, but we're going to also go old school for one of our presenters and just focus on language. And then there'll be time for some Q&A, I hope, at the very end, all right? So thank you again. We have, at the beginning of the panel, we're going to have Mara Thacker and Chris Bailey, or is it Christopher? I'm sorry.
Chris is just fine.
Okay, and I'm just gonna say that I consider them to be connected with the libraries in interesting and complicated ways, and you'll learn more from them. And then when we come into Meet Space, we will be just working our way down the table, and we're going to start with Jacob Fisher, who is in advertising, and then with Christopher Ball.
Either's fine.
Either's fine, from journalism, and then Mike Tissenbaum, did I get anywhere close on the pronunciation? Who's in education and curriculum and instruction, and Chad Lane from psychology. Pardon?
Educational psychology.
Educational psychology,
right.
My bad, I apologize. But thank you all for being here. I'm really looking forward to hearing more about your research, and I will let Mara and Chris take it away.
Okay, I did want to ask real quick as we get started, is there any possibility that we could be turned to see the audience? If not, that's okay.
I can try.
It's happening.
Let's see if
It's happening.
And there you go.
Yay!
And they're even waving to you. What a great audience.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and get started, and since we did have our tech delay, we'll try not to use our full time, so we can make sure to have time for the Q&A. So Mara and I will be talking about game studies research and collections at the University Library, and we're going to start out by giving a brief introduction of ourselves. My name is Chris Bailey. My title is I'm the Information Sciences Librarian, and I'm visiting faculty. I work in the Social Sciences, Health, and Education Library, and we'll be talking a little bit more about our library structure in a moment. One of the areas that I now cover is game studies research. I actually have a background in 3D animation and game design. I have an Associates in Applied Sciences degree from Parkland Community College here. I have a bachelor's degree in Media and Cinema Studies. I have been our Information Sciences librarian full-time since 2019, part-time since 2018, and I am taking over responsibilities for scholarly research related to game studies within the library.
And I'm Mara Thacker, and I suspect I'm a little bit of an outlier here, but I'm the South Asian Studies and Global Popular Culture Librarian. I'm in the International and Area Studies Library. I'm in charge of the physical gaming collection, so the actual games you get to play. And my own background is in literary and cultural studies with a focus on Indian popular film, but due to a whole confluence of factors that we don't have time to go into, I'm taking over large portions of what were the undergraduate library's popular collections, which includes the games.
So just to give a little bit of a background for anyone who may not be as familiar, the University of Illinois Library here in Urbana-Champaign, we have what we call a departmental structure. So we have multiple separate libraries housed within our main library building, as well as other satellite libraries that have their own buildings. Both my library, the Social Sciences, Health and Education Library, and Mara's library, the International and Area Studies Library, are in our main library building. Mara, did you want to talk about IAS a little bit?
Yeah, so IAS is the official home of the Global Popular Culture Services, but the square footage is tiny. I don't know how many of you have been in there, probably none of you, but we don't have a lot of room for collections. We're mostly people and service focused. So most of our collections are housed elsewhere, which includes the games, which is an ongoing question I'll talk about in the next slide. But basically, we cover international and area studies, so things published elsewhere outside of the United States. But of course, for global popular culture, the funny line is America's in the globe or on the globe, so we include that as well.
We have a very large library collection. I believe we're the second largest academic library and fourth largest overall in the United States. I believe it's Library of Congress, New York Public Library, Harvard, and then us. I think that's the order. Over 14 million print items, 280,000 ebooks, 12,000 films, and 650,000 maps. And we're very excited to maybe one day have a really big number about game studies and video games that we can put on one of these slides.
So I wanted to start with where are the games and things that we're going to talk about, because that's sort of a moving target. So for now, the physical games are still at the undergraduate library. They're considered part of the media collection, but the undergraduate library collections are currently, like as we speak, in the process of being moved elsewhere. So most of the media collection and comics have been moved already, but we're working on a permanent home for the games, which will be accessible and browsable. It's likely that these items will end up in the main stacks, in which case I anticipate having to develop some really good finding aids. Right now, the circulation policy is that you can have a 1-week loan period and can be renewed up to 3 times. So next slide. I wanted to give a little bit of a hint here. So if you're looking for actual physical games in the library, then a helpful term to know is realia, because that's the category or format that they're going to show up for in the catalog if you want an actual physical game and don't want to see the books about the games and just kind of want to browse everything we have. We have games in all sorts of categories: card games, strategy, puzzle, educational, and more. We recently purchased 6 new classic games, for example, based on student requests. Another new area for us is crowdfunded games. So for example, we backed the Flamecraft campaign that's going on, which you may have seen. I can't wait to see what that looks like. Or yesterday, I submitted an order for Moku Tower. One thing for you all to know is that I do take requests. So if there's any games you think would be particularly useful, please email me and let me know. The collection that I manage is as much about the students' recreational needs as it is about any sort of academic need. So we also have video games and consoles, part of the media collection. We actually have a lot more video games than board games, but both are there for recreational and academic needs.
So I'm going to talk a little bit now about my half of the gaming collection, which is the game studies research materials. So while we're inheriting this from the former undergraduate library collection, I'm also kind of viewing it as like a fresh start to sort of define what this is. And my goals for the game studies research collection is that it's a collection in support of our users. So as I think about the direction and scope, what we want to do with this collection is to curate a collection that supports the needs of the students, the faculty, the staff, and the community. I want this collection to contain a mix of print and electronic materials. While we've been hearing that print is dead for 20 years now, the truth is that we still have many people who are on site, who want to come in and pick up a physical book and sit at a table and spread them out and study and do their research that way. And the goal is to find a good balance between those materials. And then again, we're focusing on scholarly and research-oriented materials as it relates to game studies in this collection. And collection growth is well supported. We're starting small, we're looking to grow. We have great funding to support this collection and support of our library administration. So we're excited to see what the future holds for the collection. I wanted to briefly put up this handy little map. This is the first floor of the main library building. Over here, we have the east side, the east entry where it says East Lobby. That's also known as the Marshall Gallery. If you were to walk in the east entry and make an immediate left, you will find the south side of the Social Sciences, Health and Education Library. And this crudely drawn yellow square is where my office is. Feel free to come in and say hi. I do have a hybrid work schedule, so I'm not always in the office. You can send me an email or a message on Skype if you would like to arrange a meeting. And just around the corner from my office in this crudely drawn yellow circle, that is where the physical game studies research collection is located in the stacks in the Social Sciences, Health and Education Library. So what I'd like to do now briefly is I wanted to showcase 3 examples of game studies research materials that we already have that are ready for you to use. The first is a print book called Queer Game Studies. It was published by University of Minnesota Press back in 2017, currently located in the Social Sciences, Health and Education Library. Our undergrads and staff can borrow the book for 4 weeks and get 10 renewals, up to 10 renewals. And our graduate students, faculty, and academic professionals can borrow this book for 16 weeks and get up to 10 renewals. We also have materials that give a non-US perspective, such as Loading, the official journal of the Canadian Game Studies Association. This journal is in French. So if you do not speak French, you may want to, maybe we can find something for you on the next slide. This comes to us, it's an academic journal, and it's from the free e-journals and erudite open access journals. It is open access, it is DRM free. The abstracts are available in English, but the full text is only in French. Another option, this is an ebook, Game Production Studies. This is brand new, it's from 2021. And it is also open access, DRM free. It comes to us courtesy of JSTOR. So anyone can go online, go on our catalog, search Game Production Studies, and get access to this book for free, read the whole book, and as many users as we have can access it simultaneously. You can download the whole thing. It's open access with no DRM. Which brings me to the next slide, which is about requesting materials. This collection is new and growing, and we need your help. Everyone out in the audience, everyone listening across campus, please, there are going to be gaps and key resources in this collection as we're getting started. If there is something you know that we are missing, send me an email. It's cbailey3@illinois.edu, or you can use the suggest a purchase link on our library website. And I will work with you to obtain the requested materials and then notify you when they become available. We can often get electronic resources with options for multiple or even unlimited simultaneous users. And some materials, like the ones that I showed recently, can also be obtained open access and DRM free. So we went through a little quick because we knew that we had our tech troubles and wanted to make sure everyone else gets their time and also have our Q&A. Mara, do you have any closing remarks?
No, just thank you. And I'll probably turn the video off while everyone else is speaking, and I'll be here listening, and can't wait to the Q&A.
Excellent. One last thing that I did want to mention real quick. I felt that I had to, that we couldn't really have a panel about game studies and games research without briefly acknowledging Jerry McDonough, who recently passed away. I first read some of Jerry's research back in 2013, years before I ever considered becoming a librarian. I finally had the opportunity to meet Jerry when I was a student at the Graduate School for Library and Information Sciences in fall 2015, and we occasionally conversed over email the following years. And I would not be on this panel. I'd probably not be a librarian at all if not for Jerry's game studies research on virtual worlds. And there are many other librarians who now work in the University of Illinois Library, like my colleague Yali Feng, who's our psychology librarian, who also would not be librarians without Jerry. So I just wanted to say that the library is with the iSchool and with the campus, and remembering Jerry and acknowledging his influence and what a tremendous loss his passing has been. Thank you. Sorry to end on such a downer note. I just wanted to make sure that I had the opportunity to talk about Jerry a little bit. Thank you.
Chris and Mara, thank you both very much. I appreciate that. Let's give them a hand. And do stick around. We're looking forward to the Q&A period. Hopefully we'll have at least a little time for that. But now we'll bring it back into the room here in the Siebel Center in 1050. And Jacob, will you like to take it away? Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And I assume I need to use the mic for the stream, right? Do I need to be in front of this?
Nope, you're good.
Oh, okay. Cool. So I just wanted to talk about some research that I've been recently doing using video games to understand other processes. So I know that in game studies we kind of have some people who are studying games themselves as the object of study. I am a little bit orthogonal to that, where I use games as a means to study other things. I've used games to study things like social behavior, to study things like attention. And today we're going to talk about some of the work I'm doing to understand attention using video games. So we know that attention is critical for understanding media effects. If you've done any work looking at media, you know that in order for media to do something to somebody, usually you have to pay attention to it. Of course, there's some other research in subliminal effects and these sorts of things. But also, and this is kind of an interesting twist in the last few years, is that especially over in psychology, neuroscience, cognitive psychology, there's more and more work that's using more naturalistic sorts of tasks, like video games, like in-person behavior using games, to understand cognitive and social processes that in a more real-world setting. So kind of taking things out of the lab and doing it in a more real-world setting. And in my work, I use video games because video games are a really nice, happy medium between traditional media stimuli like videos, narratives, stories, and traditional cognitive psychology sorts of tasks. Like if you're familiar with things like the flanker task or the Stroop task or all these other cognitive psych tasks that are very tightly controlled. And video games can let us maintain some experimental control by modding the video game while still being engaging, something participants actually want to do. They're not just sitting there for the extra credit and hating their life doing the study. So some of the things that I'm interested in this space are like what limits our attention, what are the capacity constraints that we have on our attention, what motivates our attention in digital spaces, and then how the design of media, the content features of media, influence our attention and guide our attention in certain ways, especially positive or negative ways, so making us distracted, making us more focused. In order to study this, I built a video game called Asteroid Impact. That's an open source video game. Originally, we developed it in Python, in Pygame, but I've since moved it over to Unity so that I could run it online. And we recently adapted it and tested it it's on Google Cloud Run now, so it's a containerized deployment where as many people can play it as want to without server lag or anything like this, which is nice. And it also enables us to manipulate things like how rewarding the environment is, how much cognitive load is happening, how much working memory you're having to use, what's happening perceptually in the environment, whether there are lots of visual, auditory things going on, only a few visual or auditory things going on. And it also enables data collection. So this is one of the things that I really like about this game that we developed, is that it lets us collect things like reaction times, the position of the cursor on the screen, and it logs all in-game events at 10 millisecond resolution. So we get pretty much everything that is happening in the game. And we also compared its accuracy to other traditional toolboxes that are used in psych and other areas like Psych Toolbox. And so some of the things that we're interested in is, first, we've done quite a bit of work in flow, so how intrinsic reward, balance of difficulty and skill, and also extrinsic reward can drive people to be very focused, very engaged in the game environment. We also do, we do quite a bit of work with cognitive load, so how many rules you have to remember, these sort of higher order working memory heavy processes, how complicated the instructions are, how many rules you have to remember, how much you have to update your representation of the rules in your memory. And we also have done some work with perceptual load. So this is increasing difficulty of just how easy the environment is to see, how easy the environment is to hear, whether there's interference in audio or visual processing. And some of the topics that we've done with this are, I like to do my sort of bread and butter research areas in multitasking. So when we switch back and forth between different tasks. I've also done work with ADHD. A lot of my dissertation work was in understanding attention in ADHD in these naturalistic environments. Doing visual attention versus auditory attention, so whether we're paying attention to something with our eyes or with our ears and how those interact with each other. Also intrinsic reward, so if the difficulty or skill are balanced or if they're not balanced, how does that influence people's attention and willingness to invest effort? Also been doing some work with distraction, when we can pull people away from a primary task and get them to do something else. Also, I've done some work with fMRI and EEG, studying the underlying brain networks and cognitive mechanisms under these processes. Decision making, when people choose to do a certain task over another one and why. And then also media use and attention issues, so the sort of media effects, are our phones turning us into mashed potatoes with no attention spans sort of things. And then a lot more. So this is just kind of a teaser of some of the work that we've been doing. If you're interested in any of this, feel free to get in touch, and I'm glad to share more.
Thank you very much. That clocked in at just over 5 minutes, so beautiful. Glad to see it.
See if I can hit that target.
I'm sure you can.
If it's one thing I've never been called, it's succinct. All right. Hello, everybody. I am Christopher Ball. It is great to see you all in person. I'm sorry if I haven't met you before. I started right before the pandemic hit, so I'm still getting to know a lot of people in the room. As was mentioned previously, I am a professor in the Department of Journalism. I am not a journalist, so that makes things interesting. And we'll be talking a bit about my research and what differentiates me a bit. My background's actually in applied sociology, so I consider myself an applied sociologist first and foremost, but I also have a background in media and information studies. And I'm an avid gamer and budding game scholar. This is what the lower half of my face looks like. I hope to one day see the lower halves of your faces in the near future. And I have a number of lines of research. I'm kind of like an intellectual wanderer, where I kind of just go wherever my interests take me, which might be problematic when it comes time to go for tenure, but we'll see if I can make it work. My first line of research involves digital and STEM inequalities. And I also look at interactive media effects, such as virtual reality effects, video game effects, and whatnot, which leads into game studies, very broadly speaking. I approach game studies from a social science perspective most of the time, but I also like to try to dabble in a more humanistic sort of perspective and a design perspective whenever I can. I want to take a few minutes just to chat about some of my recent game-related research. One of the first studies I wanted to chat about was one that I conducted with some colleagues at Michigan State University, where we compared the educational effects of virtual reality and augmented reality, particularly when conveying science information like solar system information. And when we did that comparison, we found that there were pros and cons to each of these two mediums, where virtual reality scored higher on things like feeling present in the virtual environment, engagement with the content, as well as visual attention. But in this case, augmented reality tended to perform better in terms of audio information retention. So there's pros and cons that we might want to start to investigate further, and that might play into consideration when choosing which technology is best for this particular class over another. I also have a study looking at how video game play might serve as a potential technological bridge across the digital and STEM divides. This is based on a project in Birmingham, Alabama, where we surveyed about 4,000 kids in elementary school, and we asked them a bunch of questions about
their computer self-efficacy, their gaming habits, their STEM attitudes, these kinds of things. And what we found was that students that played games, particularly games on computers, and had gaming self-efficacy also resulted in higher levels of computing self-efficacy, which ultimately positively influenced their STEM attitudes overall. To switch gears a bit to a more humanities-related perspective, I've also analyzed particular games. Hopefully everybody here has heard of Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, a AAA title game that dealt with mental illness. I did a case study with a colleague looking at Hellblade specifically and how it portrayed mental illness. And we also analyzed over 30 development diaries from Ninja Theory as they were making this game. And we did a framing analysis of this game to see what made this game so different. Because a lot of games deal with mental illness, and it's in a negative way, a stigmatizing way. Hellblade didn't do that. It is one of the most highly reviewed games while also dealing with this particular issue. And we analyzed the way they were able to pull that off by bringing in mental health professionals and whatnot to consult on that game's development. And a recent study that we conducted looks at virtual reality adoption during the pandemic. At the start of the pandemic, there was a bunch of news articles about how VR headsets were selling out all over the place. Makes sense. We're all trapped at home. VR can let us go anywhere, right? Well, we wanted to look at that. And so we did a small online survey to see if pandemic-related things like being worried about people's health might increase their likelihood to purchase a virtual reality headset. But more importantly, we wanted to see what were people doing with those headsets when they got them. And we found that people that purchased virtual reality headsets during the pandemic were more likely to use it for things like education and work. Of course, gaming and watching movies and these kinds of things were still the #1 uses. But the pandemic might have broken open the floodgates a bit on the kinds of uses that are now being accepted with virtual reality, which we think is really exciting. So that's a small survey of some of my research interests. I have many more, and so I look forward to talking to you all more about those later today and hopefully in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. That's really interesting research and, again, brilliant timing. We're really on a roll now in terms of trying to get us back on track. And now we will let our eyes take a rest from the big, bright board, and Mike is going to speak a little bit about his research.
Sure. Yeah, my name is Mike Tissenbaum. I'm an assistant professor here at the College of Education. And my work looks a lot at this sort of intersection between physical spaces, technology, information, and the people who move, learn, interact within them. And I find for my work that games and simulations, and I like to blur those lines a lot, are a particularly fruitful way of thinking about these kinds of things because they allow us, as other people have talked about here, develop narratives that maybe would be very difficult to have exist otherwise in the world, allow kids to tackle complex topics. We can decide how we want to bound the limits of it, right? But often with my work, it's about creating the games from the ground up. There's been a lot of great work on, using games in educational contexts, but oftentimes in some of those cases, you may have to, I'm thinking of ones like Civilization, right? There are people who've looked and seen how people can learn history or engage in that, but it's bound by mechanics that were never really designed to support learning per se, and so you have to make tough choices about what the kids are doing. There are other more open world ones. I know Minecraft, I can tip my hand where there's more space to sort of do some things like that, but for me, I'm really interested in what it means to create those spaces and then design and then see how kids learn and collaborate in those. I'll talk briefly. I don't have any slides, but I'm not sure it would necessarily do it justice anyways. One of the projects I'm working on right now is this game called, we call it City Settlers. And in City Settlers, we actually transform the entire classroom into sort of an immersive game space in which kids manage cities, much like, say, Civilization or SimCity, But where they sit in the room, so, in this case, we have people sitting sort of at desks, we would cluster them a bit more, and then we would overlay that with a map of the territory. And the features of the game, be it rivers, natural resources, trees, fish, animals for hunting and other resources, where they're sitting in the room, that's where their city sits. And so they have access to different resources depending on where they are situated within their classroom. And because of this, it's actually designed for them to, we keep it fairly open-ended as to what it means to win in this game. This is another thing. A lot of games are designed to, this is how you win. And we're not actually all that concerned with a particular win condition. We're very interested in these notions of complex systems, often combining things like ecological studies, history, economics, civics together, right? And letting the students kind of define what it means for each of them to win in this game. Now, there might be metrics that they can draw from to evaluate what that means for them, but we keep it, again, very unbounded. So what we see when we have it play is kids will start building their city, and each group's doing things, and then you'll see kids do things like, oh, we want to be the richest city, so we want the most resources, right? And then you'll see other people who are like, oh, we don't want pollution, we want the cleanest city. And as they're building and things happen, like one group is doing a lot of mining to get resources. Oh, and that starts to pollute the river or the areas around it. It impacts other cities in the map, and they actually have to get up and go talk to each other and develop negotiations and do all of this work. And so it's not, what they do is they start to understand all of these factors that are often taught in classrooms as isolated things, or are talked about as complex things, but are so, they don't get the chance to live it, makes it very hard for them to understand it. So by having them play and experience it, right, both as an experiential thing, but as a spatial thing too, as they move around and talk with each other, we start to get understandings about how they learn and connect all of these factors together. And another piece about this that we're really interested in is how the collaboration forms. Because kids can set their own goals, we often see collaboration that's often divergent. And this is something that often in classical notions of learning science research, collaboration is effective when people converge on the same understanding of a goal and then work towards it. In games like this, you may have actually very different goals, but for each of you to have your own, reach your goals, you have to work with somebody in some way, even if your outcomes are different. And so this term that we call divergent collaboration, which historically would have been considered unproductive, is actually in these kinds of environments extremely productive and can do things that, previously we may not have understood. And so we start to look at the mechanisms that can do that. And the last thing I'll say is we know this in games, conflict, right? And anger and all these things can happen, especially in multiplayer games. And so one of the things we're studying right now is actually how can that be a positive trigger, right? We often see it in games where someone's like, why did that happen? Or, oh, why did our pollution go up? Or why did these people do this? So it actually drives them to dive deeper into the underlying mechanics of the game and the socio and political and all of these things together. And so we're studying this right now to understand how we can promote conflict as an actual positive outcome for learning. And I'll stop right there, and I'm happy to talk more about it.
Thank you, Mike. Again, interesting research and perfect timing. Chad, do you want to move here and be with this laptop?
Chris, if you don't mind doing the keyboard for me, I can just stay here. Is that cool?
Let's see what that security thing is.
It's because it had a YouTube video linked into it.
I'm not seeing that. Let's see if I can.
I think you just have to click enable
Yeah, if you just
external content for
go over
this
here.
session.
And I don't
So that
have
you can-
access to that. That's the projected screen. And I don't see it on my monitor. Let's try it.
Oh, I see your mouse in the bottom corner.
Yeah.
There you go. Click on the, oh, you might not
Yeah.
see the video.
There we go.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to let me know.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everybody. I'm Chad Lane. I'm an associate professor of educational psychology, also with appointments in computer science, CNI, and informatics. I swear to God, Jacob and I did not coordinate our outfits today. I do know, though, he's part of the Costco cult with me. Am I right? Yeah, right on. So yeah, we're matching it on the ends here. So I've been working with educational games for a while. I don't necessarily consider that kind of the central aspect of my work. I'm more of my background's in AI. I've always worked in kind of educational settings. And so I kind of view this as a collection of techniques along with AI and techniques for engagement in games and interesting research questions in education, trying to pull all of that together and help make sense of what does it mean to have a powerful learning experience. I also do a great deal of my work in informal settings, where the student sort of has some agency to make decisions about how long they spend, how engaged they get. There's no real test at the end. So it's a greater challenge, I think, and I have a really short video that illustrates this. So enjoy.
Awesome! I'm blasting all the state capitals. Oh, take that, Salem, Oregon. Wait a minute, this game is educational. That'll teach you to teach me.
So that moment where Bart realizes he's learning something, he throws down the controller and walks away. That's sort of a lot of kids, when they hear educational game, they think about this. So the work I do, I'm trying to think of ways to overcome this challenge, and it is getting better. Okay, cool. Here's a few examples of some of the best, in my opinion. So the one on the left, which is, I don't know if you can make that play, but so people can watch, but that's a game called Zombie Division that was developed at the University of Nottingham. That's okay. The design integrates math learning with the gameplay in a meaningful way. It's not like you play math, or you do math to earn yourself some gameplay time, which is the way a lot of commercial games did it in the early days. But this is a guy named Jacob Habgood who designed this, and basically you have to go around and kill skeletons and zombies by selecting the proper weapon that will evenly divide the number on the chest of the enemy. So they are old Olympians, and so there's a whole backstory, and they have these numbers because Olympians wear numbers on their chests, and so it's a really fun game, and his results were fantastic. He showed really strong learning gains, high engagement, sort of hit all of the right outcomes. On the right is a game called Future Worlds, which, Mike, you might be familiar with from NC State. It shares a lot of goals, Mike's work with building sustainable cities, and this is on a big tabletop in a museum where kids all get around and think about their design choices and how to design cities and places to live. So I just like to highlight some of my favorites. Let me tell you a little bit about what I'm doing here at Illinois. So I've been fascinated by Minecraft since my kids started playing in about 2009, 2010 when it came out. And that's turned into a couple of grants to look at it pretty carefully. I probably don't need to tell you how popular the game is, how engaging it is, how it continues to maintain its really intense popularity. This is a picture I took of a young man in one of the camps we ran in the Fab Lab about 4 or 5 years ago, and I just love the picture because just look at what he's doing. He's got the documentation on the left monitor. He's got the command line open in Minecraft. He's issuing a relatively complex command there to do something. He's looking at the log of events while he's playing, and he's got a Diet Coke. So, I mean, it just doesn't get any better than that. I mean, he's probably 19, 20 by now, and he's probably doing this exact same setup, but working with Python and developing applications and everything. So anyway, I'm pretty amazed at what happens when kids get locked in with Minecraft. And so the biggest project I have is called WIMSI, which stands for What If Hypothetical Implementations in Minecraft. And we've basically simulated a bunch of alternate versions of Earth. So I'll show you an example. We also have implemented a bunch of exoplanets that have been found. And so we want kids, the theoretical framing of the project is to trigger interest. So we want to stimulate interest in STEM broadly, astronomy and engineering specifically. And we ultimately have kids explore these worlds, make observations about why they're different, how habitable are they, and we have them build habitats that would increase their chances of surviving on them. So we've got a lot of interesting worlds. We have a launch base that they can explore. We have a moon base where they can learn about the basics of habitability and different needs that humans would have to survive. They learn about the threat of radiation, the need to have water and air to breathe and food to grow. This is a planet where answers the question, what if Earth was a moon? So what if Earth was actually orbiting a larger Neptune-like planet, and you can see a huge Neptune in the sky? We have different places on the surface of the planet they can go, so they can experience a massive eclipse, and then being this close to a large planet would wreak havoc on certain parts of the surface. That's why they see all of the volcanoes and everything. All of these things are designed to get kids excited, engaged, and see if the interest is developing. This is one of our exoplanets, TRAPPIST-1e, I think. And you can see we play with shader packs and everything to increase the fidelity. By the way, we have a lot of scientists on the team that are looking and helping us build these worlds with the best fidelity we can achieve with Minecraft. We have a back end that does some pretty cool tracking of learners. So you can see we get exploration maps. How do they move around all the maps? What do they do? And we can look at, this one is a grid we draw to see how much of the map they go look at. So we just count these squares up and that gives us a number to look at. On the right is some basic tools that link their activities to STEM interests. So it gives kind of a profile of these are the related ideas that they're connecting with: civil engineering, electrical engineering, variety of things. And that's basically all I've got. So I was going to mention Mike's comment about, you can kind of look at what are kids learning from off-the-shelf games, or you can design your own games. We're kind of living in the middle of that, where we take a highly customizable game and try to configure it in ways that are driven theoretically by creating interest, but also leverage the best of what's already in Minecraft: building, exploring, collaborating, but in a way that's directed at educational goals. And so I'll stop there.
Thank you, Chad. That's really good. Can we get Chris and Mara back on the big board?
We can try. There we go.
Hi. Welcome back. I think we've got 5 or 6 minutes for questions, right? I think we've got that much time that we've managed to preserve. So I would like to open it up to the floor to start with you. If you've got questions for any particular panelists or for the panel overall. Dave.
Yeah, question for Mara and for Chris. Some of the library's most celebrated game-related resources are in RBML or in archives. Now, they're obviously not going to move those, and the approaches to using them are going to be appropriate to the care and stewardship of those materials. So, but I'm wondering, in terms of linking them with the rest of what you're doing descriptively, or what plans do you have for that?
Sure. So eventually, some of those materials will migrate to the new special collections. I always forget the name because it seems like the name keeps changing. Special Collections, Archives, Research Center. That will be in the space currently occupied by the undergraduate library. So eventually, most all materials in RBML archives and the special collections will migrate to that facility. And in terms of getting them linked up and that sort of thing, that's certainly a challenge that we will have to tackle probably after that move with finding some metadata schema to link them in the catalog so they're all searchable together, putting together finding aids, probably developing a dedicated website on the sub-website on the library site devoted to game studies that collates and curates all of that material. So it's definitely something that we're thinking about.
It's actually kind of a perennial challenge in the library that a lot of people have different kind of overlapping interests and areas of coverage. I mean, I see, like Chris is saying, that there may be some web pages and other things developed. Certainly, we work together with RBML regularly, when they say, if you see anything that would fit in our jurisdiction and count as a rare book, we can purchase it. So there can be collaborative purchases and things like that. And then I also see some possibilities maybe for some collaborative programming and events and things like that. But it's essentially just a micro case of what happens in the library regularly anyway. And I hope that fully answers your question.
Thank you.
Judith.
Hi, those are wonderful presentations. It's so exciting to hear across the breadth of what game studies research is. in all its different approaches, using games as research, or researching things not having nothing to do with games, well, related, but and studying games themselves, and then studying games in use, and then studying games. So it was a very wonderful presentation. If you think about yourselves as a community for a moment, so we brought you together into this round table to say, look, we have a community of people on this campus across units who are doing this research. Is there anything you need? And we brought some of our library people to say, we have these resources here. But because you're in different units, there's no sense in which there are resources dedicated to game research, right? So there's no, what would you need? Can you just imagine what sorts of resources, what sort of collegial support, what sorts of events that could get your research more visible on the campus and more powerful in terms of our campus looking outwards to say, this is what's happening in our campus here. Do you have any ideas or thoughts on what we might do as a community of scholars? What sorts of resources we could ask for, what sort of events or processes, just anything that you can imagine if you could sort of remake, a world for yourself in which you're doing the research that you do. What would that look like?
I think, Judith, one of the things that we talked about, I think last semester, was having some sort of central information repository of some kind, like of the people on campus who are doing stuff like this. And maybe we talked a little bit about things like stimulus sharing and like having some sort of place where you could go look at, hey, here's all the people on campus who are doing what they're doing, and this is what they're doing, maybe the materials that they're using, if those materials are open, if they're not open. That sort of thing would be interesting, at least for somebody like me, just to kind of know who on campus is doing games-related stuff and how I can learn more about what they're doing for potential.
Maybe a weekly colloquium?
Mm-hmm.
It will become game studies.
Cool.
Well,
500?
Thank you. I wasn't intending to make an entry to talk about the future game graduate minor that we're hoping to do. And the core of that graduate minor would be that our faculty would regularly be able to spend time with our graduate cohort who'd be coming from multiple programs, right? So any program on campus where they're doing this, where they can be sharing their research. We'd have these, it would be 500 level seminars for graduate students in which faculty would be invited to attend regularly, and it would become a place where we could do that. So that's, thank you, Lisa, for picking that up. In terms of so thank you for expressing that need. Do you feel like the campus knows about you?
No. I don't know whether it is somewhat, it comes together, but I'd never, other than Chad, I'd never heard of any of this work. I was taking pictures of the slides. You know what I mean? It's not known unless, T-Red has moments, where we see each other, but I do think it's a fragmented community, which is a problem because there's probably lots of intersecting avenues for research and other things. I will say too that, I think this panel shows, and I don't think this is a surprise to anybody, that game design and study, let's say study particularly, is a fragmented community because it takes so many different disciplines to do it well. And I think this is something else I'm going to add to my thought and say another resource would be, I would love a job board that I could post to graduate and undergraduate students who would like to be involved, because my work takes educational research students, but it also takes CS students, it takes informatics students, I need design students, right? Because a game has to be well designed, it has to be well coded, it has to be, thought out in terms of data collection and analysis and the learning and the curriculum design. And I'd love it if we had applicants to our program that check all of those boxes all the time, but I've hit roadblocks simply because I can't find I need an undergraduate programmer. I just need somebody 10 hours a week for the next 3 months who I'm willing to, literally throw money at and work with them for the experience to help me build this piece of my game. and I don't know where to go. Like the number of times I've written to Chad, like, hey, do you know where I can find CS undergrads or engineering, because some of it's physical, and he's like, no. So I just like throw out to random listservs and maybe I get a bite. You know what I mean? But I think that fragmentation as a whole is a necessary strength in terms of how we bring things in, but it makes it very hard to get the talent in, and I just don't know a way to do that. Like right now, I'd be happy to hire a bunch of students, and I just don't know where to go to reach out to them. I'm sure there's a lot of students who are like, I'd love to be getting paid to work on a game right now, and we're just sitting there in a vacuum.
That connects with something that came up at the previous panel too, towards in the Q&A, that it would be really interesting if the various kind of tech services units had perhaps some way of cultivating and maintaining a network of people that have kind of programming skills. And so it's not just, I think, in the game studies area, but it would be really kind of interesting generally if we could do a better job of what was the term that Jamie used, of sort of uploading those skills into various opportunities. Because I think that there's a possibility for some connection there on both sides.
Yeah, and I think there's a mix of professional, but also the student, right? Like I think, and I don't know what they were pitching on the other side. I think it's really, great. Like I'm sure Siddle and other people have people who I could work with, which would be great. I'd love some of that. But also just the pipeline of students who might be interested in, never were like, you know what I'd love to do? A grad studies program in learning sciences. Because I want to build games and I want to do that, but I'm really excited about learning. It's just, I don't know how to do that. Or as an undergrad, giving them the opportunity to work with myself or anybody at this table and be like, light a fire of excitement in them and have them learn in that process. I think, the game studies program is going to start creating those pathways. But the number of times in a week where I'm just literally emailing everyone I know who I need a designer who can do 3D modeling for a game. Do you know anybody? It's like, no. So I'm just like, industrial design. Anybody? Yeah, I think there's a couple strands there, but I would love to be able to get the student body, connected in, because I think there's probably, a bunch of kids sitting around right now going, I wish I could get involved in building a game.
I think we're going to be identifying them for you, because they're going to be coming to the minor in droves, right? So
I hope so, yeah.
We're going to have a community of students which we've never had before, which is going to be really exciting. And they're going to come from all across campus. We have several dozen units participating, in the minor, offering courses with significant buy-in. And we're going to have just an amazing community. So that's really exciting. So I'm happy to hear, both on the student end and on the professional end and the faculty end, what you need as colleagues. Any other, I know we need to wrap this up, but any other comments?
Yeah, one concrete idea, because I have the same constant need. I got really lucky and met he participated in one of our studies. He was a freshman, loved Minecraft, Java expert. He worked with my group for 4 years, and now he's got a job in Chicago. We hired him as a consultant because he did amazing work. So meeting the students early, getting them locked in so they don't have to work at a gas station or a grocery store, which has benefits. I did that as a kid, but to be able to work on these projects, some of them are just going to jump all over it. If you could hook into the pack of materials that college freshmen get, when they arrive, to say, here's a flyer. If you want to sign up to be, list yourself as a possible, someone we could hire. I mean, I bet you're going to get hundreds. I've advertised in the esports community and have had amazing responses. So anyway, I think getting them early and getting them excited can happen. We'll hire them.
Well, thank you very much. Can we have one more round of applause for this panel? Please share that with Mara, Chris. Thank you all. We are going to end this, but then we're back in about 10 minutes.
Yes, so please stay if you can. Lunch is being served. We already have Ann and Tina are here already, ready for their 12:30 lunchtime presentation. So this is a brown bag. We have some Jimmy John's food, which is going to be...
Thank you so much. You just did it brilliant.
Thank you for having us. All right, well, thank you so much for inviting us to be here today. My name is Tina Kausert, and I have been at the university here since 2014. My undergrad is in deaf education, special education, and my master's degrees are in educational administration and library information sciences. I also have my national boards as well. I've been working here at DRES almost 7 years now. My job is that I work as the deaf and hard of hearing and blind low vision access specialist, along with being the ASL interpreter coordinator and the CART LiveWell or TypeWell coordinator for live captioning as well.
And I'm Ann Fredrickson, and I started at DRES in 2008 in captioning. I have a degree in physics and then a master's in library and information science. And I'm currently the coordinator of accessible media services, and it's our job to make sure that course content is accessible for students. So we deal with both print material and then also videos, but then we look at websites, the LMS systems, anything that they could use within their courses to make sure that they're accessible for a broad range of students.
So we're just going to jump in. Of course, we're talking about game accessibility today. And like Ann just said, a lot of what we focus on is different types of accessibility for students in their classroom right now. And so I just wanted to start with a quick, what is accessibility? Accessibility really allows all of our students to participate, to engage in content, to have the access and the benefit of the same systems as their peers have who don't have disabilities. Accessibility is really about how people with disabilities can connect with the internet and with video games as a whole. So these next couple of slides, we actually took from Keith Hayes. We thought they were pretty appropriate for this part. So why is accessibility important? There's a lot of reasons why. Basically, it tends to really benefit everyone if it's done appropriately and created with the, whatever the object is. If it's done from the beginning and created from the beginning with the intent of making it accessible for everyone, then it reduces needs for modifications. It reduces the structural access barriers that we have. It also anticipates different diverse needs. It's certainly a very timely thing. It's thought of and prepared for ahead of time. And accessibility really is just an aspect of inclusivity. But what accessibility is not is just a one-off change, like click, I turned on the closed captioning, we're done, we're accessible, or just a certain feature or enhancement that you go and just turn on and then you're done. Accessibility certainly is not arbitrary. There's a great need for it. And I think probably one of the most common things that we hear is that a lot of people really consider any type of accessibility or accommodation as some sort of unfair advantage. And it's really and truly not that. It's also not done just because you have to. Legally, we're required to. Ugh. It should be done because we want everyone to have access. And really, it starts out with when you're thinking about video games, who do I want to play my video games? If your answer is everyone, then you've got to think about how does a variety of different diverse needs of people access video games. And so I really, really liked this picture. I've seen several types of pictures like this in the past, but I really thought that this one was a great one that's a little bit different. So just to address the giving unfair advantage to some comment that we hear a lot, this picture, the very first image you see here is equality. It's got 3 people standing in front of a chalkboard. The first person can barely touch the chalkboard. The second person seems to have a pretty good handle on it. They're right in the middle and they can write wherever they need. The third person is in some sort of chair and they can't reach up to the board at all. So this is equality. They're all given the same thing, which in this case is nothing. They just stand up at the board, but not everybody can reach the board with equality.
So what we do a lot of at DRES, and when we're working with students and professors in making their classes and their assignments and things, PowerPoints and lectures accessible, is that we provide accommodations. So for the first person, when they stand in front of the board, we're giving them a block to stand on so that they can reach it the same as the second person who didn't have trouble reaching it in the first place. And the third person in the second image, we've given a ramp so that they can get up and reach the board at the same level as their peers. So that is accommodations, and what accommodating different types of technology or classroom or technique or whatever is for that. But the third one is true accessibility. It's someone has thought, well, what if we just enlarge the board and bring the board down so that everyone can have access to it from the very beginning? And I really like that. And really and truly what we're talking about there is the concept of universal design. But of course, there are barriers to accessibility, and it could be a variety of things like the access to space or the lack of planning. Certainly biases are definitely barriers, different lack of understanding or empathy. Stigma is a huge one, we all know, especially for mental health disabilities, but all disabilities have stigmas. And seeing inclusion as an unfair advantage to the majority is really and truly not the right mindset if you're going to be working with a diverse group of people. Giving no thought to UD or universal design, or worse, specifically avoiding it because this is the way I've done it, I've already got it set up, it would take too long, you're asking me to do too much. Those are types of attitudes that can often be barriers to making things accessible for everyone. So one of the things that we've thought of that can be helpful is to check your own bias before you start creating video games or working with your classes and making them accessible. And so some of our ideas were, we rely, those of us who are able-bodied, rely on our sight, our hearing, and our mobility, and it's just completely unconscious. We need to ask those questions to counter cognitive bias. That's truly 80% of the work. How would I play this game if I couldn't see? How would I play this game if I couldn't hear? Ask those questions early and often. It's truly checking your bias is really about embracing multiple ways to perceive and to interact. So if I could not see, is there a way for me to have access to this game interface? Can I participate with the game, or can I access the menu? If I could only use one button at a time, or I couldn't maintain holding a button, could I complete these intended tasks? If I could not hear, or if hearing was difficult, are there visual or haptic clues that alert me of an important game information that is delivered auditorily? And if you can't really complete a game task in a timely manner, is there a way to turn off the timer so that you can complete the task in your own time, or allow you to skip the task or continue gameplay? These are all just examples of some of the bias questions you can be asking yourself while you're creating these.
Okay, and so one of the websites that if you want to go to a good example of all the different types of accessibility concerns that could pop up with gaming, the Able Gamers website is a really good one. And it's down in the notes field if you do get a copy of this slide deck. But so they created a checklist, and they actually have a guide of like 1 to 10, so you can score your games or the games that you were either developing or playing to see how accessible they are. And then you can also look and see how other people scored games. Next slide, please. And so we're going to now break it down a little bit into the different types of accessibility or concerns that are going to come within your gameplay. And so the first one that we talk about is any motor or physical accessibility that you need to be concerned about. And so when you're designing your game, you need to think about, well, what if a player doesn't have use of hands or could only use their hands for a limited amount of time? Or if it's maybe they have hands, but they have no fingers, or their fingers don't work, or whatever. And so how are you going to change your game or allow for the game to be changed within the menus and the settings, so that way any user could come in and use the game? And so some simple things are being able to recode or change the options for what buttons control the game. One thing that I was reading about this morning as I was preparing for this talk was even for a person with low vision or blind, they might have enough vision that they pull the controller up to their face. And so being able to remap the keys so it's more effective for them up here instead of down in their lap is really important. So I didn't even think about that when remapping the keys. And so it's always about stopping and thinking about how different users are going to interact with your controllers, be it a keypad, a console, game joystick, or a controller, making sure that you can toggle things on and off. Something as easy as left-handed mode is really important, because there's a good portion of the population who's just left-handed, and you wouldn't think that that would be a barrier. And so those are some things that you need to think about when you're thinking about motor and physical disabilities. Next slide, please. The next bin that we're going to talk about is cognitive accessibility. And so these might be people who just, especially now with COVID going around, and we have people with long haul COVID, and it is affecting so many people, or just the stress. You're not always able to remember all of the instructions you were given. And so one of the things, making sure that you have clear directions, so that way the directions can be popped back up, easily controlled. Flashing lights are always an issue. We have a lot of people who have migraines and things like that. I know that I don't like motion, and so I haven't gone to a movie theater in forever, and it has nothing at all to do with a disability as far as I know. But, and I have like the smallest TV I can buy, and I always look for a small TV, and my kids are like, Mom, why can't we get this big TV? So motion and blur, if I could remove that from games, I would be able to play more games. And so that's something that I always look for. And so thinking about the different things that someone with either a cognitive barrier, or if they're stressed out, or they can't remember things, long-term memory, maybe they haven't picked up the game in a while, and so they just, what was I doing? How do I do it? Which controls handle which actions, things like that. Making sure that your map is not too cluttered, or you can turn on and off the different items in the map, so that way you can focus on the pieces that you need. Those are all things that someone with a cognitive disability might need a little more help when playing your game. And so making sure that those steps are into your programming is really important.
So specifically when we're thinking about game players who are deaf and hard of hearing, the first thing that I always think of is the subtitles. I myself also have a hearing loss, and so the closed captioning and subtitles really help me. And not only that, but there are some characters that have really gruff voices, so like demons or dragons that have, certain really low voices, especially if they're gravelly. Those are really difficult for me to understand, because that falls exactly within the area of hearing that I'm missing. And so, and in particular, what pops into my head is Venom. I tried watching the Venom movie, and even with captions, I could obviously hear, rah, 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 but that's all I could understand. So, being careful that you have subtitles and different speaker labels, so that you know who is saying what, instead of just the words popping up on the screen. Making sure that you've got things like controller vibration and subtitles on by default, or to be able to change the subtitles. And one of the things that I think is also important, not just for deaf and hard of hearing, but for a variety of people, especially if they've got colorblind issues or low vision, is being able to change the font or the color of the captions, or the color of the background around the captions, can be helpful for players that also have any kind of like low vision issues as well. So yeah, different options for the appearances of the subtitles.
And then blind low vision is such a large category. We decided to break this down into 3 slides. An important thing to know is that there will be someone who is blind or low vision who will play your game. And even one of the articles I read was talking about Guitar Hero, which everyone has heard of. And so I was reading an article from a blind user who was talking to the developer, and the developer was complaining about, oh, someone asked me if I could make adaptations to Guitar Hero so that way someone who is blind could play my game. Why would someone who was blind want to play my game? And the person he was sitting with, who was his good friend, is like, well, I've heard really good things about it, and I really want to play your game, but I can't. And so it's something as simple as that, knowing that you don't want to create a barrier or exclude anyone from your game, because you put a lot of work into it. And so making sure that anyone who wants to pick up a copy can play is really important. Remember that not everyone who is blind has no vision at all. And as we get older, most of us, our vision goes down a little bit, or we have cataracts, injury, there's so many things. And so it's really important to know that there are so many people out there with vision disabilities that you really need to think about all the different options for them. So we're going to go on and to actually talk about some of the things. So make sure that you have enough contrast, but black and white is not always the best. And so being able to change the contrast, changing color is really important. Make sure that even if you're exploring a cave in your games or whatever, so if it's a dark environment, that there's still enough lighting for people with low vision to see. Maybe able to change so you can toggle some of the visual off, because if the background is so rich in detail, which is amazing, but if the person who is blind low vision can't see what it is they're fighting or looking for, then they don't have access to the game. And so that's the clutter. Making sure that you can have outlines of key features. Being able to change the color or the thickness of those outlines is another option that a lot of blind low vision users would love to be able to have. And they don't always want black and white. So being able to choose the color, because we'll talk about this in a minute, but colorblind people, they're also going to play your games and they're out there. Make sure that you can, with movement, some people can't see movement. And so they know that something was on the left hand of the screen, and then the next thing they know, it's on the right hand of the screen. So being able, with the blur and movement, some people just can't track that, their brain doesn't focus. And making sure that your font is scalable, because some people can see 2020, some people can see 2040, 2200 is where you reach that legally blind stage. And so being able, is your user sitting right in front of a computer? Are they sitting across the room? How big is their monitor that they're using, or their computer screen? And then making sure that there's an option for the type of font is a really big one. So sans serif is usually better. However, some people want the serif. Some people, that is how they read. And then flashing lights, everyone knows flashing lights are always a problem. I was just captioning a video the other day, and the screen kept going in and out on the video that was recorded. And it was about a second. And I had to put a Post-it over the video because I couldn't take it any longer. It was just irritating. And it wasn't causing a migraine or anything. It was just really, really distracting. Next slide. And then make sure that your resolution as you're going up and down, as you get closer to objects, that's scalable. Making sure that you can pause the gameplay at any point, so that way as you're reading the text or as you're interacting with a person, that someone can't sneak up on you. People who are low vision, it might take them longer because maybe they have peripheral vision, but they don't have direct vision. So it takes them longer to read. Once again, color pops up all the time. And some people, because they have no vision, they're listening to all that sound. And so trying to get those particular sounds. And if you have crickets and then you have footsteps approaching and there's bombs going off, that's a lot for one person to adjust for someone who only relies, once again, if they're blind, low vision, on those sound cues. And then being able to make your character customizable. So if you could put a hat on your own character, and then you know, like your character has a hat, so you know where you're at on screen, something as simple as that, or if you can change it in some way so that way it's really distinguishable, is really helpful for people who are blind, low vision. And the last one is colorblind. And so if you are not red-green colorblind, you might see on the image on the right-hand side of your screen is a 74, but if you were colorblind, you might think it's a 71. But so a lot of times you have characters who are red and the vegetation is green in the jungle, and you're trying to attack those people who are red and you're the blue team. Well, the red team blends in with the background because red and green colorblind is a very common colorblind diagnosis. And so thinking about being able to change the colors, change the shapes, don't rely and say, okay, as you get closer, the thing will glow red. Maybe you have a triangle over it. So thinking about the different ways that you can label items, so that way someone who was colorblind could really be able to fully enjoy and not get lost in the game. And then even people who are colorblind or want to remap the controls because for whatever reason, because you might say press the blue button or press the red button, and they're all the same to someone who's colorblind. And that was a very, very short but quick, brief discussion about different things that you can think about as you're designing your game. So hopefully there's still time for questions if anyone has any.
I have a question. Where do I speak?
Can they hear?
We can't hear you yet.
Do you mind coming over?
Oh, okay. This is David, I'm with CITL, and I just want to know if you had any recommendations or considerations for maybe competitive gameplay. How can we kind of like maybe even things out as best we can? I know this is kind of a hard question.
I was reading something about competitive gameplay this morning, and I'm trying to think about what it was. So give me a second to go back through my memory. That's that short-term memory. One of the things that they talked about, and once again, it might be more difficult, and I think about this as also kind of giving people extra time. If you could allow the person with the disability to change their settings possibly, even within a competitive gameplay. So maybe instead of having to hit someone twice or 5 times, maybe they only have to hit twice, or maybe they have extra life where it's harder to hit them. That would be one. If it's a life game where you're attacking each other, that would be one thing that you could do. Is that the type of game that you were talking about, or is it a like search and find, solve a puzzle game? You could add more time or slow the time down for other people. So being able to adjust a certain user's experience.
Yeah, I guess just any, it's very broad, that's probably kind of why it's so ambiguous, but just any type of games, that any kind of recommendations you may have or thoughts. You know, sometimes, you know, some people, like if they're maybe not disabled or have that, they might use that to an advantage, toggle that switch, and they have it gain a little advantage. So I don't know.
No, it's even particularly difficult when there's like money on the line or something, right? because I know my son does a lot of competitive gameplay. And I think of course, my view is sort of like how we would approach classes, allowing, like, sort of like Anne said at the beginning, for the person who's competing to be allowed to make those accommodation changes before they start the game, so that they can go in and change all the different settings and their controls as much as possible, so that it's leveling the playing field, so to speak. They still might be at somewhat of a disadvantage, but at least if they've had the opportunity to make all those changes within the settings before they start, that would help. But yeah, that's a hard one.
Other questions in the room? Come on up and speak to your laptop here.
So thanks for a really interesting presentation. I wonder if you have any suggestions or advice to give about hosting game sessions. In running a game group, let's see, I've had people in wheelchairs. We had a guy with cerebral palsy for a while. The thing is that often people don't want to necessarily talk about a disability that they have, and it's you don't want to intrude on their privacy. Often though, since games are sort of by definition unnecessary obstacles that we voluntarily put in our place, it will only become obvious when the game has begun, that someone is having a really difficult time. And I've been fortunate that the people with whom I've gamed have been very welcoming, very patient. I remember one memorable session with a person with savant syndrome that was really very interesting for all of us. But since these things often sort of come by surprise, because at a conference event, you don't always know who's going to show up at the table. We plan ahead of time for colorblindness. We keep the table size and the width of the aisles such that wheelchairs can get through and so on. But it's often adapting on the fly. So I wonder, do you have any advice for those of us who are planning events that way?
Tina, do you want to go first? Or yeah, I do. I have a couple of thoughts on that. First of all, definitely when you're advertising for the event, make sure that you have a clause at the bottom of either the flyer or the PDF or whatever, that states, if you have any accommodation needs, please let us know by this date and this time, usually about 2 weeks or so before the event. That way, if someone does have accommodations that they need and they really do need them and they need to disclose them, you'll know that they're coming and you can prepare for that ahead of time. So that also sends out a message to everyone who sees it that it is an open and inviting environment and situation. So I think half of it is the mindset for which you set up the event, that you're taking everyone's needs into consideration. And then once they arrive, like you said earlier, there's so much that we can learn from each other, and having a very positive and open attitude and setting up the expectations, like, I don't know, maybe before everything starts, talking about what the expectations and the rules are, blah, 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 and encouraging everyone, even when they fail and mess up, if you've got a lot of people in the room going, oh, good try, man, that was way to go. That was a great run. You almost had it. That type of just energy in the room makes a huge difference. And it also makes those who have maybe even severe disabilities who've come to participate, no doubt they're nervous and they have some concerns. So if they go and they feel included and like they have a really good time while they're there, then you never know. They might be able to, you know, when it's over with, provide you with some great feedback that's both, you know, that can be really constructive for future events that you put on. And it might be things that even the person who attended the first time with the disability didn't think of, but after experiencing it, they might have some new ideas for you. So, and honestly and truly, that kind of information does get around, like within the disability community, where there are places that are open and accepting, then people with disabilities talk. And so you might find that the next time you hold the event, you've got a lot more people that are excited and are attending it with a lot more diverse needs.
And I would piggyback onto there, definitely after the event, ask the person or ask for feedback as to was there a barrier, even if you ask people who didn't ask for accommodation, was there anything that you can suggest to make this a more inclusive environment? Or is there something that would make this more pleasurable for you to play, or a game that you really love that you'd like to share with us? And getting that feedback so that way you can learn from your mistakes, because technology fails. Words are missing pieces, things like that. And so if we all work together and try to make it a more inclusive space, then it will make the experience going forward more pleasurable.
Thanks very much.
Thanks very much. Are there any more questions? That is a beautiful place to end. That was a sort of a manifesto kind of statement. I think that that's absolutely true, and we really appreciate your participation in this event, and we put you at the center because we think this is that important for our whole community to think about in all of our angles. So thank you very much for coming and making that pitch and giving us all that really useful information. This will be on our YouTube channel, so people who weren't here to see it can come and listen to this talk and get that information that you're offering us. So thank you very much for coming.
You're welcome. Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so now that we have everyone here, I'd like to welcome you all to our Teaching Game Design Roundtable. We have a lot of wonderful educators from across campus and the community here who teach people of different ages, backgrounds, fields, all using games or teaching game design. So I will just let our first panelist go, since I will try to save us time. And you are ready.
Thank you. Yeah, Dan Cermak, and I'm the Game Studies Coordinator in Informatics, and I currently, well, my background is video games, 35 years of design and production processes. So I've done a lot of games. I don't know how many actually, but right now I'm teaching 3 courses. I do a course on the introduction to the video game industry. Also, I teach what I call top-down video game design. I'll talk about that in a minute. And I also teach the video game development process. So Info 403, which is the introduction to top-down design, and my production class are linked. I really like that because they're both collaborative. Everybody works on a project. The projects are what we turn in. That's how I deal with it all. It's all about trying to work together in small groups. But I actually have the 403 class develop a design. It goes in a catalog. That catalog is where the 490 class has to pick from to build their designs. But they also get a design element. So they have to then go back and look at that design and say, hey, is this good enough? Are there changes we want to make? I give them a small, what I call the front end side of it, where they get a little bit of a chance, discovery, to look at the game design and say, this is what we like, this is what we don't like, and they can make some changes. So all of them have some component. The intro class is a little different in that it's just really a survey of the industry over time. But we do use games quite a bit in that we look at them from early on to where they are currently and try to measure. We look at the other ones and say, this is how this genre was created through these designs. And you can see these designs in the later products. So we use a lot of the older games every week to review how things have changed. My top-down approach is really focused on how you deliver a high-level vision. A lot of games, and this is from the industry, most industry folks do the Zen method of design, which is it feels good, so therefore it must be right. And they're getting more and more process-driven, but I kind of take it from the top side downward, which is this concept of you might have an idea, but do you understand your tools? Do you understand the world and the narrative behind the world? And once you've understood those things, can you tell me who your players are? Hey, can you look at them and think about who they are? Because it really matters. I mean, we say I want to make a first-person shooter game, but there are so many different types of first-person shooter players. They're all different. And so you have to figure out who you're building your game for. Before you start talking about features, it really have to get a picture of what your game is. So this is the way I teach the process. We describe the environment, we describe the player types, we describe what we expect the emotions that we're trying to bring out of the players are going to be when they play this game and they do things, and what do we want from them from an emotional standpoint. It's really important in the process. And from that, then we develop what we call core pillars, which are the tenets in a game, which without them, the game would not be the game. So if you pull this piece out, the game is not the same anymore. So we come up with that, and we back it all up with inspiration, which is where did I get these ideas? Where can I see in the game industry? Because at this point in time, everything's been done. I mean, all of it now is theft. All we do is steal from each other. And so you try to find the inspirations of style or play or environment that can guide the team. Because what you're really looking for in the end is a team that all sees the same thing. They all understand the vision. They all understand what they're trying to deliver to a player. And so that's really, really important. And so in the end, from that, we develop the feature list. So this takes about half the semester really to get down to this feature list. And that feature list then drives the normal design, which is all the details of how they work and how they interact and how it all ties together. But this right here is the method that I use. It's a little canvas. It's very simple, but you follow the numbers and you can actually build the vision for the player, and you start really at the top of. And as you know, what's the platform? What I don't have is what tools are using, and that's one of the most important pieces. But at the same time, you walk through these elements: genre, environment, player type, player experience, underpinned by inspiration. Very important part of it, like I said. Then you can build your core pillars, and then we talk about the systems that would be used to build these core pillars. And finally, what systems have we not thought about? That they aren't really important in terms of the core elements of the game, but they are required, like load and save and all that sort of AI sometimes is forgotten. So these are the kinds of things that we use. This is one of the most important tools that we use for design in my classes.
Yeah. Wow, and like within seconds on the
That's
time.
because I could see it.
Okay, so next up, we are going to have Katie.
Sweet, you should put your phone down here so I
Not
can
right
also
here.
see the time. Beautiful. My name is Katie Bickhead. I'm representing the community component of teaching game design here today. And I wanted to tell you guys a little bit about Kudo Plays, which is the board game design competition that's local to Champaign-Urbana. It is a branch off of Kudo, the Champaign-Urbana design organization. And a couple of things about it really quick before I get into the nitty-gritty discussing like what it is, how we help develop games, is that it runs from September to March, so it happens kind of like over on top of the academic year, and we have a couple of events coming up. We usually kick off the season with a lot of public events like our kickoff and some events that we're going to have here tomorrow, actually, our own element of the Symposium, and then also our pitch night where people can pitch their game ideas. And then, what else is on my slide? Okay, cool. Great. Oh yeah, it ends with our grand exhibition in March. So now I'm just going to kind of talk about Kudo Plays as a whole. People can be involved either by signing up, registering their team to actually create a board game. Registration ends October 23rd, but like, you know, it's cool. It's fine if you want to keep participating. What we do after a lot of our public events is have workshops that are designed to help out the teams who are creating games. Workshops that we have coming up soon is like our making workshop, which is on October 23rd. And then we also have a how to present your game workshop because some people who are creating board games aren't quite sure how to pitch them. It's also secretly a rules writing workshop because wouldn't you know it that even like adults who are interested in creating board games will kind of leave the homework part until very last. And then we have our marketing workshop as well, which takes place all the way in March, a little bit close to our grand exhibition, because all throughout the competition, we have people developing their ideas for games. Pitch Night, the event that's happening here at the Siebel Center for Design tomorrow, is a way for people to pitch their board game ideas to the rest of the community and the other people who are participating in Kudo Plays. Through that, they can maybe collect other people for their team, and then Kudo Plays also does play test nights, where we play test the games. Both game nights that are hosted by Kudo Plays at our like local haunts, like the Hyatt Place in downtown Champaign or Cafe & Co. in Urbana, and also hosted by other game places on campus, like the Metagamers, who have their game night every Saturday at 7 in the foreign language building, I believe. You can really like throw a rock and hit a game night anywhere in town. So we do our best to try to find all of the people who do board games to maybe get a lot of feedback and play testers. One of the main ways that Kudo Plays tries to be accessible to people, mostly within this community because we can only stretch so far, is to keep a lot of our events literally accessible by bus to make it so that everybody can get to them and make it not too isolating. Because we have found for people who get into the board game industry, you usually like are a certain demographic, and so we want to both reduce the cost so it doesn't cost anything to enter, and we make it as publicly like available and accessible as possible. And I've lost track of time, so I'm good. We still have a minute. After we have people go through different workshops, like the rules writing workshop or the how to present your game workshop, we actually have people, and after we help them create and fabricate their games through making workshops at the Fab Lab, we actually have them turn in their games in February, meaning they bring everything, their game, all the bits, all the stuff in a box, and we have them print out the rules in triplicate. Then we have a series of judges from the town because, like I said, lots of board games, lots of gaming in this town. We have judges play each of the game and they rate them on 8 different like design qualities. Each of the games have these design qualities, but we have the judges kind of like decide which one exhibits which like quality best, and those are marketability, so like which one can we sell automatically, innovation, which one has a unique mechanic or theme that maybe the judges haven't seen before, and these judges have seen a lot of games. Visual communication, so how is something very clear, replay value, do you want to keep playing it or is it more of like a one and done game, aesthetics, which sounds like visual communication, but I promise you it's different, enrichment, that's kind of like our educational category, theme, like which one has a theme that carries through to the mechanics, and then accessibility. Can people ages 4 to 40 play this game? Are they getting the same thing from it? And in what other ways is it accessible? So like I said, a lot of games have all of these aspects, but we just like to see like who has rated highest in it, and then we give them prize packages that are sponsored by local businesses, which is a lot of fun. Ooh, darn. I am going to say that even though we have like 8 prize categories, every single team that registered walks away with a like gift bag and a prize package, because finishing is winning, creating a game is super hard, and I totally forgot to even say that when a team registers, they get our strategy guide, which is a over 50-page document of exactly how to create a board game from start to finish. Community. Okay, that's me. Sorry. The next slide is like some pictures of games, of prototypes. It's fine. They're all over.
Okay. And next up is Daniel.
All right. Are we ready?
Yep, I can start now.
Okay.
There you go.
Hi, my name is Dan Roche, and I recently launched BTW 263 out of the professional writing program through the Department of English. Just so we're clear, the professional writing program, we pretty much focus on technical communication and business communication. And so when I launched this class, what I was trying to do is basically take creative writing, technical writing, and Unity, because I really wanted to make technical writing cool again, or cool in the first place. Now the thing is, at the heart of this course, what we're trying to do is basically teach the students how to express a creative, complicated idea using pretty formal documentation. So in this case, it'd be kind of like a pitch, executive summaries, proposals, that sort of thing. Now, before we get into these formal documents, we do need something to talk about. And so that's kind of what this talk is going to be about. In fact, I've got it titled Embracing Creative Constraints, because really the only big constraint that I put on the students is that at the end of the semester, they need to create a demo of their idea in Unity. Now, constrictive and Unity don't really come together. It's kind of almost opposite, actually. When I think of Unity, I think it's almost, a creative paralysis, because you have so many options, so many tools. And all of this, when I've been using Unity and when I've been teaching Unity, I realize I've actually been falling back onto my theater background. And so I'm a playwright or screenwriter by training, and I teach creative writing courses. Now, in theater, when you're writing a play, you want to consider cast size, you want to consider space, and you want to consider budget. And this is mainly because if your goal is to get produced, chances are you're going to be sending it off to a regional theater or a festival. If I were to walk into a class and say, okay, everyone just write a play, I tend to end up with like Broadway productions with hundreds of cast members, and a helicopter comes down in like the second or third act. And so like to basically help my playwriting students, I say, look, start off with an empty stage. You've got an empty stage, you've got a chair, and you've got a spotlight. Keep the audience engaged for 10 minutes with those things. Let's start there, and we're going to build from there. Now, all of that's good and fine, but cast size, budget, and space doesn't really apply to Unity. Unity doesn't really need a budget. I mean, you can get most of the tools for free out there somewhere. You could probably throw 5,000 rigid bodies at Unity. It's going to be fine, so cast isn't a problem. And when it comes to space, I actually want to go with Douglas Adams' quote, and paraphrasing, Unity is not infinite, but it is very, very, very big. So big that it gives the impression of infinity far better than infinity itself. Now, if the constraint of theater as compared to Unity is not necessarily cast size, space, or budget. I would say the constraint is time and knowledge, because it takes a tremendous amount of knowledge to do what you want to do. And then with that knowledge, it takes time. And so as we're proposing these games in my class, and my students are now building their demos in Unity, we're starting off with the most basic tools. We're starting off with a cube, and we're stretching the cube out to form a ground. We're then introducing a third-person controller from the asset store. We then introduce simple programming, trigger events, instantiate, raycast, and basically this is the empty stage with the spotlight, with the chair, and we are going from there. Now, once the students are able to build up, then you can see their story starting to expand. You can see the gameplay becoming more complicated, and it starts to fit the bounds or boundlessness of Unity. Now, the biggest thing, though, is that as the students try to embrace the limitations that I present to them, which is just the basic tools, they eventually reach a point where their creative ideas push their limitations so far that they have to teach themselves something else in Unity in order for that creative idea to come to light. And so what's wonderful is that typically by week 10, week 11, and hopefully thereafter, when I contact students, they actually continue to grow with Unity. They continue to basically build on their ideas. And so I would say that, this talk is embracing creative constraints, but that's kind of misleading. I think it's more like we embrace creative constraints so that we can actually work around them and work through them. Because when we do that, we become stronger writers and artists and developers. Thank you.
All right, I'm on.
Yep.
All right. Started the stopwatch. Keep it tight. So I'm Eric Schaefer. I teach in the Department of Computer Science, and I don't actually teach game design, but I do teach game development, and I thought if I entitled it Designing a Game Development Course, I could sneak that in. So that's what I was going with. I also just want to point out the graphic with the looming disaster in the distance, I think was a good choice for this one. It's going fine, but still. All right, so this is like the first, I think, serious game development course that's been taught in the Department of Computer Science here. It's the inaugural run this semester. There's 125 students in it. In the future, if anyone wants to take it, it's going to be called CS 415. The course itself, I wanted to be a little bit different, so it is project focused. Group project is a graduation requirement in CS, and so that's one of the motivations for doing it. And obviously, a game development lends itself to that sort of group activity, where you can foist off doing the art on your team member and just, maybe you could just work on design. I don't know. So there's no exams. I wanted to really focus on development skills, which is something that sometimes becomes questionable in the curriculum when you're very constrained because of like cheating and other things in terms of what you have the students do. But here, because the things that we assign include a creativity component, I thought that was like a really cool way to make plagiarism like pretty difficult, right? So just from an educational standpoint. So one of the other things that I wanted the course to do is to cover both application development and engine internals. I felt like as like a 400 level CS course, you should not only be able to use the engine, but you should understand like what it's doing. So, and so that is one of the reasons why I chose Unreal as the game engine to use with development. So it's open source, and that means that I can, at least in theory, go in there and figure out what it's doing and tell the students, and I've been able to do that at least a couple times, so that was good. I also think like it's really pretty, right? I think it's prettier than Unity in my opinion, and so I kudos to the people that work on Unreal. All right, so just as an example of the kind of thing, like learning both how to use it and how it works, Here we have an example of like level of detail creation. So that means like you've got art, but you want to make simpler versions of it that you could use if it were like really far off in the distance and only taking up a couple of pixels. So if it's a low poly model, it's fine. So we go over how you do that in Unreal, and then we also go over the math that's involved in like that Unreal uses when it generates the model. All right, so what does the course cover? A bunch of stuff, and I won't read it all off on the other, on the other side there. But I tried to be sort of eclectic and not just talk about rendering, but also like go over physics and AI a little bit. That's coming up, so we'll see if I pull it off. One thing that I've discovered is that there's a lot of stuff that I need to add, right? I think we did give like kind of short shrift to the design element, like lightrooming, for example, where you block stuff out just to get a sense of physical space in your game, etc. And so I think it's been educational for me in terms of how to teach the course, and I'm going to change it for next semester. There's just so much stuff that we don't cover as well, and I think we could. Cool. We're calling in with questions. We could probably teach a second course, but I think we need more people for that. All right, I wanted to, so things that I have found interesting while I was teaching the course. I'm not sure how feasible it is to teach both the development and the like engine internals just because of the amount of time and intellectual bandwidth it takes. I'm going to keep trying, but that's a question for future development of the course. Just like pragmatically, like we have unequal access to high-end development machines in the community, like for the students, and it's that's a problem that we definitely need to work on. For other people that do group work courses, if you want to tell me how to assess individual work on a project and how to fairly assess projects at all, I think that'd be awesome. I'd be very happy to know. So one of the things, I've got like 30 seconds, right? So it's hard when you don't give someone a very strict specification that you came up with to feel like you can hold them to stuff, and I have trouble with that in a project. And then finally, getting STEM students to accept subjective grading is another thing that I have found difficult and interesting. All right, so I want to quickly close. We have some stats from the course that I thought you might find interesting. So there's like 125 people, 74 responses so far in the survey. So you can imagine another wedge of like 50 students that are in the procrastinator wedge, right, and didn't fill it out. So it is mostly junior, senior, and graduate students in the course. Most of them have like zero experience using Unreal or Unity, right? So that's what that big 73% is there. And then finally, another thing that I thought was interesting, what kind of game would you like to work on? Mostly first person, third person, which is sort of what Unreal like makes you want to do, because it gives you that capability. The 10% wedge is vehicle, and then like that like rainbow colored set of stuff that's in that one quadrant was like an other that people came up with. So we have 25% of people that felt unconstrained by what they had seen before, at least to some extent. I thought that was interesting too. All right, so. It's only slightly over. Thank you.
All right, that's me. Hi, everybody. I'm Rob Lindgren. I'm a faculty member in the College of Education. So I know the College of Education is mostly known for training teachers, which we do, and we're pretty darn good at it. But we also do a lot of research and a lot of design, and a lot of that entails games. We've got a lot of faculty members who are actually interested in games and games research. I think some of them presented at the symposium earlier today. So I've been teaching CI 437, Educational Game Design, since I think 2015, which, given the fairly short life of the Playful by Design group, I think that makes it actually one of the first courses here that was taught around games and game design. So we're pretty proud about that. So the focus of the course that I teach on game design is really about interaction and the psychology of interaction, and a lot of that entails thinking about the kinds of interactivity that games afford, whether those be physical games or digital games, and what that can be built on in terms of getting people to understand new ideas, to adapt or adopt new practices, to be more empathetic in certain ways, all the different ways that, that learning can be conceived. And so we spent a lot of time talking about, some of the issues that Dan was talking about earlier about just sort of understanding players. It's kind of amazing to me how, so many of the games that we play, even though they might be fun in certain respects, they show a real sort of lay understanding, or in some cases incorrect understanding of just sort of how people think, how people solve problems. And so understanding how people think and how they solve problems is a focus of the course that I teach, so that people can do a better job of creating situations, creating experiences, creating scenarios where people can learn something new. We really try to go beyond sort of basic ideas of what's been called gamification in my course. Unfortunately, I think a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people who use that term use it to describe a fairly superficial layering of educational content on top of games. But I think we actually know quite a bit now that approach often doesn't work, at least in terms of getting people to develop deep understandings. So what I work on very hard in my course is to try to get people to make very explicit and very deep connections to the whatever content, whatever topic, whatever skills it is that they're trying to get people to learn through gameplay. Try to avoid the chocolate-covered broccoli effect that many of you are probably familiar with. This idea that we can just get people to learn stuff by sort of putting game mechanics around the learning activity. People are smart. Kids are smart. The people who we design these games for are smart. They know if you're trying to trick them into teaching them things, and so you have to establish those meaningful connections. So the students in the course, go through this process of developing games. I really work with them a lot on ideas of assessment. That's something that I think is fairly unique to this area of games. Because a lot of people, anybody can sort of propose an idea for a game and even play test the game. But if it's an educational game, how would you actually know if it worked? How would you actually know if you succeeded in your goal of getting people to learn something new? Would you give them a test after they played a game? Probably not in most cases, right? Most people aren't going to be willing to take a written exam to show you what they learned in playing the game. So you've got to be creative. You've got to be really innovative with how you sort of assess the effects of the games that you're developing. So we spend a lot of time talking about those assessment approaches and how you can sort of go beyond just simple metrics of play testing. So I'm really excited about this course. I'm teaching it right now. I see I've got a student in my class here in the audience, and I'm always looking for ways to sort of build upon it and make connections with other people teaching in this area. So thank you.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay. Okay. So I've taught game design and kind of game development in various parts. Partly with Eric on an earlier course which was Unity based, but also with many students that kind of come to me with perhaps saying, "Oh, I hear you're interested in game stuff. Can I do something?" And we end up doing like an independent study project. So here's some kind of perspectives that I've given kind of those students. And so let's get started. So I often ask students like, well, have you heard of a game? Or what game do you think about when you think of game design? And so, for example, take Rocket League. But it doesn't really matter what they say. What I'm going to get to make the students realize is that, even if take a successful AAA game, that didn't just magically appear. There wasn't just some great epiphany moment. No, it took a lot of hard work to tune that, to discover that, to figure out how to make it playful. So even if you just simply take two ideas and put them together, you don't necessarily come up with a great game. You don't necessarily come up with something which is engaging. And so to make students start to think about the design process as something which is iterative, which has design elements. I'm not trying to do it at the same level as our later courses. I'm just trying to kind of introduce students to this idea. Often when students come to me with independent study project ideas, I often discover like they're unhappy with something else in their life, right? Their other courses are too hard, their parents, whatever. And this is a release. This is I want to do something fun. Like, I hate my courses, and I always want to be a game designer or a lumberjack leaping from tree to tree or whatever. Right? So it's like, okay, great, let's give you that release and get you excited about something in your semester. Okay, so next slide. And so they build things like this out of Unity. So here's an example. A student would come to me, and each week they'd make a little bit of progress. If they didn't make progress, I had to at least tell me they didn't make progress. And we'd have a conversation. It's like, okay, great, you've implemented this feature like there's gravity. So this student made a game that ended up being a bit like pinball, but it started from one of the Unity demos. And they wanted to be playful in gravity and friction and to create mechanics which they didn't necessarily predict, but which became playful. So I pushed them towards this idea of saying we need to build environments where we don't fully know what's going to happen, even though we know the rules of the environment, and that can make simple, playful environments. As you can see, the graphics are non-existent. It's a little ball, you can kind of pull it back and launch it. But we started adding stateful things like you have to touch a surface before you can launch it again. And we talked about Mario, where the difficulty of the game progresses. So initially, what can you do? Or you could just simply go right. And as you move through the game, you can get more advanced. So that worked really well because there were no expectations on students in terms of learning specific technologies. And my bigger aim was to keep the student happy, actually, right? And to keep them involved in their other courses. And then maybe get them actually interested in taking some of the later courses. Okay, next slide. Right. So rather than talking about playful game design, my message to those students was that game design is playful and this can be fun. Okay, next slide. Right. And so one thing that is fun to think about is our intimate, we say like our input modalities are a constraint on game design. So let's, next slide. Right. So think about input modalities. I'm talking about like joysticks or PlayStation 5 inputs or some very worn out keys here. Right. They control the kind of game you can create. So next slide. So instead, let's turn it on its head. And I know I'm preaching to the converted here, but to get students to think, oh yes, okay, my input modalities can actually be creative inspiration for the kind of games that I can create. So here we have a kid that's blindfolded, and so playing Marco Polo or Sim Gun would be not that exciting if you weren't blindfolded. Yeah, we've changed the input modality, and then suddenly we've got a new game based on kind of tag, except people aren't running around quite as fast because they're blindfolded. Okay, next slide. And so. Today, yeah, we have professional changes in input modalities. So Microsoft has this adaptive controller aimed at making games accessible for people with disabilities. Lots of new modalities, lots of new ways of configuring that. And now you can take an existing game and make it work for a broader audience. This is kind of old technology, it's several years old. But if you go to a AAA game today, you will find expressions and inputs can be highly configured. Everything from the amount of, how the text is spoken to how hard it is to kind of shoot down your enemy, etc. if it's a first person. Okay, next slide. And so I invite students to think about this for even kind of classic games where you'd say, well, this is ridiculous. So for example, take classic Mario, a 2D platform game, or Guitar Hero, where you have to be very, very fast at entering the correct sequence. Okay, next slide. What if we used, go back. Right, what if we made, instead of pressing keys, a speech-to-text input for this? Jump right. Okay, Guitar Hero, 1, 3, 5, 1, 3, 5, 5, 5, 1, 3, 5, 5. Okay, oh wait, okay, that clearly doesn't quite work, but now we're on the step to actually creating a new game experience. So for example, perhaps we can get that towards a bigger wrapper. You can actually kind of, can you get the automated speech-to-text to recognize your words, even though you're speaking fast? Maybe this would be something that would be interesting for someone that has a stutter, because now you've removed the social element, the social embarrassment of not being able to speak. You've turned it into a simple game. Okay, so next slide. That was just kind of a quick example of taking two ideas of a change. Let's change up the input and use that as a design element. But we can also talk about the output constraints as well as a new ways to introduce design elements. And often for students, you only need to change just one little thing to kind of set them off in a whole new direction that they never thought about before. So whether we've got limitations on graphics, you can say, okay, let's make the graphics even simpler. What does that change a game that you've been thinking about? Or can we change the text into an audio into text, etc.? Or communication between the players. What if that was changed in some way in space or time or delivery? So that, for example, what if I gave you a message but it's delayed by 30 seconds? How does that change your game now? So thinking about these input modalities, I think, is a great way to inspire students to do something new and original. And it doesn't require a huge amount of programming or development effort. Okay, next slide. And as you can see, there's a lot of kind of accessibility areas to this. So we could take something, for example, like in a web page. If you want a web page to work well with a screen reader, you put something called ARIA tags in here and attributes which describe the purpose of different parts. Okay, what if we use that as a design element for games? And so I've got a colleague who's interested in teaching an accessibility course, and I said, okay, great, why don't we actually turn this into a accessibility and game course? So we're talking about that. There's nothing yet on paper, but if people are interested in talking to me about this, it'd be fantastic. Okay, next slide. And finally, let's not forget the students themselves. So this is a group, Mona and others, who should be taking your course if they're not already. Who want to get middle school and high schoolers to learn ASL, and not just fingerspell, but to be able to learn STEM concepts. And they want to use games to be able to promote that material. At the moment, they're talking about making the kind of the ASL videos as rewards to simple games. But I think the next stage is to say, how can we actually do more than simply gamify a reward, but instead actually make that as part of the game. And with that, thank you very much.
Okay, and our last panelist is with us over Zoom. Randy, did you want to screen share or did you want me to show your slides?
Good, go right ahead.
I can, okay.
So I want to start by saying what a fascinating yet frustrating and sad situation that I see all these presentations and I think to myself, ooh, want to take that course, want to take that course, want to take that. And then I look at my schedule and think, damn. It's a wonderful but horrible time to be alive. I'm an associate professor of linguistics, and my focus is on technology and language learning and teaching L2 reading and writing, and those two things often overlap. I have a couple courses that I teach pretty regularly that can connect to this area, including one I'm teaching this semester on technology-infused language teaching, and then the other one I'm teaching second language reading and writing. The course that I'm teaching this semester, one of the things we're working on right now is includes ways to integrate virtual reality into language education, both through pre-existing social spaces, many of which are interesting, but in a number of ways, of course, deeply flawed at the same time for use of language learners, but also in other ways that we can integrate games into language education, including something that I'm going to mention momentarily, which is integrating some of the more old school technologies, which are quite accessible to language teachers. If you go to the next slide, one of the groups that we have on campus right now that I'm also integrating into my class is we have a group called Gameful Interactive Fiction. And as you can see, what we're doing with that course is we're using tools like Twine, which is a long existing text-based game engine, but can also be used just for text-based interactive fiction. And using it to explore how it works, and then also using it to, we hope, as we go forward in this group, Emily's in this group, use it to create some interactive fiction and game stories together. I just had an experience today where I realized something, that because we're also using 360 videos and images in my class, and I realized that it's going to be possible to integrate 360 videos and images into a story in Twine, because I want to create one of the stories with the group where we go out to Allerton, which some of you know, Allerton Retreat Center, go out there, take a series of 360 images and videos throughout the Allerton mansion, and integrate those into a Death at Allerton murder mystery game that would be focused, for me at least, for language learners to integrate language elements into the story. I think the potential for language learners, whether it's high-end custom games created using something like Unity, or using some of the old school tools, or even good old board games, which many times are underrated, I think there's great potential, and I still see them as being very underutilized in language education. And that's it for me.
And with all of our panelists having done their lightning talks, I'm going to awkwardly bring Randy to sit on the front screen with us here as we can move into our question and answer portion. So yeah, you get to be very nice and large and in charge up there.
I'm large anyway, so that's okay.
Okay, so I'd like to invite the audience if they have any questions. I can go ahead and we will see how we can answer them.
I have a question for you, Emily.
Yeah.
Because you could have been a presenter on this panel, although I tapped you to moderate. I wondered if you had any thoughts on, from your experience of teaching design at the Fab Lab, where in fact you have to teach kids, middle schoolers, high school, and college kids and adults, right? You have in your arsenal. Do you teach differently? Do you teach design differently in these different groups? So we have people here teaching across different disciplines, but you've had the experience of teaching across ages. Any reflections on that?
Yeah, I would say that my approach often isn't actually all that different. We often underestimate the intelligence and the power and the creativity of youth. And honestly, a lot of these youth have grown up with games, have been playing games. They have embedded knowledge that we often don't respect or understand. So a lot of times when I'm going in with teens or youth, which my background's in youth librarianship, I started out game studies and teaching games with youth. It's more about having them take a critical eye to the things they already have experience with. So they understand how to play games, they understand how to be gamers, but sometimes they don't understand the more literacy aspect of breaking apart the historical connections in games, or breaking apart what were the production components, the market forces that made this game the way it is, the sociological components that meant that the representations are this way. Those elements are things that often I have to bring in more, because they're also at an age where they're just starting to learn, like in an English class, you're learning, okay, what is the meter that we're writing in? What are these core elements to make this piece of writing that I'm doing? They're learning to break it apart at that age, and you can similarly do that with games. You can break it apart and say, what are the mechanics chosen? Why are those chosen? Do they actually work for what you're wanting your players to do? Having them break apart games they already know and identify those things, then they learn how to restructure it. And that's kind of how 103 is going to work as well. It's going to be taking freshmen here, breaking apart games they already know, learning the parts of it, reassembling, and then making games from a small space. But the core things that they learn aren't any different. I can teach a lot of these things in a 1-week summer camp. And yeah, the kids may not make like a giant game on Unreal or something. They're not going to have that level, but they're still learning the core concepts they need that could then scale up to these things. And oftentimes they have like the non-dead-eyed stares, happy passion of being a kid that has not become like jaded to the world yet. So there's that energy there that you don't always get with college students, understandably, because, you know, we're exhausted or have other classes and have things that we're doing.
They were up all night gaming.
Yeah. So there's not huge differences in what I teach, especially if we're talking about board games. Like, I would say probably some of my youth have done way more complex board games than any of my college students have done, except for one graduate student I think might have beaten them out. But I have had youth in 1 week who have made an increasingly complex board game with hundreds of pieces. That beats what most of my students in college classes have done. So.
What if I have a question for the fellow panelists?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Sure.
All right, my video game people. I think Unity, Unreal, what was your engine?
Usually Unity, but
Usually
whatever the
Unity.
student wants to use.
Do you have your students paper prototype first? Because, and maybe Dan can back me up on this, wouldn't you know that a lot of video games start out as good paper prototypes? And then if you change them as paper first, it's easier than changing it in code. So like,
I mean, it's a tech writing course. So with that, yeah, we're starting off with the game design document.
Right on.
And they're essentially having to really put together a detailed outline before we even jump into Unity yet.
Legit.
Yeah, we actually, I teach them about visual learning and visual design because for what I learned from doing games is people don't read documents.
Yeah.
They don't care to read documents, and if you put on a wiki, they will read one piece of the wiki and not a whole design. So they don't understand the vision of the game or the piece that they're responsible for within that game. They only understand the piece that they're doing. And so that's what they think about. So there's a designer that does what's called a one-page design doc, and I actually push that pretty hard in my class. I've only had one person do it. I would love to see it happen more, but it's actually visualizing the game play and the game in one big drawing, right? And it could be a whole wall, but it's still one page. But the concept of visualizing it, people will print it out, and they, as you said, they print it out and put it on their wall because it's so pretty and it's so cool and they understand it. Visual learning is so much better for designers to get their, all design is about is trying to communicate what you want the player to be able to do and how to do it. And it doesn't work well with words. It works well with pictures and that sort of thing. So we do a lot of that sort of stuff, but we don't have, we are not using, we use it at Volition. We would build battle arenas and stuff like that on board games and play
Like
it out that
physically?
way.
Yeah.
But we don't have that much time, unfortunately, so we don't do it that way. Yeah.
That's fair. On the end there?
Yeah, so I can say yes. In one specific case, we talk about level-based games, and one of the things that I suggest they do is to like sketch out a level on graph paper. So it's like a very constrained thing, like, you know, like you're wandering through this sort of twisty tunnels or whatever, right? So that is one example of using paper, and I don't think we do it otherwise, but I will say that tools for like art and, you know, they constructing the geometry of a game is part of that art. Like digital ones, even though they do amazing stuff, they're so complicated, there's so much overhead in doing it. Like if you just want to generate ideas like quickly and see something that represents them, I totally agree that like writing on paper is still like superior.
Anything to add about paper prototyping?
No, I actually echo exactly what has already been said. So.
Oh, okay, cool. Over in educational, I assume you guys are mostly paper proto. Is that accurate or no?
Well, we do designs of digital games, which you know, are kind of hybrids of, you know, digital things that they're able to do given their skill set, combined with you know, more sort of physical representations of the things that we want to do. My only instruction is really whatever you can do to convey what the interaction would be with the final, with your vision of this game, works for me in terms of a demonstration.
And I think an interesting thing is because the Makerspace game design course does board games and video games in it. Because they do board games first and they're taught paper prototyping, more of the students, because they've already gone through that step in their design process when they made the board games, gravitate naturally to doing that with the video games as well. They'll learn bits about, you know, making the video games and doing RPG Maker or learning Unreal, but their design process, they've kind of already gotten like the taste of it doing the other way. So often I see a lot more times like sheets of paper and stacked out and like, okay, this is how the things will go, or flow charting. I've had for teaching visual novels, I actually, instead of doing paper, I used twine for the kids before they moved into like a RenP visual novel emulator, because twine was just like, I can make flowcharts into the end times and not have to worry, and it's very visual. But I think it was weird that having that board game experience first, and where paper prototyping was so heavily stressed, they saw the connections between that and video games and just gravitated naturally to doing that too.
Legit. I was just worried. I was like, paper is cool too. Sorry. Audience questions.
Yep.
I got a question. So I'm in a sort of weird position because I'm an instructional designer, and I have professors that are starting now to kind of want to put games in their classes. It's hard in my situation because we're totally online. I'm part of the iDegrees for geese, and these are massive, massive classes sometimes. So my question is, what are the resources you would point out for someone who is trying to teach someone else how to teach through a game? Because oftentimes these professors are like, I want to do a game, and then they have no idea where to start, and sometimes sometimes the advice falls on deaf ears until you can show them a resource that kind of backs up what you were trying to say. So I wondered if the esteemed panel here had anything that you could point a professor or someone else who would be running a class or running a game without the person who would ostensibly be helping them design it.
Is board games okay?
Totally, we're totally digital, so.
During the pandemic, Kuda Plays had to do virtual games, so we've had to do stuff on Tabletop Simulator and things like that. But at least for my resources, I'm probably just going to give this to you, which again is the strategy guide and how to just create like a game from start to finish. Is this one 3-hole punch? No, but I can help with that. And it basically describes like, finding your idea, narrowing down the concept, and then also has worksheets throughout. Kudo Plays is in its 8th year, or its 8th season rather, because the pandemic was kind of a tough one for people gathering. So definitely that's a good resource. It's also available for download on our website, kudoplays.com, under printables. And we've had, the strength of the program is that since it's been running for 8 seasons, we've had people who participate and then become a part of the panel, like myself. Some people who participate found publishing companies for games, go on to actually publish games in the industry, and then come back to us as like speakers at our events and stuff. So a lot of stuff has been reinterpreted, incorporated, and then retaught and made better in this. So that's my resource to you, but also I'm not actually a teacher. I'm just here hanging out. So other resources for our friend.
The next panel is going to be helpful too. The next panel is the gameful pedagogy panel. We'll hear from people who incorporate.
There are a couple
games
things to think about though. Unity actually has an educator's training course to teach you how to build games. Along with that, there's a Riot. They're the company that make League of Legends, and it's huge. Well, they created a design course it's actually for children, but teachers might use it, to tell you the truth, because it does teach you the process of design and how to make courses. It was done by a fellow named Stone Librande, Librande. He's happens to be that same guy I was talking about who does the one-page design doc. He's just a brilliant designer. But Unity does actually offer a fair number of pathways to learn the process, and I've taken them just to see what they're like, and they step you through it one step at a time.
Yeah, so like Unreal has the same thing. Like
Yeah.
you can Google it, right? Like Epic Games or Unreal Engine, and you'll find like they've got just a ton of like online tutorials about how to do stuff. I guess the one thing that I would say that I don't know if this will help you or not, but it's hard to make a game. Like it's a lot of effort, and so if you want to tell the people that are saying, hey, you need to make a game, like I think it's important to have very constrained expectations for what you're going to do if you're going to be successful.
Not only is it hard to make a game, but it's hard to make a game that does what you actually want it to do, which is the harder part, right?
And
Actually,
make that game fun for other people
Yes,
to
exactly.
play.
Yes.
And I think that's also the taking the one step back, which is the reference interview, which you already know, is why do they want the game in their class? What are they hoping that people learn from it? Because that's going to decide, is it even worthwhile to have a game as a platform? Are you trying to chocolate coat broccoli? What is it that you are actually wanting to do? And that will impact a lot of your design decisions. Or even maybe saying, maybe this isn't the right choice for you at this moment in time. Maybe this won't actually be better for your students. Or is there something they're trying to learn through? Are they wanting students to actually design games and do things as their learning process rather than having students be the consumers and players? Are they wanting them to learn something from the creation? It's going to be very context specific as well.
Yeah,
do they need to reinvent the wheel? I mean, if they want to use a game in class, the fact may be that there might already be games that exist that they could use, and most professional organizations or publishers in your areas, will have shameless self-promotion. This is a book I co-edited with an ex-student of mine, New Ways in Teaching with Games. This is focused on using games and teaching English as a second language. But it doesn't matter the field. People have done work in these areas, and there probably are already some great existing resources, because Emily mentioned that great point that this designing a game from scratch is a tremendous amount of work, and it's not something I think for somebody who's very busy in the classroom already should take on lightly, especially if there are materials out there that will do the trick for them already anyway.
Yeah, and real quick, just because I think this point has mostly been made, but from an education, instructional, and design standpoint, I think if you have a course and you want to add, and you're asking, well, how do I add games into this course? You're kind of asking the wrong question. I think good games come out of the domain, and so you would ask, well, what game mechanics already exist in this domain? So you look at chemistry, you look at computer science. There's a lot of game mechanics that already exist there, and your job as a game designer is to sort of bring those out and allow people to interact with the structures of that domain in a playful way. So it's kind of hard to answer that question. I'm not sure that I would necessarily take that approach even to begin with.
I was going to point out, games can be very simple. It could be a quiz night, and for that you just need Zoom. But I would turn to possibly trying to crowdsource this to say, hey, for extra credit, someone in this class, you said you got large classes, so out of 10,000 students, probably somebody knows how to make a simple game or something, and say, okay, does anybody have an idea about how to gamify this and use kind of crowd intelligence?
One last thing, if you're undissuaded about building your own game, one other resource to look at would be Godot is another engine, Godot, and it has a reputation for being somewhat more approachable than Unreal and Unity, and you could probably prototype things faster, assuming that it fits the thing that you want to do. I think most like 2D type stuff, it could be a good choice.
So I wanted to respond to this question also really quickly. This is something that we brought up in the Games of Illinois community. How can we best support faculty on campus who are interested in exactly what you're talking about? And I think that where we're headed is, we're not going to be able to help all faculty figure out a game. What we can do, though, is if somebody has a great idea, and understands how that's going to fit in their teaching, or maybe it's research. Maybe they have graduate support already that can work on this. What we can do as the Games at Illinois community is help provide training for people to develop in some engine or whatever. And so one of the things that we're working toward is developing some capacity and offering workshops for that might be for if they have a graduate assistant or something that might help them develop that. But it's not that we're going to create the games for them, but we're trying to figure out. And so if anybody has any feedback on things that faculty might really need, or instructional designers, or that we can maybe find people to offer workshops in that. And I think we would work with CITO.
At least I just say, stepping back, because you never know what the faculty wants, and games is a big thing. That's this beautiful, diverse group we have here, cross-disciplinary. When we talk to faculty, sometimes we bring up the idea, your course could be more game-like or playful or fun. Just, hey, I'm going to give students 10 seconds to come up with in the first team. That's the first. Could your class be more interesting and game-like before you design and build a game in Unity? And then that playfulness and that curiosity, competitiveness, teamwork, collaboration, that's where you start.
And it comes from the design, and I'll follow up on that, and also a couple of things, particularly Dan showed a model of which is very similar to instructional design. So if you are designing the course to be thinking about environment, to be thinking about your space and how you're using it, to be thinking about what causes inspiration, you're going to be capturing many of those same game elements, but in a well-designed course.
Okay, as we're running just about up on time. Yes.
I just have a final comment, and unfortunately Eric's walking out of the room because it was based on something he said. His moderate course size is 500. Okay, that's a moderate goal, starting at 125 right now, 250 next year, going to 500 students, which is not a high enrollment course for CS. Just by comparison, for the iSchool, high enrollment course is 75. So this is just a thought-provoking thing, because I don't think we have answers, but scale. How can we scale? We're launching the minor in game studies and design. There will be students flocking to the existing courses. And are we able to scale? Do we need a lot of TAs? How do we grade? All of these are project-based courses. How does that scale? And that's just something to think about. I don't know that we have time to.
Actually, I'd like to bring up a point with that. The cap size for most writing courses is about 23. And this is mainly because as you're providing feedback as a professor, you're probably spending about 20 minutes per paper. And so the idea of trying to expand a course like BTW to 50, 75, I think my heart is. And so something that Eric was also discussing in terms of how do we assess, how do we provide the subjective feedback. And I think that's actually going to be one of the biggest challenges. At least speaking, from BTW, from the English department, going beyond 23 students and being able to provide a healthy level of feedback that's pretty much what we're capped at.
That's a good moment to appreciate our group again, because what we have developing here is a community of practice, right? We have enough people, we have a critical mass of people teaching game design that we have a lot of resources for exploring the challenges and the edges of that. So I sort of would like this to be a beginning place, this roundtable conversation, a beginning place of a conversation that we intend to facilitate to increase, and also to extend those services to other people on campus who want this, right? So beyond this core community. So let's just thank you all for coming and participating.
To all for visiting us today at the Gameful Pedagogy panel. I'm the moderator, Ava Wolf. As you'll see in a moment, games and gameful activities can really work effectively in any discipline to increase student interest, their enjoyment, and their retention of course content. Although they are each doing different things, all of our panelists have a common goal: to improve classroom learning experience and student learning outcomes. I'll ask them to wave their hand when I call on them. First up will be Carly Flanagan from Statistics and Wade Fagan-Olmschneider from Computer Science. And they'll be demonstrating their use of game show methods to teach statistics and probability. Next we'll see Rob Carroll, there's a wave, from Political Science in a recorded video discussing the connection between stories and learning to understand game theory. Next, we'll see Jen Weibel from Information Science discussing the use of surprise to help students develop skill and confidence in problem solving. Then we'll hear from Bob Morrissey, wave, yeah, from History, discussing his use of the game Walled In to give students an immersive learning experience with difficult course content. And then we'll see a video recording of Ryan Lemaire from LER, who couldn't be present today, and he'll be discussing his use of the board game Azul to help students personalize their understanding of abstract concepts and theories. Finally, we'll see Petra Jelinek from Anthropology, who asked her students to do non-traditional projects and got amazing results. So thanks to all, and let's get started. Carly and Wade?
Sounds good.
All right.
Well,
Sure.
yeah.
So we are going to begin the panel by nerding out with large classes and interactive games that we perform in classes. So we want to start with a game. And to begin, I actually need a volunteer. So who wants to change their life by playing a game with us?
Oh, there's one way in the back, right away.
What's your name? Ashley, awesome. So Ashley, I want to change your world. So Carly's going to bring up a game, and we're going to play the Monty Hall game. Are you familiar with Monty Hall?
No.
Perfect. This is awesome. So Carly's going to go back, and we're actually going to create a brand new version of this game. And what Ashley's going to do is she is going to pick one of these three doors. Behind one of these three doors is something that will change her life.
Okay.
So,
It's a suitcase of money. Right?
it might be a suitcase of money. You might be exactly right. So, Carly, do we have it up?
Yes. So here is
showing on that screen. So as we work on debugging it slightly, I need you to make a choice.
Do we need to get out?
Number 3.
So Ashley's going to choose door number 3. And what we're going to do is we're not going to reveal what's behind door number 3 yet. What I want to do is I want to give Ashley the opportunity to have a better chance of winning.
Okay.
So Carly really wants to help you out. And
I really want to.
She really, really wants to. It looks like you should drag the browser window to a different desktop.
Oh.
You drag it to the right or to the left.
I'll go there. That can be my crime.
Oh yeah, look at these beautiful mountains. It's a
very big door.
Here's so the.
Oh, look at this.
Oh.
We're in big.
You're a genius, wow.
None of this is the game, right?
So Ashley, you chose door number 3,
But
right?
now I can't click on it.
So what Carly's going to do is she's going to reveal one of the other 2 doors before we reveal your door. So once Carly's able to click on it, Carly, which door are you going to reveal?
I am going to reveal. Hold on.
No, can't do it that way. Oh, well, we should have practiced this beforehand.
Carly's going to reveal door number...
Wait, so which one?
Number
3.
Number 3, okay. And I can't see it anymore.
I can't help you either.
Okay, well I can see it up here. Anyway, okay, so she picked door number 3. So I am going to go ahead and open door number 2.
And as Carly opened door number 2, a sad face appeared. It was a losing door. So, Ashley, you originally picked door number 3.
Yeah.
Carly just showed you door number 2.
Yes.
do you want to stick with your initial gut and stay with door number 3, or do you want to swap to door number 1?
I want to stay with 3.
You want to stay with 3? Let's see what the audience thinks. What do you guys think? Should you stay or swap?
Stay.
Who's team stay?
Stay.
A lot of people think stay.
Who's team swap?
I say 1 like I did at the last retreat. And I was,
I've all seen it before.
and I'm still.
So I think most of the audience agrees with you.
Yeah, I think I'll stay 3.
You'll stay 3. Okay, Harley, reveal door number 3.
So if I revealed door number 3, she would have won. 3 was the winner.
So Carly, so you won by sticking with the same door, and actually you got really lucky by doing that. So Carly, there is something, and we actually do this in front of, if we go back to the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Carly, you actually do this in front of a large lecture.
Yeah, so with this game that we do in class, we'll have the students do it a bunch of times, and they should see that she actually did get really lucky. That you have a higher probability of winning if you switch doors. And it's basically because if you think about it, you have 1 out of 3 chance of winning, and you're more likely to pick the wrong door, right? You have a 2 out of 3 chance of picking the wrong door. And if you pick the wrong door, you should switch to the right door. So switching actually increases your probability of winning. So we will do this demonstration in class a bunch of times. They'll usually be able to tell, okay, switching makes me more likely to win. And then we actually go through the math behind it. And so this is actually a picture from a couple days ago in Lincoln Hall Theater in one of our classes. We were doing this demonstration, and there's all the students. They look okay. They're kind of into it. And that was right before we started. And then right after we started, this is the same class, the same day. It's a slightly different angle, but you can see how engaged the students were in playing these interactive games. So we try and do this in our classes for pedagogical reasons, 3 main ones. So one thing that we like to do is make sure, because we teach statistics, computer science, and data science. So we want to make sure that the stuff we're doing in the class isn't just stuff for our class. We want to make sure to do examples that can be related to the students' lives outside of class. So something like gambling or a game show is something they usually like. Also, in terms of interactive lecture demonstrations, we believe that we're here in Illinois, we're in person this semester doing these lectures, and we want to make it so that the class is worthwhile for the students to go to. So we could easily just record our classes and put YouTube videos online, but we always want them to feel like it was a good experience and it was helpful that they were in class. So these can help the students be able to feel like being in class is valuable. And then lastly, a lot of these examples will challenge their intuition. So we saw in this room that most people thought that you should stay. A lot of times people say, go with your gut, stick with your original door. But it's memorable because the result actually goes against your intuition that you should switch. And we do a couple other of these examples where the student's intuition at first is usually they don't have enough information to know what the right answer is. So the examples help them remember that.
So we actually use this problem in a lot of different ways. So there's a lot of different concepts that we can teach through the same problem. And while we're not going through the math with you and showing you why you should always swap when given this choice, we actually want the students to not just believe our math, but actually see it happen. So one of the topics that students love to do is to actually see things happen and learn through machine learning and reinforcement algorithms. So for the next 2 minutes, I wanted to show you some reinforcement algorithms. So we're going to play the same game again. And in the same game, we're actually going to use machine learning. And this is called the matchbox model for machine learning. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up dice for the choices that we make. So I'm going to have you take a look at these dice. Do I have 3 of each color dice? So I've got 3 of each color dice for the 3 different choices I'm going to make. And can I give you, do you want to help me out? Can I just give you this bag? And in a second, you're going to draw a dice.
Okay.
Not quite yet. I'm going to draw one other bag. And on the next slide, the other choice we make is we make the choice of not just which door to pick, but whether or not we should choose to keep the same door or change doors, right? So what I'm going to do is I've also got dice here. You want to be a dice keeper as well? Sure. Is there 3 black dice and 3 white dice? Okay, I'm going to put it in here, shake it up. And what machine learning does is it allows us to train a computer to do something.
So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to actually make any decisions. I'm going to let the computer make a decision. So you guys are acting as computers, and we have students act as computers. So I think you're computer number 1, right?
Yeah.
So can you just randomly draw a dice from there without knowing what it is?
Yeah. Maybe.
Awesome. So it's a pink die. So if we go back one slide, let's see. The pink die says we're going to choose door number 1. And then I want to know whether or not when we reveal a door, do we stick with door number 1 or do we change the door? So if you go and roll the second die, it's black. So we have a pink die. Do you have a pink die? Perfect. So we have a pink die and a black die. So this is the computer's choice for making the choice. And Carly, they changed the door.
Yeah.
They picked door number 1. We normally would play the game live with them, but because of technical difficulties, we're not. But what happened? Did this win or lose?
It should have won.
It's normally going to win. 2/3 of the time it's going to win.
Yes.
So what we do in machine learning is now we actually update our algorithm. So I have a bag of extra dice, and we have these dice that won. So because we won by picking door number 1, and because we won by picking a black die, I'm going to take out from my extra die, I'm going to piggyback your pink die, because it won, and I'm going to actually reward you for winning the game. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you 2 extra pink die to put in the bag. So now, how many dice does her bag have? Pink die. Yeah, the original 3 is still there, and we have 2 more. So is it now more likely to choose door number 1? Yeah. There's now more pink dice. And just the same, the black die you won, right? Yes. Here's your original black die back, and I'm also going to reward you 2 more. So by giving students this intuition of actually dice, they actually get an understanding of how reinforcement learning works. The idea that in reinforcement learning, you are able to really visualize how the computer's actually updating their probabilistic models by simply having little dice games, something that everyone can intuit, even though what's underneath this is actually really complex probability. Like there's some deep math going on here as you do these updates, as you're changing the probability constantly. So this kind of intuition is one thing that we do as we see the same problem over and over again. Use these really low-tech solutions that rely on very little technology to kind of interact with the problem. Our very last thing, I don't think we're going to be able to do live.
Oh, I think we can do it.
Problem. Well, we can't show it.
Can we try and remember?
We can try.
Okay. So the last interactive demonstration that we wanted to show was something called the birthday problem, where we'll basically ask the students, and this is to demonstrate a probability concept, but we'll basically ask the students in a group of 100 people, what's the probability that there's at least 1 match of birthdays? So Wade, do you want to ask the audience?
Yeah, so Carly asked me, what is your birthday? So I just need your day, month, I don't need your year. What's the day and month of your birthday?
May 2.
May 2.
10/10. October 10.
October 10. November 27.
12/14.
1/10.
June 6th.
June 6th.
June 27th.
June 27th.
May 7th.
May 7th.
July 4th.
July 4th.
July 13th.
July 3rd. Ooh, close match. Let us know if you hear a match.
May 26th.
May 26th, no matches yet.
June 26th.
June 26th. Ooh, close.
July 15th.
July 15th, close.
January 6th.
Jan 6th.
10/21.
10/21, almost.
May 25th.
Have we had a May 25?
May 26th.
Oh, so close. You guys know each other? Sweet. You guys, yeah, we did. Okay.
July 9th.
July 9th. September 18th.
October 24th.
24th.
July 17th.
July 17th.
September 6th.
September 6th.
June 9th.
June 9th.
June 6th.
May 15th.
Unknown origin.
August 24th.
June 20th.
June 20th. There's no match yet.
Come on, Andrew.
Andrew.
November the 10th.
So we're at the spot.
Not high enough
number.
Yeah.
What happens here is, Carly, there's a magic number.
Yeah, so basically, we were hoping to have 30 people. We would have guaranteed there would have been a match. But basically, if you get 20, it's 25, right?
25 is about 50%.
25 is about 50%, yeah. So if you have 30 people in a room, you're almost guaranteed to get a match. And we will do this in our large lectures with hundreds of people, and we'll say, okay, let's just assume there's 100 people, and I usually ask the class, like, if I ask 100 people their birthdays, do you think there'll be a match? And most of them say no, and there always is. So you can bet, like, tell them you'll give them all A+ if there's a match. And there almost always is with 100 people for sure. So we'll go through that demonstration and then also show how the math works, because the probability is actually just a very simple rule that we cover all the time. So this is just an example of that.
So we just want to share a little bit of these kind of low technology solutions that all we use is a web browser, nothing more than that. Normally every classroom computer has it, and we can just go in there, click on it. We've never actually had this technology fail, so I apologize for technology failure. But
usually the birthdays, we just click on them and then you can remember them easier.
But thanks for nerding out with us with some art classroom experience, and this is what we do get to do in Illinois classrooms. And we'll be around till the end to take any questions.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
So, thanks, Ava.
Sorry that
it's okay.
Next up, Rob, would you like to, I'll just play your video.
You can play
Here we
video.
go. Okay, let's make it louder.
So, I'm an electrical engineering professor, and I have no idea why I'm presenting to these scholars of ancient Greek drama. I mean, I have no idea, like, oh my goodness gracious, I examined the dais for this particular event, and there's no way that these people on this dais have anything to learn from yours truly. So before I get too much further into my insecure lamentations, let me thank Judith and Ava and everybody else for their hospitality and inviting me to be part of this conference. But it kind of occurred to me that I have no idea is an important landing spot for a little panel on gameful pedagogy. I have no idea is a really important part of a gameful worldview when it comes to teaching. And so I'm actually quite happy to say to you that I'm Rob Carroll, and I have no idea.
His videos are fabulous for his class.
None whatsoever. My primary thesis of today's talk is that whenever one finds oneself at the I have no idea moment that's such a big part of being a teacher, whenever you find yourself in a moment like that, it might be a good time to focus on storytelling. So let me tell you about 3 problems I've had lately where I had no idea and where storytelling was pretty helpful. Problem the first. How does anybody teach game theory, the rigorous study of strategic interdependence, to math-phobic undergraduates in political science? I have no idea. So when we find ourselves at moments like those, we ought to try telling stories. I want to tell you 2 stories. Once upon a time there were 2 shepherds. So once upon a time there was a fox. Once upon a time there were 2 musical companions. Once upon a time there were 2 kings. Once upon a time there were 2 angst-ridden adolescents. Once upon a time you were a student and I was a professor.
I don't know if that will help the sound.
If we view models as fables, succinct, memorable depictions that aren't supposed to capture everything about reality, but where the fable is just a device that allows me to convey meaning to you so that you might be able to relate states of affairs to one another, if I can tell you a story, then we're already in a playful worldview. Some of these fables are very well known, like The Prisoner's Dilemma, and others are improvised as I'm filming. And still others are meta-fables, where I encourage students to use a model not as a way to try to understand something, but as a way to try to understand themselves, a tool for introspection. But this creates a second problem. If you show them these fables and then say, oh, look how frivolous this all is, some of them are going to ask you for real-world examples. But I don't want to tell them things about the real world, because if I tell them things about the real world, if I give them real-world examples, they're going to latch on to details. So the question becomes, how do we give them enough meaning, enough flesh that they can understand the story without having to understand the math all the way, but where I can't use the real world because they're going to try to use the real world all the way and lose the math? And the answer to that question is I have no idea. And when we have no idea, we ought to turn to stories. You make a fake world up. You just make up a fake world where you control the history, you control the details, and you can show them at your own pace so that the students have no choice but to inject themselves into the story. So that's what I've done. I've created a world called Olympia. The problem sets are all focused on Olympia. So the students really do visit the land of make-believe each week. These are narrated by an unreliable narrator named Socrates, who is a somewhat bitter and self-righteous political science professor. And he hates the technocrats that give him this job. But one of the technocrats, Technocrat 143, starts to leave him some breadcrumbs. And the breadcrumbs, of course, all have something to do with game theory. And the students don't mind that too much. They don't mind the fact that they can figure out that I'm just completely bullshit them. Which is to say, the students are willing to play along if you tell them that you're playing. However, my gameful approach to assessing, my gameful approach to game theoretic modeling, has created another problem. It's very natural to want to use formative assessment in a flipped classroom for technical material where the students aren't really going to get it all the way. But the problem is, how do we encourage students to chase after the awesome when we're giving them pass-fail? And the answer to that question is I have no idea. And so what I've done this semester is create something called the Alma token. So an Alma token is something the students can earn by either answering wicked hard questions that are on the problem sets, or they can get Almas for asking really great questions during our meetings. Students can use these Alma tokens a variety of ways. For example, they can purchase the right to redo a problem set that they failed. They can buy off one part of their final. We're also going to be having an auction at the end of the semester where students can use their Alma tokens to purchase NFTs that are inspired by the class or maybe U of I more generally. But my gameful approach to incentivizing awesomeness on the gameful problem sets I've developed to make sure that the students can have a gameful approach to mathematical models in the social sciences has created yet another problem. How do I know if it's working? Now, anecdotally, I can tell you it's working. First of all, they're having fun, which is awesome. But second of all, the number of them that really fully understand the rationality postulates, that really understand the assumptions that live underneath the hood of game theory, the number of them that are just completely nerded out on things like how do we aggregate preferences in a good way. But beyond anecdotes, I have no idea. I have no idea what I ought to be looking for in terms of how well the students are doing. And because I have no idea, I think we ought to turn to stories. The problem is I'm out of stories to tell, and I think it's come time to ask the students for theirs. It isn't obvious to me that the usual survey sort of stuff is what we're looking for. I think we need genuine qualitative evidence of how the students are responding to things. I hope you've enjoyed your little visit to the strange world that I've created for our students, and I hope that it's in some small measure helped you with your own teaching. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to have a chance to talk to you all about this, even though I feel a little bit sheepish about telling anybody other than my students about it. The only other person I tell about this is my wife, and she assures me that I can't do short form. In fact, she told me that I wouldn't be able to come up with a conclusion for this stupid talk. And boy, was she wrong. Thanks for watching.
Okay. Can I have the slide projector, please? John Weibel.
Good afternoon. So in 2017, I'm at the School of Information Science. I proposed a new course there, which ended up becoming what is now called Data Structures and Algorithms via Puzzles and Games. I won't go into the long story of why that title is so long and what justifies it here. Ask later. On the screen we have sort of a typical cycle of activities that happen most weeks during a class session. So we'll review last week, then we will play a surprise game or logic puzzle. The surprise thing I'll get into in some detail here. The games tend to be either simple board games or on paper kinds of things, fairly simple, sort of competitive logic puzzles in a sense. So since it's a surprise, they will be playing it to gain a familiarity with it from a human standpoint first, but then we're going to shift into playing while doing some analysis. So this is essentially a programming course and has a lot of computer science fundamentals at it. So one of the things I often have them do is take strategies that they developed from a human player or solver perspective, try to describe them as an algorithm, which usually means they also need to choose data structures to implement such a thing. Then we look at typical algorithmic analysis questions like how does it scale and so forth. So why do I surprise them every week? You might ask, isn't that interfering with their abilities to be prepared for each class session? Or does that prevent them from the important kind of diffuse semi or subconscious thinking that we often need to do for certain problem solving. And I assert that the answer is no. I would say the only real drawback to this structure is that it takes up a few minutes of time each class when there is a new puzzle or game for them to learn the rules and start experimenting and make some progress with it. But the positives, I think, are quite clear and worthy. They don't have any opportunity to search for someone else's analysis or code for that ahead of time. That's really the big thing and why I do this. So, in fact, when we have in-person classrooms outside of the pandemic, we often have laptops closed, so they're working on pencil, paper, or objects or whatever, and they're really trying to solve problems and work together. Everyone starts on a similar casual play level, so it's not really cutthroat competition most of the time, and they have a lot of fun discovering new things and sharing those ideas in class with each other. It's the only class I have where laughter is frequent, so that's one of the things that helps me feel like it's working. And then the homework during the week is the opportunity for them to go much deeper with the material. So in the homework, it typically falls into one of these two categories. It may be an analysis and sort of a short written paper about someone else's code, but it's often to implement a program that will either play a game using sort of standard AI techniques that have been developed decades ago, or to solve and generate new puzzles of the types that we've been studying. So there's a second level of gaming that happens sometimes in the course, and this is a part that's actually sort of gamification, if you will, in that for some of the programs where they develop an AI-like player, they will have opportunity to compete against the programs that the other teams have developed, both in class as sort of an unofficial tournament style thing, or even midweek, because they operate through a web server that I set up for that purpose. So it matches up players, checks rules, and scores things and so forth. So that's the second level, but not really the main focus of the class. Just as an illustration, if you're interested, there's a link there, or I have a few one-page printouts here of a really strange puzzle that I've used in the course. Welcome to have a look at this. It was created decades ago and created by hand, but in the course the students will analyze this thing after trying to solve it with pencil and paper, and then I have them think about writing a program that will generate puzzles similar to this, what sort of data structures to use, and so forth. In this case, they almost always quickly arrive at the notion of, the puzzle itself on that link. I don't know if you can click that or not.
Click the puzzle.
It is not the one that's on the screen, and that's probably a mistake on my part. But it looks like this, and it's a navigating through a maze. So just scroll down on that.
No way for scrolling on that.
Well, anyway,
Yeah.
you can look it up or come see the papers. They usually will arrive at idea of using a network graph for this right away, which is fine, except that if they spend some time really analyzing it, they'll realize it doesn't work quite right, and we have to do some transformations to it. So that's one of the things that takes some practice, and we talk about in class before I send them off to try writing a program about it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't
It's all right.
Thank you very much, John. Our next presenter is, if it will let me advance. This is not my good day. Yeah, okay. Where's Jamie when I need him?
Great.
Thank you very much.
Well, thanks.
Is Bob Marcy.
Yeah. Thanks so much. So I'm happy to be here talking about, this is just kind of a one-off in my teaching practice. I use a game in a class that I teach on American environmental history. A class where the class in a nutshell is American history with the relationship of people and non-human nature at the center stage, right? And so one of the through lines of the course is thinking about changing ideas or values of nature over time. And so a big headline moment in the class is the 19th century, the Romantic movement, and a moment when poets and painters and philosophers and thinkers of different stripes kind of articulated a new value of nature in a different way, and gave us this tradition that eventually will turn into an instinct to conserve and to preserve nature, and also a sort of really interesting streak in our culture, which is the sort of value of wilderness and wild lands. And this streak that I try to introduce to my students as a kind of peculiar thing that we really take for granted in American culture in particular, but that was completely off the radar screen, I assure you, to people before that mid-19th century moment, that watershed. And we really owe that to these influential thinkers, and especially this handsome devil, Henry David Thoreau, and his experiments in the 1840s of going out and living in the woods, right? Chucking it all, and going off by himself, building a cabin and living in the woods on the edge of Concord, Massachusetts, at this place called Walden Pond, about which he wrote this book. And this is a great sort of teaching moment. I've been banging my head up against this teaching moment for 15 years of a career in progress. I have done everything I could with this text, which is, as you will probably know from your travels, right? It is not the easiest text, for one thing. And this guy, the problem with him is that he is alienating. I would even go so far as to say he's kind of a jerk, right? Before you really get to know him, as I have, and now I appreciate him, but I can't convince a good half of the students in the class to get to know him, right? To give him a chance, because that book starts off with lines that we all know, these kind of excerpted lines that really turn a lot of people off. Not to mention the tone, not to mention the page-long paragraphs, not to mention the vocabulary that's very show-offy, and et cetera. So I have that experience in the classroom for years when I discover that there is a group of game designers led by Tracy Fullerton in Southern California, associated with University of Southern California, who have made a game, an immersive game around Walden, around Thoreau and his experiment at Walden. So I decided to give it a try. They make it available for free, and they send a link, and it's really easy to do. So I sort of plugged it into my class, and this game was a game changer for some of the problems that I was having. I'll just show you a few screenshots from the game. It's pretty famous. Many of you probably know about this game already, and it's I don't have to tell you too much about it. But it's a first-person game. I'm not so much a video gamer myself, but I know the language of first-person shooter. I think of this as first-person meditator. I don't know. You are Thoreau. You walk through the woods. You explore the natural world, sights and sounds and textures and etc. You build his cabin. You do stuff, right? And I want to ask a question to the room as I wrap up in a second. But so you build his about the doing stuff aspect of the game. You build his cabin. You you plant his bean field. If you've read the book, if you've made it far enough into the book to know that is a big preoccupation of his. He goes on to some length about the technicalities of growing beans and the costs of seeds and all that stuff. That's the row for you. But the game brings that to life in a way. You go fishing. You do, this is the bean field, and you can see in the corner some of the elements of gameplay. You have to keep your wood supply up, you have to keep your energy level up, you have to keep your food stores up. So there's some things that are, sort of very, I don't really have the language for gaming, but, they have their sort of teleology to them or whatever, that give the game the purpose that it has. But I want to say more about that in just a second. Another thing you do is you wander into Concord, right? One of the big ironies of Thoreau is that he is, extolled as this great wilderness prophet. But Walden is not, of course, in any kind of a wilderness, and he spent a lot of time walking back into town and visiting friends and having his sister cook for him and et cetera, et cetera. He was not really roughing it, and so, this is a good way for students to kind of experiencing that. So, this immersive, encounter with what he did, I think allows students to kind of appreciate that moment of the 19th century in a way that the text sometimes does not. And again, I have tried every different way. I mean, we read the text out loud and kind of choral reading, and I do my best to make that come alive for them. But I think the game does it in a slightly different way. We haven't left the text, by the wayside. We do both, but I think it brings us to a new place. I want to say something about learning outcomes. I think they do a better job of thinking through him, what he actually did, why it matters. And I think play is the key to that, right? They engage him. They don't listen to him preach. They don't feel judged by him. They sort of relate to him and to what he was doing. They still might not like him, though, honestly. I think, and that actually, I think, is actually built into this game. This game is not, it's not fun. It's not, it wasn't, I don't think it was designed to be fun in that way that maybe that they would sort of intuitively kind of come to it with that expectation. It's kind of repetitive. It's the purpose of it is actually up for grabs. And that's where I want to end, because as a humanist, I listen to colleagues here talking about teaching different subjects where, some of the teaching is about the intuition that will get us to a correct answer, or, really understanding, using maybe a kind of a competitive or sort of playful competition to get us to a certain kind of problem solving. That's not really all that relevant to what I'm trying to achieve in a classroom exercise like this, or into an introduction to this particular moment in intellectual history. So when I say it's not fun, I actually value. I mean that in a good way. It's not really about like the sort of what I understand to be like or what comes to mind when I think of like, oh, let's go play a game. This is a game with a open-ended purpose, an exploratory purpose. A kind of, I had a couple of other words for that, but they're not coming to mind. But in any case, it does something I think is really valuable. I mean, the students who might read Walden with that kind of defensive, like, oh, hold on, when the language comes at them with, you're living a life of quiet desperation, right? They sort of open up to this a little bit more through that exploration and through that play. Fun or not fun. So, thank you.
Well, that was fun. Thank you. The next presentation is from a presenter who's not sitting with us today. His name is Ryan Lemaire from Labor and Employment Relations, and we're going to play his recorded video.
Your time today. I'm sorry I can't be there in person to enjoy this experience with you. but I'm really excited to talk to you today about how I use the board game Azul, to teach game theory to my HR class. My name is Ryan Lamar, and I'm a professor in the LER school here at Illinois. So I'm going to spend our brief time together just introducing the board game Azul. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about context is in which I use it, and what the learning outcomes have been. So this is Azul, and the way that Azul works is it's a very simple, straightforward tile placement game. You can have anywhere between 2 and 4 people playing. I usually suggest that my students do this game in pairs, so that you get a little bit more direct game theoretic action if you have them playing each other. And how it works is each player will take a turn selecting colored tiles to put on their board. There are various colors, and you put the colored tiles on your board. And there's a lot of strategy in terms of where you place the tiles. You get different points based on how you place the tiles, and also different types of clustering and completion of columns and rows. So all of it lends itself to a lot of strategic thinking on which tiles you select and where you place them. It's a competitive game where the player with the most points at the end of the game wins, and so this lends itself to a lot of strategic thinking on how to beat your opponent. Just to give you a sense of what LER is like, so my program is a 3-semester grad-only program. Almost everyone in the program is going to end up in HR, and so because of this is a very quick and hands-on program for students. They need a lot of practical training. The max class size in the program is about 50 students. That's how many I usually get in the game theory class. And we have about 30% international. International students particularly seem to like playing Azul because it gives them a unique way of interacting with the material and the content that's non-traditional from what we normally would have them do. Almost none of the students would have had prior exposure to game theory. So because of that, this is their first introduction to game theory, so I keep it very hands-on and very applied, as opposed to a more sort of formal course that you might get in economics. And we have 1 3-hour class each week. So why did I choose Azul? I was looking for a way to get students to buy into the topics that I have on a regular basis, especially the ones that might be a little bit less popular, that might look a little different from prisoner's dilemmas and other common game theory topics, and this seemed to be a good way to do it. Students also generally seem to really like having different learning mechanisms in my class. They listen to podcasts, they do presentations, we have lots of discussion and other games, and they seem to really enjoy that aspect of the course. So I decided to bring a board game in because I also really love board games, and I wanted to have a class that was fun and popular and that students were excited about. Fortunately for me, as I was thinking about a way to introduce a board game into this class, I came across this article, and this article created a bridge between the game that I was going to play in class and the game theory elements that I was going to be teaching them. So I actually have the students read this article at the outset of the course in week 1, and that helps make a connection between what they're going to be learning throughout the semester and the game they're going to be playing. So how does it work in practice? Students play each other every other week, at least once every other week during the semester. These games happen outside of class, and every other week they do a write-up. And that write-up connects the material that they've been learning throughout the semester to the games they've been playing. So for instance, a couple weeks into the class, they'll have a write-up on sequential reasoning and how Azul reflects sequential reasoning, because we would have just covered sequential reasoning in class. A couple weeks later, they'll talk about how Azul reflects prisoners' dilemmas and where they see prisoners' dilemmas when they play each other. A few weeks after that, they might talk about how there are information asymmetries in Azul. So each week, they'll connect their Azul play to the class content that they would have had. At the end of the semester, we also have an extra credit Azul tournament. This is a really fun experience, and basically it's an optional way for students to finish the course by playing each other at Azul, and then the champion from the class plays against me in a final boss battle, and that class champion has a chance at extra credit and a trophy on top of the extra credit that they already get. This is all done in a very positive and celebratory spirit, as opposed to one of competition. So what have been the effects on student learning? My sense is that students are able to use their experience in Azul to develop long-term teamwork skills because they play the same person repeatedly throughout the semester and get to know them and work with them. They also are able to see strategy and gamification in a new way through the interaction between the board game and the content that they're learning throughout the class, and they can then take those ideas and relate them to their HR careers. Finally, in terms of the student responses, my sense is that this is the best part of the course. We still play games together between myself and the current and former students, and we do this outside of class frequently, and many of the graduating students actually have come back and played me at Azul just for the fun of it. So we still play each other very regularly. And to give just an example of this, here's a former student of mine who was the grand champion in 2019, in May 2019, and in August 2019, he came back to campus wearing his game theory Azul crown and holding his trophy, and he walked around the building all day with the trophy and the crown on to celebrate his achievement as a game theory champion. So just to conclude, I just wanted to thank you all very much for listening to my conversation here, and if you have any questions at all about bringing Azul into your class or gamification into your classes, please reach out to me. I'm very happy to talk to you and to collaborate with you as we go forward with this really great project. So thanks very much for your time.
He'll be pleased to know that you clapped. Our next and last but not least is Petra Jelinek.
Which one do I use to write that one? Okay. So thank you so much for having me here. So this particular assignment that I chose to use this past spring, it was called the Unessay assignment. And so I teach a class called Biological Anthropology. It's Anthropology 240. And this class is really set up as a pretty typical course. It covers topics relevant to our subdiscipline, such as evolutionary theory, primate and human evolution, behavior and ecology, human variation, demography, and the like. So it covers a broad swath of topics in bioanth. And for some time now, I've been wanting to do something a little bit different to shake things up. So this past year, classes all moved online due to the pandemic, and students experienced a fair amount of exhaustion. I found that there was malaise, a high degree of stress. And in addition to that, a number of people in my discipline have free online teaching resources, and one of them is Kara Akabach. There are just a number of others. And in addition, I'm a Montessori child, so when I learned science and other topics, I learned that in conjunction with art and thinking creatively. So I really saw this as an opportunity to bring something different into the classroom. And so just to describe very briefly what the Unessay project is, it's effectively an alternative to exams or a paper that one would write at the end of the semester or even the middle of the term. And so it's a very open-ended project where students were able to choose any topic that we cover in biological anthropology, and they were also able to basically have the end product be anything that they desired. There was a fair amount of research that went into it, but here's an abridged list of the kinds of things that the students were able to choose from, and they're able to choose things outside of this list as well. So the highlighted terms were the ones that were explicitly games. So certainly not all of these are games, but I like to think that creative thinking is a form of gameplay as well. So again, thinking about the Unessay and what the benefits would be, well, creativity is one of the hallmarks of being human. And so what better way to teach human biology, behavior, and evolution than to get them to think and do creative layered work. And it was also very constructivist. It involves self-guided learning. The students work on topics in a really creative, expressive way. It's a project that allows students to tap into their intrinsic motivation to learn, and they're allowed to explore ideas in a way that increases embodied learning. In addition, there's a fair amount of skill building that goes beyond the typical essay. So I found this to be a really interesting way of approaching this. And then for those of us who follow Bloom's taxonomy, this is really at the pinnacle of Bloom's taxonomy, where there's a lot of metacognitive thinking going on here with this kind of assignment. So I wanted to share with you a couple of examples that students did, and there's a slight bias here towards primates. One of them is simian cards, and the other example that I'm going to share is called the game of primates. So simian cards is a project that was done by Lamarck Russell, and Lamarck, as you can perhaps see here, is a big Pokemon fan. So he took something he already knew, was already very fond of, which is the game of Pokemon, and applied what he'd been learning in class regarding primate taxonomy, primate behavior and ecology, and completely gamified it. So I just wanted to highlight a couple of examples here, and I just also want to highlight that he incorporated just a fair amount of detail in each of these cards. So the one on the left is Hulak Hulak, which is the Hulak gibbon. Gibbons are brachiators, and so he used that idea of brachiation, which is a very swift locomotor strategy through the forest, and he called it "can't touch this." So that's one of the abilities of this particular primate. Another ability is that they're monogamous, but one of the things that I found really impressive as well is he included the IUCN status, the conservation status of each of the primates on the cards. The second example that I wanted to share with you is called the Game of Primates, and this was created by Casey Vlack. And Casey did more of a sort of a typical board-style game, and you can see that you can move throughout the sequence from beginning to end. But again, this was a multi-layered game. She included species, so there were a number of species that one could choose from. There were different mate cards, and on each of these cards there's a fair amount of detail regarding their habitat, their locomotor strategies, different aspects of their life history. Also, she wanted to include some fun aspects to it. So this ecosystem here, there are ecosystem cards, and this particular one has a species of UIUC students, and she used the moral plots as the habitat. So this was really quite clever. And again, this is just a sampling of some of the cards. There were just a number of different dietary cards that one could select from. And also really important for Darwinian evolution, which is survival and reproductive success. You can see that there are a number of life tokens and baby primates, which helps one to succeed through this particular game. So and I just wanted to anecdotally say that there were a number of times that I looked at this game and I thought, gosh, did I actually teach this stuff? And well, yes, I did, but you can see here that she really took this to the next level. And so I wanted to point out some of the learning outcomes, not just for these two examples, but for all of the students in general. The students' projects were varied, they were very creative. Each of the projects was actually quite different from one another, and I had close to 40 students in the class. So they were very individualized. Some really tapped into projects that we had already done, but expanded on them a little bit further. And others really tapped into projects that were a little bit newer that we didn't have any assignments for, and unleashed their understanding in very new ways. A few of the students really taught themselves new skills. So Lamarck, who did the simian cards, he actually taught himself Photoshop to do that particular assignment. Others did projects that required skills they didn't really think they had. They really pushed themselves into new territory. And we know from these kinds of activities that students, when they're able to work on a topic in a creative and expressive way, this often leads to a greater amount of memory, so they remember what they did and learned well into the future. And in terms of Bloom's taxonomy, the knowledge dimension here would be that these projects really covered the factual component, the conceptual component, and the metacognitive components to learning. So for me, when I think about learning and I think about how students can take things that they already know, add some creativity, add some personality and thought, that's really the heart of innovation. And so for me, this kind of project really led to something more than I had actually expected, and the students seemed quite happy at the end as a result. So thank you.
I'll apologize to you for some of the technical difficulties that we had in the beginning, where some things might have gone a bit smoother, but everyone has done a fabulous job presenting, and I'm sure you have some questions
for us. So we'll take your questions now.
Perhaps you could address the question that came from the last panel. This is the crowd, I think, that might have some thoughts. So you want to restate it? Or
Sure, yeah. So I'm an instructional designer over at the Geese College of Business for the I degrees. So we have massive classes online, and we finally have some professors who are interested in using games or gamifying some of their content, and we actually have one professor who's done it very, very successfully thus far. But they come to me and say, hey, I want to put content in a game. How do I tell them, like, what are the resources that I can give them to say, well, here's how you do it, because they're the subject matter experts and I'm kind of just here to make this work. So as an instructional designer, how would you recommend talking to someone who has very little understanding of gamifying things but wants to do it?
Sorry, so how somebody would take a topic that they want to gamify and how would they go about doing that?
Yeah, essentially. Or resources for that, because they like the idea of it,
right,
but they have no idea where to start, and I don't know the material well enough to guide them most accurately.
Yeah, I think part of it is just experimentation, perhaps. I mean, there's so many online resources in terms of. I feel like there's a lot of free online resources that one can use. The Unessay is a pretty good example of something that is now current. I've seen it online now currently. And so just allowing for students some level of freedom in their choices is really maybe a first step in thinking about thinking about how to gamify, right? So the parameters can be, you can certainly give some rules in terms of how to, what you want the student to get out of it, right? So you might give them a topic or a set of topics, but if you allow them to explore those topics freely, then it's going to be gamified. Mm-hmm. I found that with my particular, I'm sorry if I keep going here. I found that with my particular project that I gave the students, even though it was very open-ended in many ways, and they could choose any topic within BioAnth, the rubric was very tight, right? So they had to have a proposal. That proposal had to be okayed by me. They actually had to write a short paper, so there was a write-up to demonstrate that they had done some research. And then they had their product, but they also had a self-evaluation. And the self-evaluation was really quite important. And there were a number of points that they needed to hit regarding that self-evaluation. And so I felt like all of those things actually lifted up the quality of these projects. So that's just one example of things, but I'm sure other people have other ideas.
So I guess the question is, I think when a lot of people say gamify, they're using this as a proxy for incentivize. Right? And so if it's a question about just what sort of incentives they want to impose upon the students, then that's not really, that's a pedagogical question, but it's not sort of a substantive question, right? So what I would ask, if somebody said I want to gamify a class, is like, what's social about it, and what's the tension? Because if there's not a tension, you're not going to be able to exploit something that the students are experiencing. Now on the incentive side, there is a tension to exploit, like the marginal benefits of effort and the marginal cost of effort presumably would have to equilibrate in some sense. But that's not social, that's internal, and then you can come up with whatever sort of nonsense tokens you want to do in order to make that work. But if it's truly gamifying, then there must be some tension to be exploited, and it must be a social tension. And what that social tension is, and how it might be exploited for pedagogical reasons, well, the second one is your job, I guess, but the first one is about domain expertise. And it would be a fun conversation to ask somebody in some other field, what's the tension that you would exploit if you could? And why is it a social tension?
Well, you explore tension, for sure.
Yeah, I kind of heard your question. I heard your Geese ID, but I forgot your name. I'm sorry. Nina, yeah. So I heard your question. I was like, oh my gosh, that's such a hard problem. Because I've taught like a Coursera course that has a bunch of students in it. And I assume Geese is similar, where you have thousands of students not in the same place, not in the same time zone. And games are often social environments. They have some tension. And so how do you enable technology to have somebody in China playing against someone in India, playing against someone in South Africa. And how do you do that without building out an entire website just for that purpose? And I think that's really hard. Oof, it sounds like the professor who did it is probably just like nerding out with this stuff like 24/7, because there's so many like technical communication challenges, synchronization. There's a ton of stuff out there, and there are frameworks that do allow you to do some of that stuff. I've seen a lot of this done, and there's a Steam app called Tabletop Simulator, which gives you a very broad set of kind of construction principles, and you can build games within that, and lots of people clone existing board games inside Tabletop Simulator. It takes care of some of that synchronization. So that's one tool I've seen done in that space. I'm sure there's web-based tools, because Tabletop Simulator requires like an actual computer, can't just be done on a cell phone. One thing that I know Carly and I have worked on is sort of these web browser-based technologies, where we find that if you have a large barrier to entry to something, few people are going to engage in it no matter how fun it is. So if you can just have a link to have them click in a web browser, but how you actually do that, I have no idea. That's a really hard challenge.
But the time, I mean, so it might not be a constraint. Like the time thing might not be a constraint. That, I mean, so from the last panel, right? You can use the tension of having to wait for somebody else's move, right? I mean, that's pedagogically useful tension as well. They're sitting around and waiting for somebody else's move in India or something. That's a chance to really fret and have to think things through. And that obnoxious paranoia is a really pedagogically useful tool.
We're going to need to wrap up to get ready for the next session, so maybe one more question. Somebody has a good pithy question.
Well, I was just going to maybe carry on to that. Wonderful panel. I'm feeling great about the world because the game theory across the disciplines is amazing. So thank you very much. But it's this idea that some of you are sitting there because literally you can bring in game theory into political science. There happens to be a Walden game, and I'm literature, I'm humanities, but okay, maybe I can make that work. So the question is, to continue on this question, across the disciplines, there are many disciplines that can legitimately bring in statistics, can bring in game theory, or games broadly. Well, it's in advertising, and there's music in games. So, but I guess the hard question is chemistry. Are there disciplines that is the faculty asking, I just want my students to have fun, but I haven't necessarily tied it to my discipline. And we all know, as good teachers and pedagogists and instructional designers, if you don't tie it to the discipline in some way, then it is just recess, right? So I guess that's my question. I mean, most of you have tied some aspect of games and gaming and gamification and game theory into your actual discipline, correct? Yeah. So I think that's
a really good point, and that is absolutely true of this panel, everyone. I mean, I was amazed at the beginning when we were forming our panel here, how across the disciplines, games and game-like activities are really working wonderfully well and tied to the discipline and supporting teaching and learning.
And this is what we need to say to campus, because they may have something else in their head when they think about what we're doing. There's a really negative reaction to the word fun in terms of like course presentation and course design. But you gave a great example of, thank you, Robert, of the way that the content, even very challenging content, can be expressed in these ways. And sort of strategically what this panel does in speaking to campus about the importance of game studies and design on campus is how tied it is to our essential mission, right? And the other thing I want to say is that what's remarkable about our game studies and design community is this piece. Because many game studies and design programs, game design, are mostly game design programs, really focused on design side. And what guests who come to visit our community are most amazed about is the growth and depth of our work in the pedagogy area, and that this is actually something really remarkable to have in combination with the growth of our games research and game design and teaching game design as well. So the significance of this panel is just really important in terms of a larger story we're telling. So thank you very much for your contributions.
All right, welcome back to our panel on serious games and simulations. My name is Dave Dubin. I'm a teaching associate professor at the School of Information Sciences. We'll be talking today about simulations and serious games, both from a research and a teaching perspective. During the last panel, when the Monty Hall exercise was going on, I was reminded that the first time I encountered that back during the Reagan administration, I got it wrong the first time, and I was stubborn. I would not believe the answer was correct until I wrote a simulation in Turbo Pascal. And running it convinced me that I had to have had the wrong answer, so that it opened my mind to the correct one. But it was really in the writing of the simulation rather than the running of it that I really understood where I had gone wrong. So I think what we'll do is we'll begin with our remote participants. I guess in reverse alphabetical order, Tim Wadig is Associate Director of the LAS Global Studies Program, whose research and teaching interests are focused on approaches to diplomacy and negotiation, conflict prevention and resolution, humanitarian intervention in state-sponsored mass killing genocide, particularly the Rwandan genocide. And he has extensive experience in designing and facilitating simulation exercises for classroom and professional community training environments. Dr. Wadig, I have a copy of your slides on my laptop here. Would you like to share a screen, or would you like to just have me step through it? It will depend on what you're more comfortable with.
Either works. If it's easier for me to share for the pacing, I can do that.
Why don't you give that a try, and if we run into difficulties, I have a copy of your slides as a backup.
Okay. Is everybody able to see?
No.
Is that working?
There, that's better.
Okay.
Good.
All right. Yeah, so 5 minutes.
Please.
Let me get started. I am Tim Wadig. I'm the Associate Director of LAS Global Studies. I think they've already sort of gave you my background, so I'll move forward with this, provided it will. There we are. So what I'll be talking about today is simulation design, primarily role-playing type simulations, and I am happy when we get to questions to kind of explain my rationale for those. So I've divided it into before, during, and after, sort of considerations to think about at the beginning, as well as throughout each step of the process. So before you do the simulation, as you're thinking about the sort of design, what's going to work, the most sort of important thing that I can say is to work backwards from your learning outcomes. Be very clear about what you want your participants to walk away with. Write those down. Anything that you create for the exercise, anything that you're doing, if it doesn't match those outcomes, you should probably set it aside for something else. The takeaways are the whole point here, so being very clear helps a lot. I've also found from my experience that the less micromanaging, the less preparation during the exercise students have to do, the better. Give them roll sheets, have them do assignments in class, maybe to create learning artifacts that will help them during the exercise. But if they're spending a lot of time as a team or as an individual in a role, thinking about what they're supposed to be doing, they're interacting less and they're able to sort of pull less away from the experience. So that's part of your preparation. I've also found that historical simulations are bad ideas. There are lots of cases, lots of interesting sorts of episodes that would be nice to include, but if you're doing something historical that they can Google the outcome, I guarantee you that's what they're going to do. They're going to just decide to accept that outcome and spend the rest of the time allotted on YouTube or something. So use historical precedents, use case examples to kind of maybe build in, change the names, change some aspects, that's fine, but don't simply negotiate from an historical episode.
It is your world. Create it for your goals and enforce boundaries. Hyper-realism may not be necessary for what you're doing. You can take shortcuts. You can sort of put roadblocks in to keep them on target. But you're really focused again on the learning outcomes. If you're going to get there, the rest of it, you have some creativity that you can utilize. During the exercise, really think of this as a laboratory experience, especially in the social sciences, humanities. We don't get to necessarily do laboratory experiences with human subjects. Milgram, Stanford, there are good reasons why we can't, but these simulations can be used in that way. I do a lot of negotiation simulations in a class, so it gives them a chance to take what we've learned in class, in our readings, in their papers, in their projects, and actually kind of manipulate it much like they would in a laboratory. Look to allow them to do that. It should be challenging. You don't want it to be super easy for them to kind of reach a conclusion, but it should be doable in the time allotted. This may require, some prior sort of play testing. Maybe you have a student organization in your department, maybe you have some grad students, but you want the challenge level to be high enough that they really engage. And finally, as soon as the exercise concludes, have a debriefing. Even if it's a 5-minute flash debrief where they just react, give them some opportunity to hear from others in the room. And then sort of connect what they saw from what people meant, what people were attempting to accomplish. You can do other forms of debriefing, but at a minimum have that sort of, even if it's 5-minute piece. After the simulation is over, use it as an opportunity for more learning, right? It can actually form a case study that you can sort of analyze in your class. It can be a learning artifact in and of itself. It can be a callback for new material. Hey, remember when during the exercise this happened? Well, this reading sort of helps to explain that. Give them an opportunity to kind of think of this as a case study in and of itself. Short reflection papers are always nice. What did you learn? What do you wish you knew? What do you wish you did? A good way to kind of get them, again, to kind of process the experience and what happened. And finally, your role should be to revise the exercise. You're gonna, in all likelihood, if you spend time creating it, you'll want to use it again. Revise it while it's still fresh. Make sure that it is meeting your learning outcomes and that it met sort of all the goals of student engagement and so forth. So that's 5 minutes. My contact info, which I'm sure you can find on the website. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Singer, would you like to share a screen or?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we can see that.
Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Cage is an interactive game simulation.
Simulating international negotiations on policies affecting climate change. It's been used for education here at the university and for research on the future of climate change. It also has potential for aiding in public policy formation. For real-time feedback on effects of policy changes in time-constrained gaming simulations, CAGE includes a dedicated interactive assessment model. CAGE is designed to be accessible for participants from high school through graduate level. Controlled experiments have looked at feedback from climate change on a variety of species. An example is the work my son did on the University South Forum's field exposure to elevated CO2 levels of Zea mice, a species of corn in the grass family. Feedback interactions between the great ape species, Homo sapiens, and climate change have been studied with game theory. However, to our knowledge, results of those models have not been calibrated against results of controlled experiments. My daughter developed urban planning codes that would determine how close to the seashore buildings would be allowed on about 2% of one of the Galapagos Islands. She took this picture of a sea lion grazing, snoozing near a restaurant. That suggests that previous planning guidance had not anticipated the possibility of a meter or more of sea level rise. There are probability distributions for how sea level would respond to global warming, but I have found no experimentally calibrated probability distribution to give her for what sea level rise would actually occur after accounting for global human response to that warming. I have participated in track 1 and track 1.5 exercises on other security matters and have been an observer on the UN on track 2 negotiations. So CAGE was designed for potential use in such exercises. CAGE includes historically calibrated models of influences on results of and implications of global warming. It also includes analysis of the economic impacts of those results. Examples shown here are extrapolations of CO2 concentrations, global warming, sea level rise, and upper ocean acidity. Warming and impacts on economic productivity and an economic measure of human welfare are provided for 16 geographic regions. Our economic measure of climate change impact on human welfare is known as total time integrated discounted utility per capita consumption. That's a long set of words, but basically the idea is 1 unit of welfare is the difference in living for a year on bare subsistence income, a poverty level of about $3,000 a year. It's also the difference between that poverty level and a middle class income of $30,000 per family member per year. The economic welfare impact of climate change and of policy to reduce climate change is almost completely dominated by Africa. That is because Africa is already hot, has a large and rapidly growing population of impoverished people. Simulation game participants representing a geographic region or a group of regions have different options to pay for the costs of reducing future carbon emissions. The simplest version of the game proceeds like rounds of bidding and bridge, with 4 participants representing 4 groups of regions. Differences are that all the bids in each round are submitted simultaneously, and scores based on those bids are available before the participants decide to either raise or lower their bid for the next round. Types of bidding options to participants can be illustrated by a set of curves shown here. The nominal European Union plan is indicated by the blue line in the figure. Future policymakers might more realistically choose either the reference case shown here or level off emissions at a higher level. To keep participants interested and gain additional research insights, CAGE is designed to allow for different levels of play. Now a professor in China, Bei Yang added an altruism option that allows participants to count part of global welfare as part of their own group's welfare. CAGE also allows for a comparatively inexpensive option for limiting global warming by injecting sulfur into the stratosphere to cause a haze that partially blocks sunlight. And we know how this works because volcanoes do it for us sometimes. We've also published results of simulations that include options for limiting other contributions to global warming. And this ends our lightning talk on the climate action gaming experiment.
And I apologize for not introducing Professor Singer at the start. His background and titles are on the sheet at the tables. So I'll just say briefly that he's a research professor, an emeritus professor, having held appointments in nuclear plasma, radiological engineering, and political science, and a faculty member and former director of the program in arms control and domestic and international security at the University of Illinois. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation, and we'll have questions and discussions following the other talks. Okay, Laura Shackelford is a professor of anthropology in LAS and a professor of anatomy in the Carle, Illinois College of Medicine, who's been researching VR since 2016, including teaching an undergraduate course at UIUC on archaeological field methods with immersive VR. Now, I don't have a slide deck for you. Do you just want to talk?
I do, yes.
That's outstanding. That's good.
So thanks. I appreciate being able to be here. I feel like I'm the least serious of the panelists, and so I'm not sure how well I fit in because my topics are not very serious. My topics are all about what I teach, and I was thinking about the things that I teach, and what I teach are, I teach primarily anatomy, so I teach a dissection class, and then I also teach anthropology, and I teach field methods. So I am a field anthropologist. I go out and I dig for bones, and so this is one of the things that I teach students. And the things all these things have in common is that I am a very active teacher. I don't sit and teach. I am always doing something. I'm moving around and showing or watching or doing. And that's really important to me for learning. And that's why, for me, virtual reality has been a really, really good way to teach students. Because as it's been noted, simulation works. And so for me, I have used virtual reality as a way to simulate some of the experiences that students can't get here on campus. And this is primarily related to the archaeological field work that I do, because not all students get to go to the field like I do. And it's been especially important since COVID began because no one has been able to go to the field. It's not just our students. None of my colleagues have really been able to go to the field for quite some time. And so you can't learn and you can't teach students how to do this work without them doing it. So what I decided to do was I would create a virtual excavation. And so now I can teach students here without leaving the university. And I do that by putting them into a narrative. And throughout the semester, they are evolving a narrative, and they are the main character in this narrative. And so during that time with weekly VR labs, they can learn the skills that they need, and they can learn how to apply those skills, and they can learn sort of how to make their own decisions. But there are a couple of really important things that go along with that and that I've learned. And to hasten back to what Dr. Wettig said earlier, one of the most important things that I've learned is that learning objectives really are important. That we have a weekly, like I said, we have a weekly VR lab where students are learning things, but weekly VR labs or any VR labs don't work at all unless you have some parameters around them and you have very clear objectives for what it is that the students are doing. Even if you have a virtual scenario where there are limited things that can be done. So that's incredibly important. The other thing for me is that narrative. Everything seems a lot more interesting and a lot more fun if you tell a story. And also, you're, not only me, but the students as well, everyone's more willing to buy in to a story, and that's what you want. You want students to feel engaged, and you want them to realize that they have their own agency because they are making the decisions in their world, and when they make decisions, the world reacts, the environment reacts to them. And so this is the way that they can learn without ever leaving the university. And it's been a great way for me to teach. And so we are continuing to evolve this kind of learning. Right now we are trying to adapt the same platform for VR users who have compromised mobility, so specifically for users in wheelchairs. And so we're trying to sort of expand that accessibility so that experiences aren't limited. And that's how VR has been helpful, and that's how it's been a really great educational tool.
Thank you.
Sure.
Great. I'm seeing a theme coming together on the issue of the story, the narrative, and the difference between telling a story versus telling the story. I'm going to suggest that Professor Henry go next, and then we'll have Professor Stewart, and then we'll see if we can pull together a discussion. So Lucas Henry is the coordinator of academic programs at the European Union Center, a PhD candidate in musicology at the University of Illinois. His research involves networks of musicians and music festivals in Europe, their respective engagement with the European Commission's Creative Europe project, and the role of popular music in European integration and identity creation. Professor Lucas oversees the academic elements of the European Union Center, including instruction, advisement, and management of the EUC degree programs. Now, I have your slides, so I can put them up, and this is the Schumann
Challenge.
Schumann Challenge, right? So what I'll do is I'm
sorry, I should have put my name on the file.
It's all right. There's only so many of you it could possibly have been.
Right.
So once it's up, I will share my screen with our remote participants so that Professor Wiedig and Professor Singer can see it also. So I'm going to start by seeing if I can share the PowerPoint file. Hope that seems to be working.
Yeah.
And then I'll make this bigger.
Cool.
And then, will that do it? Nope.
There it is.
There it is. Okay, good. And then I'll just try to use the arrows to go through.
Yeah, that's the last slide.
All right.
Yeah, cool. All right, so yeah, thank you. My name is Lucas Henry. I'm the academic programs coordinator. Dave gave me a promotion by calling me a professor. But so anyway, in addition to teaching and advising the students, one of my other jobs at the EU Center is to manage and organize all the different academic programming, both curricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular. And I guess that's one of the things that makes what I'm here to talk about a little bit different than some of the other ones that are on the other examples that are on the paper, is that mine exists as an extracurricular activity, an extracurricular simulation. So anyway, one of the things I was most excited about last year during the pandemic was that we were able to, you can advance the slide there too. Yeah, thank you. We were able to organize the university's first team for the Schumann Challenge, which is a transatlantic foreign policy competition that's put on by the delegation of the EU to the United States in Washington, D.C. And typically that happens in person, so we didn't get to make the fun trip to Embassy Row to have the simulation last year. But they also, though, were able to expand it to its full capacity last year, too. So there were 30 universities taking part in the competition, and we were one of 30. So the teams are set up on teams of 3. And each one of the teams is given a common question every year that asks them to consider some type of foreign policy issue that both the United States and the EU can address, and hopefully jointly. So the teams are challenged to come up with a position paper which they submit to the delegation, and then a policy proposal which they pitch to a panel of judges, which typically consists of diplomats and transatlantic policy experts, and also journalists who cover that part of the relationship. So there's a Q&A session, and at the end of the first round, they choose the delegation chooses 3 teams to go on to the finals. And in the final round, the finalists represent their policy proposal to another panel that this time includes the ambassador of the EU to the United States plus a couple of other really high-profile judges. So it's a competition that really kind of puts the students like their feet to the fire, I guess you could say, really strongly, because they are presenting to some very high-stakes people as they come up with the policies. So if you want to advance one more, you can see actually the way the questions have somewhat progressed too over the last 4 years. So we were in the 4th iteration of the competition. It's a very young policy competition, and if you notice, the very first one in 2017 was very general. They asked the universities, pick a policy that the EU is involved with and give us a proposal. And then you can kind of see that the delegation decided that it's probably best to start whittling things down and to give more specific questions all the way down to the end, right? Last year, the students, our team's question was, how should the EU and the US respond to China's alternative models of governance? But then it was wide open from that. The students were allowed to choose their own case study to build a policy around, and that was what myself, the coach of the team was Kostas Kortakakis from political science, and I was the advisor. And we as the two of us kind of took a different approach the way we worked with the students. He provided scholarly information, and I kept them up to date with current events, so that way they could make the most salient policy proposal possible. But we didn't step, we didn't step on their toes at all. They really came up with the specific plan to for their position paper, and also for the policy proposal. So, following kind of what you saw with Professor Weedig, you want to not necessarily micromanage. That was the way we approached. We didn't try to steer them one way or the other with them. We just tried to give them as much information as they possibly could, so they could make the most informed decisions going forward. So I guess later in the Q&A we can talk about the outcomes if we want. But that's where I will leave off with mine.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. So our last presenter, and by the way, I have regrets to forward from Angela DeFulvio, who we'd hoped would be here, but she was not able to join us today. So Dan Stewart is a teaching assistant professor in sociology, where he teaches a broad range of courses from introductory classes to methods courses to courses in technology and society and law and society. His professional training as a sociologist is complemented by professional training as a lawyer and countless hours of autodidactic work as a computer programmer and web designer. It says here he's still fiddling around with better ways to bring all of this to fruition in public STEAM universities like the University of Illinois. And you're going to tell us about sociopoly today?
I am going to talk about sociopoly today.
Excellent.
Yes. Thank you very much. So what was important about my bio, I suppose, is that I'm located in a sociology department, and I teach sociology classes. Now, I can imagine ways of approaching sociology that are not depressing, but by and large, depressing is where we tend to go. It's quite conventional for us to be thinking of social problems as being very much at the heart of sociology, and we like to explore the matrix of oppression or domination in various ways, look at various axes of inequality and marginalization in society. So what I'm teaching and the themes I'm trying to work with students, even when I'm trying to be playful in my pedagogy, even when I'm trying to be gameful, I'm approaching things that are very serious, and serious, in the sense of being kind of somber and depressing sometimes. But there are ways of kind of getting a lot of energy and excitement and active learning going on through game playing that can then stimulate interesting reflection and discussion about some of these very problematic, serious situations. And there are a number of monopoly mods that have been used by sociologists over the years to explore stratification and inequality. And one that I've used that I am especially fond of, although, as I say, there are choices. There's a number of different rule sets you can play with. One that I like is called Sociopoly, and you basically work with a Monopoly game with the board and the money and the property and the dice and everything else, and just change up the rules slightly and go through an experience of, in a sense, simulating the play of a Monopoly game, but by actually introducing a little more reality into the rule set and the conditions under which the students are playing. So what you do is you have 4 different teams play a game of Monopoly in which the wealth distribution is different across the 4 teams. The money that they have at the beginning of the game varies. The income varies across the 4 teams, and the income is what you get when you pass go each time you get around the board. And also, the rules for how the criminal justice system will interact with you change for the different teams, right? So you've got a relatively privileged team that only visits jail, never, no matter what they do, ever has to spend any time in jail. You have other teams that are not completely oppressed, that might be able to get out of jail if they, roll doubles or pay their way out. And then you've got people who can go to jail very easily for just, anytime they roll doubles, they're going to jail, and it's going to be hard for them to get out. So you have this really profound difference in the ways that the law relates to different people in society. And then there are other smaller rule changes. So, for instance, you can start building your properties, your hotels, houses, that kind of thing. You can start building on your properties without actually getting a monopoly. As soon as you've got a property, you can start building on it. And that rule is sort of the same for everybody, but who actually has the resources to invest and build up those kinds of assets. This is a game that uses the version of Monopoly where you actually can win when you land on free parking. You can win all the fines that have been paid into the middle of the board, right? And that, I think, is the way that a lot of people play Monopoly. What's interesting in this game is that in order to win that lottery, you have to buy a ticket. And so you have to decide at the very beginning of the game whether you want to be eligible for winning this lottery. The cost of that ticket might be very expensive for the team that has very little money at the beginning of the game. It's a high stakes bet that they might win free parking, and it might just be an incidental, an easy thing for the richest team. So there's different stakes involved when you're talking about playing the lottery. In any event, the play is sort of a normal play. The students have a lot of fun with the game. They know that there are these inequalities that they're playing with throughout the game. And the winner is the last team standing as other teams go bankrupt. As you go bankrupt, you kind of step aside and you look at kind of what your experience in the game was, because everybody's been sort of monitoring what's happening as they go around the board. And there's some brainstorming, there's some thinking about what the biggest inequalities and problems are, what was most problematic. How would you change the rule set to perhaps, make things work a little differently without going back to the original rules? If you had to keep these changed rules, what other changes to the rules might you make? So there's an opportunity for those who get out of the game quickly to start thinking about how they might redesign the game, and that can be interesting. The thing that I love about teaching this game and about working with students and getting to sort of the end of the gameplay is that there are these interesting kickers, that it's not just about class inequality, it's not just about socioeconomic difference, it's about race, ethnicity, and gender. So the actual differences in terms of the wealth and income that the different teams are playing with are determined by recent data from the census, and so that you've got the most privileged team, which is non-Hispanic white households, and then you've got a somewhat less privileged team, which is Hispanic households, a somewhat less privileged team, which is black households, and the kicker is that it's women head of households that is in the poorest position. People are not surprised to hear about the correlation with race and ethnicity here, but the feminization of poverty sometimes throws the students for a loop. So thinking about the interactions of race and class and gender becomes an important topic at the end. And I've taken more than my 5 minutes, I apologize, but I'm happy to talk more about this.
Well, let's sort of expand it out. I see at least two kind of interrelated themes in all of the presentations so far. One of them is kind of the realism versus abstraction axis, and another is the player agency versus scripting axis. And so during Professor Singer's talk, I was reminded of Charles Osgood's security and disarmament simulation, where it's highly abstracted, but the core idea was to put the participants in this situation that mimics an escalating arms race, and even though there's nothing but red cards and black cards in front of them, invites them to try and keep it from escalating to such a point where everything blows up and everybody loses. It was a test of his grit model. And during Dr. Wadig's talk, I thought that the suggestion that historical simulations are really not the way to go was sort of provocative, because our colleagues from Barnes and all of the other schools that do the reacting to the past series of games rely very much on historical simulation, but pit groups of students into factions, and you're told that in order to win, that maybe it has to work out differently than it actually did in history. But every one of the other admonitions that Dr. Wedig offers in terms of not micromanaging it, turning over control to the students, having the debrief, all of that is part of Carnes's philosophy of education. With Dan's presentation, I was reminded that the original Monopoly mod was Monopoly, because it started out as Lizzie McGee's landlord game, where we would play by the evil capitalism rules until we got sick of them and turned it over to Georgist economics. And then Darrow says, well, actually, the evil part is the fun part. So when I rip this off and take it back to Parker Brothers, we'll just do the evil, depressing stuff, right? And for both, and if you've taught anything, you're a professor, so that's just,
okay,
that's
thank you.
fine. So for both Professor Shackelford and Professor Henry, this idea of the narrative, of telling at least a story, whether or not it's the story, and this idea of sort of keeping it open, are part of that key balance. And the reacting to the past people seem to tell us that when it works really well, and when it doesn't work, it can be no fun at all. So it's not to say that going for that historical reality necessarily always works. But I thought I would just invite the panelists to weigh in on these particular tensions of immersion in the story and the narrative versus abstraction, and control versus guidance, I guess.
I'll go first.
Okay, please.
If you don't mind. So I wanted to talk about the abstraction versus the realism, right, aspect. So in the simulation that we were involved with specifically, right, the question you still have, thank you. It's great you have the questions still up, right. Ours was about China's alternative models of governance, right? So the delegation was actually, in my own opinion, as observing this happen, was that the EU delegation was actually thinking abstractly here, because they were expecting the EU and the United States to actually work together regarding China. And if you've read anything about like China or foreign policy of both Europe and the United States towards China, there is not really a whole lot of overlap. Right? So our students actually identified that on their own and came up with a policy that encouraged the EU to not engage with the US right here. So they were actually ended up being penalized at the competition for coming up with a realist answer for that, and we didn't go to the finals, right? Well, fast forward 11 months, And the AUKUS agreement, right, which actually happened, the submarine, the nuclear submarine agreement, but that usurped, right, or I guess it scuppered, really is the better word, the French arrangement. It actually kind of vindicated, like, I think our students' approach. So, you know, like, I think that there is this really interesting tension that you can come up, or like I hope that our students on that team felt a little vindicated afterwards, right, that they were that they kind of somewhat correctly identified the core of the problem at the at the actual competition itself. So,
All right.
Can we get Cliff and Tim?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna work on. I can see them, but I'm just gonna try to see if I can.
While you're bringing them back, I can say something here about Tim's provocative idea of not to use history. I taught a course that had a significant amount of role play, and I allowed the students to create a new world as opposed to playing in our world. We were working with misinformation, disinformation, and I needed them to learn disinformation tactics and to be quite evil. And I wanted them to be able to practice that evilness in a playful way, not in the real world, where they would be held back by scruples and ethics and identity, right? And that gave them a certain amount of freedom to enter into a role where real life, their feelings, their loyalties would have prevented them from fully engaging. Of course, that was really specific to my material where I made that choice. But I did want to ask Tim, Dr. Wettig, a little bit more on his very strongly worded "don't use history." So
I think Dr. Singer turned his camera on first, so I'm going to invite him to comment next.
Sure.
Okay, I've tried to do both. That is, deeply embed what we do in a fair amount of historical background. And the climate change, all of this that you've seen follows on a introduction in various courses, both for political scientists and engineers, that looks at the history of climate change and the history of policy approaches to it, and then goes forward in time in order to give the students freedom to break away from the history. We also, in our energy and security course, I did a simulation. This was after the annexation of Crimea, but before the incursion into the rest of Eastern Ukraine, to look at the role of natural gas, whether the European Union would use natural gas as an economic leverage over the Europeans, which they didn't, and whether the natural gas would continue to flow, even though the Russians were threatening to cut it off. And they got it exactly right. You know, what the simulation outcome was what actually happened over the next year or so. So that's sort of my approach to this, trying to keep history in there, but also not let it get in the way.
Thank you. Dr. Wiedig.
Yeah, I actually wanted to kind of build off of what Lucas said and perhaps in the process answer Laura's question as well. Certainly more questions are better. In listening to your description of the case competition, you know, sort of the outcome, it almost seems like the organizers wanted students to work within sort of contemporary historical guidelines. So they already had prefigured the outcome between the EU and the US vis-a-vis China. Your students behaved in a way where they weren't limited to sort of the actual contemporary history and actually produced a more creative and, oddly enough, more accurate outcome. It's a shame that they were penalized for that, but you know, holding too much to the realism, you know, can actually hamper students and their ability. I mean, they wanted to generate a certain outcome, fine, but that's sort of the tension. And either can work depending on your learning outcomes. I don't want to say never do this or that.
Right.
Dan.
I wanted to speak a little bit to this realism versus abstraction idea, but I didn't want to do it with reference to what I talked about. I wanted to ask Laura about the ongoing process of developing virtual reality, augmented reality kinds of environments for teaching, because it seems to me that we may have something of a dialectic sounds too fancy, but there's likely to be many iterations in which we go back and forth between thinking about what we want to abstract out of the reality that is in our domain, right? And then kind of coming back to this abstract simulation kind of artifact that we're working with and thinking, how do we make that more real? And I know that you've had this experience, whether it's with bringing the haptics in or whatever. Can you speak to that kind of ongoing process a little bit?
Yeah, so I especially like that sort of this abstracting, especially with sort of within your field, or I think that this is an interesting dichotomy because it's really important to me to use both ends of that spectrum. I want my students to learn a particular skill, and I want them to learn enough to make their own decisions, which means that I really want things to be accurate with respect to what they're learning and how they do things. But there are two problems with that. One is that the world isn't always as interesting as you want it to be. And so you need to jazz things up a bit. And then the other is that sometimes virtual reality in particular doesn't make things easy. And so I really struggled first with that question, the second question, of how realistic do we make this? I want my students to do things properly, but sometimes VR gets in the way. And so do I have them do it like they would in the real world and struggle, or do I make it a little easier? And so I actually put the question to my students, and they decided they needed to struggle a little bit. But where we came down, the place that we came to, and what we ended up going with was that the tools should never be an obstacle. You know, you don't want your controllers to be the obstacle to learning. You want them to be an implement to help you learn. So if that was what was keeping a student from being able to do a task, we needed to adjust it, but only enough so that it made that easier, so that they didn't lose the bigger picture. Now, one thing about history that I think is really interesting is I really like how you can pick and choose when it comes to history and use some things, because that makes sort of the virtual world a lot more interesting when you can mix the two worlds. And then you can use resources both inside of the virtual world and then take the ones from outside and bring them in. It makes everything a little more real.
Yeah, with respect to picking and choosing, this is something that the reacting community, I listen in on the instructors who come panicked to their colleagues, especially when something ahistorical arises, and they say, you know, the Athenian assembly has freed all of the slaves, and that would never happen, and what do I do? And the advice that comes back is really quite encouraging. They say, well, do you have students who had a great time last semester? And they say, well, sure. He says, invite them back. They are going to be the freed slaves. Have them come into the assembly, make a ruckus, demand more economic security, and show the consequences. And so what this reminds me of is how this the discussion that we're having sort of overlaps a bit with the pedagogy panel that immediately preceded it. So during the Monty Hall example, in my class, we look at Pascal and Fermat trying to come to grips with this idea of expected value for a random variable, focusing on the problem of points in gambling. And the way I do it is I bring in a SICBO table with different gambling options, and I have them bet poker chips, and we keep track of how much money the house gets, and the detailed debrief is about actually computing the house edge over the different options, which vary extremely widely and counterintuitively. Unfortunately, what happened the last time I did this was they kept winning, right? and it was this like, wait, you know, the house is supposed to have an edge, right? But I tried to turn it around and use it because, first of all, I appealed to them and I said, look, you know, the casino has to stay in business. What's wrong with this? What's wrong with this picture? But also, how does setting the house edge help keep people engaged and the excitement generated when someone gets a big payoff in the gambling. How does that happen? And so, our reacting colleagues are always quick to sort of say, don't be afraid of things not going according to script. Try to run with it. Try to make it work in the moment. And I think this comes back to the advice that we've been hearing so far today of don't get too wrapped up in planning exactly how you expect it to go, but try to make it work as it's happening in the moment. Dan.
So to come back to sociopoly for a moment, I've had this problem with being surprised by the improbable in playing the game, because given that you've got this lottery possibility out there, there can be games in which the least advantaged team, the poorest team, actually ends up winning because they take this jackpot at some point from free parking. Now, if you're only playing the game once, that kind of pulls the rug out from underneath the lesson about inequalities and stratification in society. It instead sort of reinforces a kind of Horatio Alger myth that's problematic. So, in another sense, I've kind of developed a kind of a simulation of simulation by writing a little script that plays the sociopoly game over and over again, so that you can then actually show the students, this is not the way to bet. You don't want to bet on the team that's playing from this set of rules actually winning. And there really is a profoundly unfair and different opportunity structure across the different teams. And so kind of bringing some of the probability that underlies what's going on in the game back out at the end is at times really quite useful.
Before I was going to say, before I open it up, Professor Singer has his mic unmuted, so I was going to invite him.
Just to comment on sort of guiding towards a particular outcome or keeping it open. There's an East Coast school that did a version of a climate change game where they sat some people in the developed countries at a nice table and the other people sat on the floor, and they were really trying to make a point. Climate change is a big problem, and the rich countries need to do something about it so the poor countries don't get the short end of the stick, right? The cage, however, it's actually not just an educational tool, it's also a research tool. The overall goal of the project is to come up with a probability distribution for the actual outcome of climate change. So people like my daughter can tell their clients, where should they actually allow restaurants and hotels and so forth to be built, right? And millions of other people who have to make those kind of decisions. And so we have left it, and the whole point actually of doing the simulations is to get beyond the game theory and other approaches to this that just have a simple economic measure of the impact of climate change. Because that's not the way people make decisions. People make decisions because they have a religious commitment to environmentalism, or because they don't trust the government, or whatever. There's a whole bunch of reasons they make decisions. And the reason for developing this open-ended structure is so that those human aspects of psychology can also play into the research outcome. So it all depends what you're trying to achieve.
All right. Well, I'm going to say we can go until 5. Right. So, but at this point, I'd like to open it up to questions from the rest of our attendees. Katie Biquette.
Do you have any more outcomes to share about the foreign policy thing, or were the outcomes that the students suggested something realistic and then something realistic actually happened?
That's the only one. This was our first example, and they did release all of the judges' comments for all 30 teams. I haven't gone through all of them yet, so that's something that I'm planning on doing as we get ready for the next edition, which is going to be in January. So, yeah. So unfortunately, no. At the moment, I don't have any other outcomes. It's just it turned out that way this time. So.
Judith?
I have a question for Dr. Shackelford on how do you assess whether the students learning these skills through the virtual are achieving the same level of proficiency as students who might have had that experience in the actual field?
So we're working on it. I don't know that we can yet, but one thing that we have done is I've run this class twice, and with the first class, at the end of the semester, I actually took the students out and had them do a real dig. I took them out to an open space and gave them the parameters, and they did an excavation on their own. And so I tested their skills, and they did a good job. They were able to start and complete an excavation with limited guidance and by self-correcting when they made errors. And so that was a good test of what they had learned. I don't think it necessarily means that it's going to work every time, but what I'm currently trying to do is we have a field school that runs when COVID is not running rampant, and so we have actually created tasks that are the same as what they would do at the field school, so that we can have students learn them in VR. And then we'll have half the students learn them in VR. And then when they go to the field, we will actually assess their accuracy and speed and things like that, because for archaeologists, time is money. And so if they have already sort of mastered how to do these things, then theoretically they should be able to do them more quickly and more efficiently. And so that's how we plan to assess it, but we're still in the process.
Other questions? Katie?
I have kind of a long kind of question. So Professor Whitting, I think, you talked about not using history because, people will just Google it and know what happens and kind of accept it. What are the learning outcomes you have from the lessons you create, and what are they based on historically? And do students figure it out?
Well, the course that I'm particularly sort of speaking from is a course on negotiation and diplomacy. So the learning outcomes are really to get them to apply concepts that we've discussed. Use of various tactics and strategies, mediation approaches, basically units of the course. So, my intended outcomes, it doesn't, to me, actually matter what they produce. It matters that they utilize those skills. And again, I'm looking at it as a laboratory where, it's like you put stuff in beakers and you heat it up and you watch the reaction. And from my perspective, if it blows up, that's okay. I really want them to use that sort of content. So, there's a wide range, right? Some students will very much make the connection and say, okay, we just read about mediation, so what would a mediator do? And they fall into the role and they sort of produce this really nice mediated win-win non-zero sum outcome. Other times, student personalities, they're just more competitive. There's very zero sum, and I'll run the same exercise with like groups of 3 in my entire class, and then we get to debrief. What did your group come up with? Why? How? What was the process? From my perspective, that's sort of what I'm looking for. I don't know. Does that answer your question? Does that help?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Ava?
I also have a question for Dr. Shackelford. I know you've been very engaged with the use of VR and in your teaching, and I'm just curious to know what you think is on the horizon there in terms of kind of what's next. And it is a general enough question that others might want to
chime in too with what they think is on the horizon for simulations in the classroom in general. But I'd like to start with Laura.
So, because I do think this is a good way to learn skills, and so one of the things that we discovered was one of our weekly labs was to do chemical processing. Essentially, the students were doing a pollen lab, which is just processing soil to extract pollen, and so it was essentially a chemistry lab. And so we had put together a chemistry lab, and they had to go through the steps, and it was, just using test tubes and beakers and a wet bath and all of those things. And what we found was that not everybody is going to use an archaeological site. It's just not all that. It's just not all that useful in the real world. But a chemistry lab is really, really useful, because one of the things about VR is the resources are constantly renewable, and they don't cost nearly as much. And so one thing that we are working on in particular is using VR for things that we have trouble teaching. And for us in particular within our department, we're using them for two different things, or we're using VR for two different things. One is to teach lab skills for hazardous labs. So where we have labs where students can't enter the lab until they are knowledgeable enough to use the materials there. So we can train them in VR now, and that's really helpful. The other is we have an ancient DNA lab, and again, this is a lab where you can't enter it because of issues of contamination. And again, so they're learning by watching videos and practicing outside. And so now we can teach them how to do that kind of lab work in VR, and it's a lot more effective than other kinds of training. So that's one thing that's on the horizon for us. But I think that the narrative part is what I would like to explore a little more. Those are more out of utility, and so I would like to sort of go the other way a little bit and lean more towards classes that explore some more narrative, because that's a huge part of anthropology too.
So I think horizons are a great way to wrap up for the rest of us too. So Professor Henry, what's on the horizon for you?
For me? Well, I'm hoping that as a center, like the EU Center will actually be able to engage in other forms of the EU delegations simulations too. They have more than just one, right? And so that's kind of what I hope is on the horizon for me, is that I get to engage in other types of simulations. I will say, like, out of everyone that's on the panel and probably in the room, I have the least experience with thinking about simulations in games. So, like, that's personal horizon for me, right? Is to be engaged more.
That's right.
But yeah, I feel that it was for our students, right, that were involved in the actual simulation, that the stakes that were involved with this game, right, with it being involved with ambassadors and pretty high profile people involved. I mean, like, one of the people on that judged them was an assistant secretary of defense under George W. Bush. That really pushed them to learn quite a bit more than they would have otherwise. So, yeah.
Professor Stewart, what's next for you?
I was going to speak to the VR question more generally about, and I'm not sure that this is next for me, but I think that it would be really interesting to have virtual reality environments in which one could have students basically explore a lot of different historical situations, contra perhaps, other ideas that are on the table, but also contemporary situations, just to be able to put people out into field settings in perhaps an experimental way that we can't do in real life, for all the reasons that I think Tim mentioned, because of the fact that we've had some really bad experiences with various forms of experimentation in the social sciences. But I think that if the virtual reality it gets to the point where it's easy enough for researchers and teachers to be writing up their own scripts and working with some of these tools, I think we're going to see really interesting opportunities to put students into really stimulating simulations and then reflecting on them.
Do you think that your students would have a very different experience in a virtual space than they would playing Sociopoly in their classroom space? Just curious.
There'd be different experiences. I don't think that virtual reality would make the more abstracted sort of board games and card games and other kinds of gaming less interesting pedagogically. But I think there's certainly a real attraction that people have to going into these virtual worlds, and I think that authoring them is going to become a little bit easier. It's going to become accessible to educators more and more, and I think that's going to open up some really interesting horizons in the social sciences.
Dr. Singer, I think there's so many things that we aspire for our future when we think about climate change, but specifically with respect to simulations, what would you like to see happen next?
Well, what we would really like to do, or I'd like to see happen, is for this to become sort of globally available online. And that, of course, is a major undertaking that requires people with real professional competence doing that kind of thing. It's got a tremendous amount of potential. And so maybe we need to go out and get some people who are interested in looking for grant support to do that kind of thing. Or maybe even commercial, although I'd be reluctant to do it commercially because of the goals and context.
Yeah, I have a whole talk on how Professor Osgood tried to get commercialization for his simulation, and that's for another day.
Okay.
Dr. Wiedig, what would you like to see next on the horizon?
My plan is now that, my intent is, I can't say I have a concrete plan, but now that Zoom has become sort of more of a natural environment, is to do more distributed and interdisciplinary simulation work. So, tying classrooms together from multiple universities, from multiple courses, multiple disciplines, to kind of simulate the hard problems, right? And certainly Cliff's work on the environment, right? You need economists, you need, political scientists, geographers, on and on and on. To get students to kind of be able to teach each other their disciplinary perspectives on a particular issue, but also look for novel and potentially doable solutions to, whatever issues might be at hand.
All right. Well, this has been a fascinating discussion, and I hope I have a chance to talk about these issues with each of you again. Thank you so much for participating today, and thank you very much to our audience and to Playful by Design for inviting us to come and give this.
On behalf of the Symposium committee, thank you very much for this final presentation of a very long day. For me, my favorite, but that's partly because some of you were here last night to hear that the Game Studies program has launched a year-long design challenge for the development of simulations, either game-like simulations, for research, for activism, or for use in the classroom. And this is a competition that's open to students, as well as faculty, individuals, as well as teams. I don't know, Katie, if you gave me an answer, whether somebody working on that simulation could also do it, if it was a tabletop game, could also be double dipping and putting it into the other competition. But certainly if you are doing tabletop, you can make use of their design workshops. But we're going to hopefully be offering some sessions to help guide people along on this. And we're going to be doing, obviously, the rules will be announced and we'll do some work. But anyway, so this session was partly to sort of announce, and I'm glad that it actually demonstrated a lot of different uses of simulations, some which are gathering research data, some which are not, some which are in the classroom, some which are not, some which deal with technical skill building, some deal with real world problems, some historical, some sociological, just a wide range of things that can be done with simulations. So this was fabulous, and thank you so much. And thank everyone.